Section 66 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 66. Second Period, from the Peace of Westphalia to the beginning of the French Revolution, 1648 to 1789. A. The second half of the 17th century. Part 1. America. British, Dutch, and Swedish colonies. 1644. Union of Providence and the Rhode Island towns, Newport, Portsmouth, under one charter, obtained by Roger Williams. Union of Saybrook and Connecticut under the latter name. The colony contained 8 taxable towns. That of New Haven numbered 6. Separation of the General Court of Massachusetts Bay into 2 houses. April 18. 300 colonists massacred by the Indians in Virginia. 1645. Rebellion of Claiborne and Ingle in Maryland. They seized the government but were put down in 1646. 1646. In Massachusetts, John Eliot commenced his missionary labors among the Indians at Nonantum. Translation of the Bible into Massachusetts dialect, 1661 to 63. Act of Parliament freeing merchandise for the American colonies from all duty for 3 years, on condition that colonial productions should be exported only in English vessels. In New Netherlands, Kieft was succeeded by Peter Stuyvesant as governor, who immediately formulated a claim to all the region between Cape Henlopen and Cape Cod. 1648. The Petition of Rhode Island. Footnote. Where Rhode Island is mentioned before the Charter of 1663, it is probable that the island only is meant. End of footnote. To be admitted to the Union rejected, as that colony would not submit itself to the jurisdiction of Plymouth. 1649. Incorporation in England of the Society for Propagating the Gospel in New England. Grant of the land between the Rappahannock and Potomac to Lord Culpeper and other royalists. Massacre of the Hurons at St. Ignatius by the Iroquois. 1650. Agreement between New Netherlands and the United Colonies establishing the boundary between the Dutch and English at Oyster Bay, on Long Island, and Greenwich Bay, Connecticut. 1651. Passage of the Navigation Act in England. 1652. The province of Maine joined to Massachusetts. The Parliament in England assumed control of Maryland and suspended the government of Rhode Island, but the latter order did not take effect. 1655. Stuyvesant, governor of New Netherlands, seized the Swedish forts on the Delaware and broke up the colony of New Sweden. 1659. Virginia proclaimed Charles II, King of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Virginia, and restored the royal governor, Sir William Berkeley. Execution of 2 Quakers in Massachusetts. 1661. Penal laws against Quakers suspended by order of the king. 1662. Charter of Connecticut granted by the king. New Haven refused to accept it. The assembly was composed of the governor, deputy governor, 12 assistants, and 2 deputies from every town. 1662. Lord Baltimore confirmed in the government of Maryland. 1663. Grant of Carolina, all land between 31 degrees north and 36 degrees north, to the Earl of Clarendon and Associates. Charter of Rhode Island and Providence plantations. 1664. Grant of New Netherlands from the Connecticut to the Delaware, to the king's brother James, Duke of York and Albany. The grant included the eastern part of Maine and islands south and west of Cape Cod. The region between the Hudson and the Delaware, Nova Caesarea, or New Jersey, was granted by the Duke to Lord Berkeley and Sir George Carteret. August 27. Surrender of New Amsterdam to the English. Name of the colony changed to New York. September 24. Surrender of Fort Orange, whose name was changed to Albany. 1665. Maine restored to the heirs of Sir Ferdinando Gorges. Union of Connecticut and New Haven. The Royal Commissioners empowered to hear complaints in New England, after conferring with the General Court of Massachusetts, left the provinces in anger, as the court would not acknowledge their commission. 1666. Depredations of the buccaneers in the West Indies. 1667. Grant of the Bahamas to the proprietors of Carolina. 1667. Treaty of Breda between England and France. Acadia surrendered to France. Antigua, Montserrat, and the French part of St. Christopher surrendered to England. 1668. Massachusetts reassumed the government of Maine. 1669. Adoption of the fundamental constitutions of Carolina, which were drawn up by John Locke. Incorporation of the Hudson Bay Company. Governor and Company of Adventurers of England trading into Hudson's Bay. 1670. Foundation of Charlestown in Carolina. Treaty of Madrid between Spain and England, settling the boundaries of their respective territories on the basis of possession. 1672. The Spaniards at St. Augustine endeavored to dislodge the settlers in Carolina, but were repulsed. 1673. War having broken out between England and Holland, the Dutch captured New York and received the submission of that colony, of Albany and New Jersey. In the Peace of 1674, these places were restored to England. The grant to Lord Culpeper was converted to a lease for 31 years. 1675. Edmund Andros, governor of New York, attempted to secure the land west of the Connecticut by force of arms, but was foiled by the energy of the colonists. 1675 to 1676. King Philip's War. This was the most extensive combination which the natives had formed against the foreign invaders. King Philip was the son of Massasoit and chief of the Wampanoags. He lived at Mount Hope near Fall River, Massachusetts. He formed a league comprising nearly all the Indians from Maine to Connecticut. War broke out in June 1675 and raged with peculiar violence in Massachusetts. Deerfield burnt, September 1. Attack on Hadley, September 1. Repulsed by Gough, one of the judges of Charles I. In the fall, September to October, the United Colonies took the war upon themselves and raised 2,000 troops. Capture of the fort of the Narragansetts by Winslow, December 19. Assaults more or less severe on Warwick, Lancaster, Medfield, Weymouth, Groton, Rehoboth, Providence, Wrentham, Sudbury, Scituate, Bridgewater, Plymouth, Hatfield, and other towns. 1676, January to June. Defeat of the Indians near Deerfield, May 19th. Fall fight. Surprise of Philip by Captain Church. Capture of his wife and son. The latter was sold into slavery. August 2. Philip shot, August 12. 1676. Rebellion of Nathaniel Bacon in Virginia. Jamestown burnt. The rebellion came to an end with the sudden death of Bacon. In the following year, royal troops arrived to repress the rebellion, but found all quiet. New Jersey divided into East and West Jersey. East Jersey was governed by Carteret, West Jersey was held by the Duke of York, hence the Jerseys. 1677. The dispute between Massachusetts and the heirs of Sir Ferdinando Gorges over Maine being decided in favor of the latter by the English courts, Massachusetts bought the province of Maine, which henceforward formed a part of that colony. 1680. New Hampshire separated from Massachusetts by royal charter. The king appointed the president and council and retained the right of annulling all acts of the legislature. Foundation of a new settlement in Carolina, called, like the first, Charlestown, the present Charleston. West Jersey restored to the proprietors, the heirs of Lord Berkeley. 1681, March 4. Grant of Pennsylvania, the region between 41 degrees and 43 degrees north latitude, running 5 degrees west from the Delaware River, to William Penn, establishment of a settlement. 1682. Penn brought a colony to Pennsylvania, August. Publication of a frame of government and a body of laws. April to May. Treaty with the Indians. Foundation of Philadelphia. 1683. First Legislative Assembly in New York, 2 houses. Only 2 sessions are known to have been held before the Revolution of 1688. 1684. The troubles between Massachusetts and the Crown culminated in the forfeiture of the charter. These troubles were of old standing, dating from the restoration of Charles II. The favorable reception of Gough and Whaley, 2 regicides, in Boston at the opening of that monarch's reign was no favorable omen, and almost the first news received from the colony brought complaints of ill treatment from Quakers who had suffered under the rigorous laws. In 1661, Charles sent a letter to Massachusetts prohibiting the colony from proceeding further in the prosecution of imprisoned Quakers, and ordering their release. He subsequently withdrew his protection. Further controversy led to the dispatch of agents to England. The confirmation of the charter obtained by them was conditioned in a way peculiarly aggravating to the colonists. All laws derogatory to the royal authority should be repealed. The oath of allegiance should be imposed according to the directions of the charter. Freedom and liberty of conscience in the use of the Book of Common Prayer should be allowed. The sacrament should not be denied to any person of good life and conversation. All freeholders of competent estates and good character, and orthodox in religion, should be admitted to vote. These demands being evasively met, the king, in 1664, appointed commissioners, Nichols, Carr, Cartwright, Maverick, to hear complaints and appeals in New England, and settle the peace of the country, who, barely touching at Boston, proceeded to the seizure of New Netherlands. Returning to Boston in the spring of 1665, their demand for a recognition of the commission was met by the excuse that the General Court would plead His Majesty's Charter, whereupon the commission returned to England in anger. The court, however, acknowledged the conditional right of freeholders to vote, and agreed to permit the toleration of Quakers and churchmen for a time. A long period of controversy followed, and agents were sent back and forth with very little effect. In 1671, the colony was almost on the brink of renouncing any dependence on the Crown. The original causes of the dispute became complicated by the controversy with the heirs of Gorges in regard to Maine, and by the evasion and disregard of the navigation laws practiced by the colony, 1663. In 1676, the royal governors were commanded to insist on strict compliance with the commercial laws, both the navigation laws and those imposing duties on intercolonial trade, 1672. John Leverett, governor of Massachusetts, refused compliance, and in 1679, the General Court voted that the acts of navigation are an invasion of the rights and privileges of the subjects of His Majesty in this colony, they not being represented in Parliament. The agents, then in London to defend the colony in the suit of the heirs of Gorges, were sent home with the demand that the Maine purchase be undone, and new agents sent to answer the complaints against the colony. Edward Randolph was sent over as collector of customs for Boston, where, however, he was sturdily opposed. The new agents giving no satisfaction, a writ of quo warranto was issued against the colony in 1683. In 1684, a suit of Siri Facius was brought and the Court of Chancery declared the charter forfeited. 1684. The king appointed Colonel Kirk governor of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, and Plymouth. But before he received his commission, Charles died, and James II appointed Joseph Dudley president of New England. He took office in 1686. 1686. Issue of a quo warranto writ against Connecticut and Carolina. New York deprived of an assembly and other liberties. Appointment of Sir Edmund Andros as President of New England. He arrived at Boston December 20. Randolph was now Deputy Postmaster in New England. Andros assumed the government of Rhode Island. Establishment of an Episcopal Society in Boston, for the use of which Andros forcibly seized the Old South Church. 1687. Quo warranto against Maryland. October. Sir Edmund Andros assumed the government of Connecticut and attempted to secure the charter, but it was carried off from the Hall of Assembly and hidden in the famous Charter Oak. 1688. Tyranny of Andros in Massachusetts. New York and New Jersey placed under his government. Erection of King's Chapel as an Episcopal church in Boston. 1689. On the receipt of news of the Revolution in England and the landing of William of Orange, Sir Edmund Andros was seized in Boston, April 18, and thrown into prison. Restoration of the old government. Council of Safety of the People and Conservation of the Peace. Assembly of Representatives at Boston. Provisional resumption of the Charter. Proclamation of William and Mary. Reestablishment of the former governments of Rhode Island and Connecticut. New York, Virginia, and Maryland proclaimed William and Mary. 1689 to 1697. King William's War with the French, a part of the Universal War against Louis XIV. The French were assisted by the Canadian Indians and those of Maine, while the Iroquois took the warpath against the French. 1690. Surprise and destruction of Schenectady, February 8, of Salmon Falls, March 18, and of Casco, May 17, by 3 bands of French and Indians. April, seizure of Port Royal by Sir William Phips, who afterwards made a futile attack upon Quebec, by vote of a Congress of Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New York. The failure imposed so large a debt on the colonies that Massachusetts was obliged to issue paper money for the first time. 1692. New charter for Massachusetts. Sir William Phips appointed governor. Under this charter were included the colony of Plymouth, the provinces of Maine, Nova Scotia, and all land north to the St. Lawrence. Also the Elizabeth Islands, Nantasket, and Martha's Vineyard. The new charter gave the appointment of the governor to the Crown and vested in him the right of calling, proroguing, and dissolving the general court, of appointing military officers and officers of justice, with the consent of the council, of vetoing acts of the legislature and appointments of civil officers made by the legislature. The electoral franchise was extended to all freeholders with a yearly income of 40 shillings, and all inhabitants having personal property to the amount of £40. Religious liberty was secured to all except papists. 1692, February. Commencement of the Salem witchcraft frenzy. Before October, 20 persons were executed. Construction of Fort William Henry at Pemaquid in Maine by Sir William Phips. Rhode Island and Connecticut were allowed to retain their charters. Charter of the College of William and Mary in Virginia. Sir Edmund Andros appointed governor of Virginia and Maryland. 1693. Government of Pennsylvania taken from Penn by the Crown. An English expedition against Canada was planned but failed of execution. 1694. Penn reinstated. Fletcher, governor of New York and now Pennsylvania, having been entrusted with the command of the militia of Connecticut, went to Hartford, October 26, to assert his authority, but was repulsed by the Assembly and by Wadsworth, senior captain of the militia. French expedition of Frontenac against the Iroquois. 1696. Capture of the fort at Pemaquid by the French under Iberville. An expedition of Count Frontenac against the Iroquois resulted in little more than the destruction of their harvests. 1697. The Peace of Ryswick prevented the execution of a French attack upon Newfoundland. Restoration of conquest by both combatants. Third expedition of Frontenac against the Iroquois, with little effect. 1699. The French settled in Louisiana. The French claimed control of the fisheries on the north coast and of the territory from the Kennebec eastward. Foundation of a Scotch settlement at Darien, in the hope of acquiring great wealth by the command of commercial transit, Patterson. The first expedition, 1,200 men, besides women and children, perished from starvation or returned to Scotland. The second was broken up by the Spaniards, who considered the settlement a breach of the Treaty of Ryswick. 1700. Iberville took possession of the Mississippi for France. 1701. William Penn gave a new charter to Pennsylvania. 1701. Foundation of Yale College at New Haven in Connecticut. 1702. Joseph Dudley, Governor of Massachusetts. Quarrel with the General Court over the proposed salaries to be paid the governor, lieutenant governor, etc. An expedition projected by Governor Moore of Carolina against St. Augustine resulted in failure. The debt thus incurred was discharged by an issue of paper money. 1702 to 1713. Queen Anne's War with the French. 1703. Pennsylvania province separated from the territories, or lower counties, Delaware, separate assemblies. 1704. Deerfield in Massachusetts destroyed by French and Indians. This was avenged by an expedition under Colonel Church, which ravaged the French settlements on the east coast of New England. Establishment of the Church of England in Carolina. The complaints of dissenters against some details of ecclesiastical administration led to the issue of a quo warranto against the colony, but nothing came of the matter. 1706. Invasion of Carolina by the French and Spanish, in assertion of the Spanish claims to that country as a part of Florida. They were repulsed and defeated on land and sea, with great loss by William Rhett. 1707. New England sent an expedition against Port Royal, which returned without effecting its capture. 1708. Surprise of Haverhill by French and Indians. 1709. An expedition was planned against Canada and Acadia, to which the colonies were to contribute 2,700 men. The project was abandoned by the English government after the men had been raised, and Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey were obliged to issue paper money to cancel their debts. 1710. Capture of Port Royal by a fleet from England. Change of the name of the city to Annapolis. 1711. An expedition against Canada, numbering 68 sail and 6,463 soldiers, largely raised by the colonies, met with disaster and was abandoned. 1712. A massacre of colonists in Carolina by the Tuscaroras and other tribes was followed by the dispatch of Barnwell against the Indians. After a difficult march, he succeeded in almost annihilating the Tuscaroras, many of whom fled to the Iroquois. 1713. Treaty of Utrecht between Great Britain and France. Cession of Hudson Bay and Straits of Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and St. Christopher in the West Indies to England. French settlements and discoveries. In the earlier part of the century, the French had established a claim to Canada and Acadia, extending to the Kennebec in Maine, although the English claimed as far as the Penobscot. From this vantage ground, they extended their discoveries south and west. Jesuit missionaries labored among the Hurons in the country between Lakes Erie, Ontario, and Huron, planted the missions of St. Mary, 1668, and Michilimackinac, died with their flocks when the undying enmity of the Iroquois annihilated the Hurons, Brebeuf, Lamont, or sought torture and death at the hands of the Five Nations. Isaac Jogues, 1640 to 1654. 1656. Acadia and Nova Scotia granted to Saint Etienne and others by Cromwell. Footnote. The southern boundary of Acadia in the grant of Henry IV, 1630, was 40 degrees north. The southwestern limit of Nova Scotia in the grant of James I, 1621, was the River St. Croix. End of footnote. 1656 to 1658. French colony in western New York, soon broken up. 1659. François de Laval, Bishop of New France. 1662. The 100 Associates of Quebec reconsigned their rights to the king, who soon after granted New France to the French West India Company. 1665. Courcelle, Governor of New France. The colony was more than doubled by the transportation of many immigrants from France. 1666. Expedition of Tracy and Courcelle against the Mohawks. 1666. Availle founded the mission of Saint-Esprit on the southern shore of Lake Superior. 1668. The Peace of Breda ended the war between England and France, which had broken out in 1666. England restored Acadia to France and obtained from France Antigua, Montserrat, and St. Christopher. This was followed by a peace between the French and the Five Nations. In this year, foundation of Sault Ste. Marie at the entrance of Lake Superior by Dablon and Marquette. 1672. Tour of Availle and Dablon in Wisconsin and Illinois. 1673. Discovery of the Mississippi by Marquette and Joliet, June 17, who descended the stream for an uncertain distance. Count Frontenac, Governor of Canada, completed a fort at Ontario called after himself. Construction of a fort at Michilimackinac. 1678. Robert Cavalier de La Salle began his career of discovery in the Great West. Launching in the Niagara, the Griffin, a vessel of 45 tons, the first ever seen on the Great Lakes, he sailed August 7, 1679. He passed through Lakes Erie, Huron, and Michigan, and landed at the extreme southern end of the latter lake in October. He built a fort on the St. Joseph and crossed the portage to the Illinois. Not hearing from the Griffin, he returned on foot to Canada. Obtaining fresh supplies, he retraced his route to the Illinois, only to find the fort which he had there erected deserted. Again he returned to Canada. Again he obtained aid, and again undertook his enterprise. 1680. Discovery of the Mississippi by Hennepin, a priest in the company of La Salle. He ascended the river to 46 degrees north, but the claim which he later advanced that he had explored the Mississippi to the sea is probably false. 1682. La Salle, reaching the Mississippi by way of the St. Joseph and the Illinois, descended the great river to the sea and took possession of its valley from Louis XIV, April 9, under the name of Louisiana. 1684. Expedition of de la Barre against the Iroquois, which failed of success. La Salle, having announced his discovery in France, was sent at the head of 4 vessels and a number of settlers to establish a colony at the mouth of the Mississippi. Contention between La Salle and the commander of the vessels, who was jealous of the discoverer, resulted in disaster. The squadron missed the mouth of the Mississippi and landed at Matagorda Bay, St. Louis, 400 miles to the west. Here La Salle built a fort, but privation and disease soon greatly reducing the numbers of the colony, he undertook to go on foot to Canada for relief. On this expedition, La Salle was shot by one of his own men. 1687, March 19. The settlement of St. Louis soon perished. 1687. Expedition of de Denonville against the Senecas. At this time, there were about 11,000 persons in New France. 1689 to 1697. War of William and Mary. Expeditions of Frontenac against the Iroquois. 1693, 1696, 1697. 1699. The French and the English both attempted to found a colony in Louisiana. The French colony was sent out by Louis XIV under Lamon d'Iberville, who entered the Mississippi March 2 and also founded a colony at Biloxi. The English attempt was made at Cox, a claimant of the old grant of Carolina, who entered the Mississippi but, finding himself anticipated, retired. Détour aux Anglais. 1700. An expedition from Biloxi ascended to the Falls of St. Anthony in search of gold. Iberville, returning from France, took possession of Louisiana anew for the crown. Erection of a fort. Foundation of Kaskaskia in Illinois. Foundation of Cahokia in Illinois. Fort at Detroit, 1701. 1702 to 13, Queen Anne's War. Iberville brought new settlers from France and transferred the colony of Biloxi to Mobile in Alabama. Iberville died 1706. 1705, Foundation of Vincennes in Indiana. 1712, grant to Sir Antoine Crozat of the whole commerce of 15 years of all the king's lands in North America, lying between New France on the north, Carolina on the east, and New Mexico on the west, down to the Gulf of Florida, by the name of Louisiana. End of section 66. Recording by Matthew McClallen.
Section 67 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 67. Part 2, France, 1643 to 1715, Louis XIV, 5 years old, under the guardianship of his mother Anne, daughter of Philip III, King of Spain, called by the French Anne of Austria, that is, of Habsburg. The government, even after Louis's arrival at majority, was conducted by Cardinal Mazarin. 1648 to 1653, disturbances of the Fronde, Cardinal Retz, Prince of Condé, resistance of the Parliament of Paris, the last attempt of the French nobility to oppose the court by armed resistance. Condé, at first loyal, afterwards engaged against the court, fought a battle with the royal troops under Henri de la Tour d'Auvergne, Vicomte de Turenne, in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and took refuge in Spain. The first conspiracy, the Old Fronde, ended in 1649 with the Second Treaty of Ruel. The second conspiracy, the New Fronde, which involved treasonable correspondence with Spain, failed in 1650. A union of the two was crushed in 1653. Gaston of Orléans and his daughter Mademoiselle. 1648, acquisitions of France in the Peace of Westphalia. The war with Spain, which sprang up during the 30 Years' War. Victory of Condé at Rocroi, May 18, 1643. Alliance with England, 1657. Cromwell sent 8,000 men of his army to the assistance of Turenne. Was continued till the Peace of the Pyrenees, 1659. 1. France received a part of Roussillon, Conflans, Cerdagne, and several towns in Artois and Flanders, Hainaut, and Luxembourg. 2. The Duke of Lorraine, the ally of Spain, was partially reinstated. France received Bar, Clermont, etc., and right of passage for troops. The Prince of Condé entirely reinstated. 3. Marriage between Louis XIV and the infant Maria Theresa, eldest daughter of Philip IV of Spain, who, however, renounced her claims upon her inheritance for herself and her issue by Louis forever, both for herself before marriage and for herself and her husband after marriage, in consideration of the payment of a dowry of 500,000 crowns by Spain. 1661, death of Mazarin. Personal government of Louis XIV, 1661 to 1715. Absolute, arbitrary, without états généraux, without regard to the remonstrances of the Parliament of Paris. L'état, c'est moi. Colbert, Controller General of the Finances from 1662 to 1683. Reform of the finances, mercantile system, construction of a fleet of war. Louvois, Minister of War, 1666 to 1691. Quarrel for precedence in rank with Spain. Negotiations with the Pope concerning the privileges of French ambassadors at Rome. The ambition of Louis for fame and his desire for increase of territory were the causes of the following wars in which these generals took part: Turenne, Condé, Luxembourg, Catinat, Villars, Vendôme, Vauban, inventor of the modern system of military defense. 1667 to 1668, First War of Conquest, War of Devolution on account of the Spanish Netherlands. Cause: after the death of his father-in-law, Philip IV of Spain, Louis laid claim to the Spanish possessions in the Belgian provinces, Brabant, Flanders, etc., on the ground that, being the personal estates of the royal family of Spain, their descent ought to be regulated by the local droit de dévolution, a principle in private law whereby, in the event of a dissolution of a marriage by death, the survivor enjoyed the usufruct only of the property, the ownership being vested in the children, whence it followed that daughters of a first marriage inherited before sons of a second marriage. Footnote: Secundum antiquas McClallen Constitutionis et feri per universam Brabantiam superstes altero conjugo mortuo usufructuarius reditur suorum bonorum eorum propietate statum ad liberos proximos vel qui heredes futuri sunt devoluta. End of footnote. The renunciation of her heritage, which his wife had made, was, Louis claimed, invalid, since the stipulated dowry had never been paid. 1667, Turenne conquered a part of Flanders and Hainaut. 1668, January 23, by the exertions of Jan de Witt, pensioner of Holland, and Sir William Temple, England, Holland, and Sweden concluded the Triple Alliance, which induced Louis, after Condé had with great rapidity occupied the defenceless free county of Burgundy, Franche-Comté, to sign the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1668, May 2. Louis restored Franche-Comté, the fortress as having been dismantled, to Spain, in return for which he received 12 fortified towns on the border of the Spanish Netherlands, among others Lille, Tournai, and Oudenarde. The question of the succession was not settled, but deferred. 1672 to 1678, Second War of Conquest against Holland. The course of Holland in these transactions had inflamed the hatred of Louis against her, a hatred made still stronger by the refuge given by the provinces to political writers who annoyed him with their abusive publications. To gain his purpose, the destruction or the humiliation of Holland, Louis secured the disruption of the Triple Alliance. 1670, by a private treaty with Charles II of England, and 1672 between France and Sweden. Subsidy treaties with Cologne and Münster. 20,000 Germans fought for Louis in the following war. 1672, passage of the Rhine, rapid and easy conquest of southern Holland by Turenne, Condé, and the king, at the head of 100,000 men. The brothers de Witt, the leaders of the aristocratic Republican party in Holland, were killed during a popular outbreak, August 27, and William III of Orange was placed at the head of the state. The opening of the sluices saved the province of Holland and the city of Amsterdam. Alliance of Holland with Frederick William, Elector of Brandenburg, 1640 to 1688, afterwards joined by the Emperor and by Spain. 1673, Frederick William concluded the separate Peace of Wassem, not far from Louvain, in which he retained his possessions in Cleves, except Wesel and Ries. 1674, declaration of war by the Empire. Peace between England and Holland. Louis XIV conquered Franche-Comté in person. Condé fought against Orange. Drawn battle at Senef in the Netherlands. Brilliant campaign of Turenne on the Upper Rhine. First ravaging of the Palatinate against Montecuculi, the imperial general and the Elector of Brandenburg. The latter, recalled by the inroad of the Swedish allies of Louis XIV into his lands, defeated the Swedes in the Battle of Fehrbellin, 1675, June 18. In the same year, Turenne fell at Sassbach in Baden, July 27. The French retreated across the Rhine. 1676, naval successes in the Mediterranean against the Dutch and Spanish. Death of de Ruyter. 1677, marriage of William of Orange with Mary, eldest daughter of the Duke of York. 1678, surprise and capture of Ghent and Ypres by the French. Negotiations with each combatant, which had been for some time in progress, resulted in the Peace of Nimwegen. 1678 to 1679, Holland and France, August 10, 1678. Spain and France, September 17, 1678. The Emperor with France and Sweden, February 6, 1679. Holland with Sweden, October 12, 1679. At Fontainebleau. France and Denmark, September 2, 1679. Atlant, Denmark and Sweden, September 26, 1679. 1. Holland received its whole territory back upon condition of preserving neutrality. 2. Spain ceded to France Franche-Comté, and on the northeast frontier Valenciennes, Cambrai, and the Cambrésis, Aire, Poperinghen, Saint-Omer, Ypres, Condé, Bouchain, Maubeuge, and other towns. France ceded to Spain Charleroi, Binche, Oudenarde, Ath, Courtrai, Lamberg, Ghent, Vas, etc., and in Catalonia, Picardie. 3. The Emperor ceded to France Freiburg in the Breisgau. France gave up the right of garrison in Philipsburg. The Duke of Lorraine was to be restored to his duchy, but on such conditions that he refused to accept them. Louis XIV forced the Elector of Brandenburg to conclude the Peace of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, 1679, whereby he surrendered to Sweden nearly all of his conquest in Pomerania, in return for which he received only the reversion of the Principality of East Friesland, which became Prussian in 1744, and a small indemnification. Exclamation of the Elector, Exciorari aliquis nostris ex ossibus ultor. Virgil Aeneas, 4th Book, 625th line. Louis the Great, at the height of his power, his boundless ambition stimulated by the weakness of the empire, led him to establish the Chambers of Reunion, 1680 to 1683, at Metz, Briersac, Besançon, and Tournai. These were French courts of claims with power to investigate and decide what dependencies had at any time belonged to the territories and towns which had been ceded to France by the last 4 treaties of peace. The king executed with his troops the decisions of his tribunals, thus adding to violence in time of peace the scoff of a legal formality. Saarbrück, Luxembourg, Dupont, Zweibrücken, and many other towns were thus annexed to France. 1681 October, capture of Strasbourg by treachery. 1683 invasion of the Spanish Netherlands, occupation of Luxembourg, and seizure of Trier. 1684 Lorraine permanently occupied by France. To the weakness of the empire, the wars with the Turks, and the general confusion of European relations since the Peace of Nimwegen, it is to be attributed that these outrageous aggressions were met by nothing more than empty protests, and that a truce, 1684, for 20 years, was concluded at Regensburg between Louis and the Emperor and the Empire, whereby he retained everything he had obtained by reunion up to August 1, 1681, including Strasbourg. Louis's mistresses, Louise de la Vallière, Madame de Montespan, Madame de Maintenon, Françoise d'Aubigné, a narrow bigot whose influence over the king was boundless. Maria Theresa died 1683. Louis privately married to Madame de Maintenon. War upon heresy, the Dragonades in Languedoc, wholesale conversions. 1685, October 18, revocation of the Edict of Nantes. The exercise of the Reformed religion in France was forbidden. Children were to be educated in the Catholic faith. Emigration was prohibited. In spite of this, more than 50,000 families, including military leaders, Schomberg, men of letters, and the best part of the artificers of France, made their way to foreign countries. Their loss was a blow to the industry of the country, which hastened the approach of the Revolution. The exiles found welcome in Holland, England, Spitalfields, Brandenburg. The Protestants of Alsace retained the freedom of worship which had been secured to them. 1689 to 1697, Third War, war concerning the succession of the Palatinate. See genealogical chart, page 369. Cause, after the extinction of the male line of the electors, Palatine in the person of the Elector Charles, died 1685, whose sister was the wife of Louis XIV's brother, the Duke of Orleans. The king laid claim to the allodial lands of the family, a claim which he soon extended to the greater portion of the country. Another ground for war was found in the quarrel over the election of the Archbishop of Cologne, which Louis was resolved to secure for von Furstenberg, Bishop of Strasbourg, in place of Prince Clement of Bavaria, 1688. Meantime, the unfavorable impression produced throughout Protestant Europe by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes had contributed to the success of the plans of William of Orange, and 1686, July 9, the League of Augsburg, directed against France, was signed by the Emperor, the kings of Sweden and Spain, the electors of Bavaria, of Saxony, and the Palatinate. In 1688 occurred the revolution in England, which placed William of Orange on the throne of that country and added a powerful kingdom to the new foes of Louis. The exiled James II took refuge with the French monarch, court at Saint-Germain. 1688 October, invasion and frightful devastation of the Palatinate by order of Louvois, executed by Locke, Heidelberg, Mannheim, Speyer, Worms, and the whole country as far as the borders of Alsace ravaged and burnt. The military successes of the French on the Rhine were unimportant, especially after 1693, when Prince Louis of Bavaria assumed the chief command against them. 1689, the Grand Alliance between the powers who had joined the League of Augsburg and England and Holland. Savoy had joined the League in 1687. The principal scene of war was in the Netherlands. 1690, June 30, Battle of Fleurieu, defeat of the Prince of Waldeck by Louis, General Marshal Luxembourg. The French expedition to Ireland in aid of James had but a temporary success. 1690, July 1, victory of William III over the adherents of James II at the Battle of the Boyne in Ireland. French successes in Piedmont. Catinat reduced Savoy. Defeat of Victor Amadeus at Staffarda. 1692, May, defeat of the French fleet under Tourville by the English and Dutch at Cape La Hogue. The mastery of the sea passed from the French to the English. Death of Louvois. 1692, July 24, Battle of Steenkirken in Hainaut. Victory of Luxembourg over William III. Fall of Namur, June. 1693, July 29, Battle of Neerwinden. Victory of Luxembourg over William III, who, in spite of his many defeats, still kept the field. In Italy, Marshal Catinat defeated the Duke of Savoy at Marsaglia. Rise of Prince Eugenio von Savoy, the little Abbé, son of Maurice of Savoy-Carignan, Count of Soissons, and Olympia Mancini, niece of Mazarin. Born 1663 at Paris, refused a commission by Louis XIV. He entered the Austrian service in 1683. Died April 21, 1736. On June 30, the English fleet was defeated at Lagos Bay by Tourville. Failure of the English attack upon Brest, 1694, not by the treachery of Marlborough. Death of Luxembourg, January 1696. He was succeeded by the incapable Villeroy. 1695, September, recapture of Namur by William III. 1696, May 30, separate peace with Savoy at Turin. All conquests were restored to the Duke, Pignerol, and Casale, and his daughter married Louis's grandson, the Duke of Burgundy. Savoy promised to remain neutral. 1697, September 30, Peace of Ryswick, a village near The Hague. Treaty between France, England, Spain, and Holland. 1. Confirmation of the separate peace with Savoy. 2. Restoration of conquest between France and England and Holland. William III acknowledged as King of England, and Anne as his successor, Louis promising not to help his enemies. 3. It was agreed that the chief fortresses in the Spanish Netherlands should be garrisoned with Dutch troops as a barrier between France and Holland. 4. France restored to Spain all places which had been reunited since the Peace of Nimwegen, with the exception of 82 places and all conquests. 5. Holland restored Pondicherry in India to the French East India Company and received commercial privileges in return. 1697, October 30, treaty between France and the Emperor and Empire. 1. France ceded all the reunions except Alsace, which thenceforward was lost to the Empire. 2. Strasbourg was ceded to France. 3. France ceded Freiburg and Brisach to the Emperor and Philipsburg to the Empire. 4. The Duchy of Zweibrücken was restored to the King of Sweden as Count Palatine of the Rhine. 5. Lorraine was restored to Duke Leopold, excepting Sarah Louis. 6. The claims of Cardinal Furstenberg to the Archbishopric of Cologne were disavowed. 7. The Rhine was made free. Brilliant period of French literature in the age of Louis XIV. Corneille, 1606 to 1684. Racine, 1639 to 1699. Molière, Jean-Baptiste Poquelin, 1622 to 1673. La Fontaine, 1621 to 1695. Boileau, 1636 to 1711. Bossuet, 1627 to 1704. Fléchier, died 1710. Fenelon, François de Salignac de la Mothe, 1651 to 1715. Louis' court at Versailles after 1680 was the pattern for all the other courts of Europe. Buildings, luxury, mistresses, La Vallière, Montespan, Fontanges. After the death of his wife Maria Theresa of Spain, 1683, Louis made a secret marriage with Françoise d'Aubigné, widowed of the poet Scarron, 1610 to 1660, whom he made Marquise de Maintenon. End of section 67.
Section 68 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 68, Part 3, Germany. 1658 to 1705, Leopold I, son of Ferdinand III. After 1663, permanent Diet at Regensburg, consisting of the representatives of the 8 electors, the 69 ecclesiasticals, the 96 secular princes, and the imperial cities. A miracle of tedious legislation, often degenerating into a squabble for precedence. A bladeless knife without a handle. Corpus Catholicorum and Corpus Evangelicorum, the corporate organizations of the Catholic and Evangelical estates, the latter being the most important. This organization of the Protestant estates had existed, in fact, since the latter half of the 16th century, but it was legally recognized in the Peace of Westphalia, where it was decreed that in the Diet matters relating to religion and the Church should not be decided by a majority, but should be settled by conference and agreement between the Catholic and Protestant estates as organized corporations. 1661 to 1664, First War with the Turks, caused by a dispute concerning the election of a prince in Transylvania. The Turkish successes at last enabled the Emperor to obtain help from the Empire and from the French. Victory of the Imperial General Montecuculi over the Turks at St. Gothard on the Raab, 1664. A truce for 20 years, favourable to the Turks, was nevertheless concluded. War of the Empire against Louis XIV. 1666. Settlement of the contested succession of Cleve-Jülich. Cleve, Mark, Ravenstein, and half of Ravensburg given to Brandenburg. Afterwards the whole of Ravensburg instead of Ravenstein. 1682 to 1699, Second War with the Turks. Conspiracy of Hungarian magnates detected and punished. Count Toccoli appealed to the Turks for aid. Invasion of Hungary by the Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa, and Siege of Vienna, 1683. Heroic defence conducted by Rudiger von Sterenberg. Successful relief by a united German and Polish army under Charles of Lorraine and John Sobieski, King of Poland. Henceforth active participation of the German princes in the war, assisted by Venice. After the victory of Charles of Lorraine over the Turks at Mohacs, August 12, 1687, the Diet at Pressburg conferred the hereditary succession to the throne of Hungary upon the male line of Austria. The war continued with varying fortune until Prince Eugene, by the victory of Zenta, 1697, brought about the Peace of Karlowitz, January 26, 1699. 1. The Porte received the Banat Temescar. Austria the rest of Hungary and Transylvania. 2. Venice received Morea, the Peloponnesus. Toward the close of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th century, several German princes obtained an elevation in rank. 1. 1692, Hanover became the 9th electorate. 2. 1697, the Elector of Saxony, Augustus II, after the death of John Sobieski, became King of Poland and adopted the Catholic faith. 3. 1701, Frederick III, Elector of Brandenburg, 1688 to 1713, son of the Great Elector, assumed, with the consent of the Emperor, the title of King of Prussia, Frederick I, and crowned himself at Königsberg, January the 18th. End of section 68. Recording by Alan Mapstone. Section 69 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 69, Part 4, The North and East. Sweden. Sweden, whose possessions almost surrounded the Baltic Sea, was the first power of the North after the 30 Years' War, 1654 to 1718. 1751, Dynasty of the Counts Palatine of Zweibrücken. 1654 to 1660, Charles X, Gustavus, undertook a war with Poland because John Casimir of the House of Vasa refused to acknowledge him. He invaded Livonia and Poland, captured Warsaw, and drove John Casimir into Silesia. Frederick William, Elector of Brandenburg, who had come with an army to the defence of East Prussia, was obliged by the Treaty of Königsberg, 1656, to receive his duchy in fee from Sweden, as he had heretofore held it from Poland. He received also from the bishopric of Ermland. Uprising in Poland against the Swedes. Charles Gustavus and the Elector Frederick William, who had become a still closer ally by the Treaty of Marienburg, 1656, gained the 3 days' Battle of Warsaw over the Poles. In order to further secure for himself the aid of the Elector of Brandenburg, Charles Gustavus granted him, in the Treaty of Availle, 1656, the sovereignty over East Prussia and Ermland. Nevertheless, Russia, Denmark, and the Emperor declared war upon Sweden, and they were soon joined by the Elector of Brandenburg, who received from Poland in the Treaty of Wehlau, 1657, recognition of his sovereignty over East Prussia, but not over Ermland, for which he received compensation elsewhere. The Swedes were soon driven out of Poland, retaining a hold on Polish Prussia only. Charles Gustavus attacked Denmark, which he soon conquered, crossing of the frozen belt, January 1658, and compelled to make important cessions in the Peace of Roskilde, 1658. In the same year, Charles Gustavus invaded Denmark a second time, purposing the annihilation of the monarchy. Courageous defence of Copenhagen. The Danes received assistance from all sides. Raise of the siege. Sudden death of Charles Gustavus, 1660. 1660 to 1697. Under his minor son Charles XI, the Peace of Olivia, monastery near Danzig, was concluded with Poland. 1660. John Casimir abandoned his claims upon the throne of Sweden, as well as upon Livonia and Estonia. Restoration of the Duke of Kurland, the sovereignty of Prussia ratified by Sweden and Poland. This was followed immediately by the Peace of Copenhagen with Denmark, which surrendered forever the southern part of the Scandinavian peninsula, which had been ceded already by the Peace of Roskilde, but retained Drothheim and Bornholm. Peace between Sweden and Russia at Cardiff, 1661. Reciprocal surrender of conquests. War between Sweden as the ally of France and Brandenburg. Battle of Fehrbellin, Peace of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Denmark. Immediately after the peace, 1660, the Third Estate, burghers, impatient of the rule of the nobility and the clergy, conferred upon the king, Frederick III, 1648 to 1670, an absolutely uncontrolled authority, Lex Regia. In the same way, the Swedish estates, weary of the overgreat power of the royal council, conferred almost unlimited power upon the king, Charles XI, who was now of age. Poland. In Poland, on the contrary, the royal power had become a mere shadow at this period, and the state was, in fact, a republic of nobles. The Diet, composed of the Senate, bishops, woiwods, castellanes, and the elected representatives from the country, representatives of the nobility, exercised every function of government. The liberum veto, that is, the right of each individual member of the Diet to defeat a resolution by his protest, and thus to break up the Diet, led to bribery, violence, and, in the end, to absolute anarchy. After the abdication of John Casimir, 1668, there followed a bloody contest for the throne. Then John Sobieski, 1674 to 1696, the liberator of Vienna, and finally Augustus II of Saxony, 1697 to 1733, under whom the war with the Turks was ended by the Peace of Karlowitz. Russia. Under the House of Romanov, Russia developed in strength and influence. The son of the founder of the dynasty, Alexis, reconquered Little White Russia from Poland and began to introduce European civilization into Russia. After the death of his eldest son, Feodor, 1682, his brothers Ivan and Peter, son of the Tsar's second wife, Natalia Narishkin, proclaimed Tsars under the guardianship of their elder sister, Sophia, by the Streltsy, the noble bodyguard of the emperor. Peter in Preobranshensk, under the guidance of Lefort, a Swiss. Playing soldiers, origin of the later guard. His half-sister Sophia endeavored to exclude him from the throne, but was sent to a cloister by Peter, 1689. 1689 to 1725, Peter I, the Great, reigned as sole monarch, his weak-minded brother Ivan continuing until his death, 1696, without the least authority. Peter began his reforms with the assistance of Gordon, a Scot, and Lefort. Conquest of Azov, 1696. After cruelly punishing a revolt of the Streltsy, Peter undertook his first journey, 1697 to 1698, for his instruction through Germany to Holland, where he worked as a ship's carpenter in Zaandam, and afterwards to England, engagement of foreign artisans, artists, and military officers. Peter intended to visit Italy, but was recalled by a new revolt of the Streltsy, 1698. Bloody punishment, dissolution of the Streltsy, who were replaced by an army after the European pattern, 1699. 1699, peace with the Turks at Karlowitz, acquisition of Azov. End of section 69. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 70 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 70, Part 5, England, 1649 to 1660. England a republic. The Commonwealth. The government was actually in the hands of the Army of Independence under Oliver Cromwell. Born at Huntingdon, April 25, 1599, where he met Prince Charles, 1603. Admitted to Sydney, Sussex College, 1616. Death of his father, 1617. Married Elizabeth Bourchier, 1620. MP for Huntingdon, 1628. His first speech, February 1629. Removed to St. Ives, 1631. Removed to Ely, 1636. Affair of Bedford Level, 1638. MP for Cambridge, 1640. Removed to London. Resided at the Cockpit, Westminster, 1650. At Whitehall, 1654. Died September 3, 1658. Children: Oliver Richard, born 1626. Abdicated May 25, 1659. Died 1712. Henry, born 1628. Bridget married Ireton, 1646. Fleetwood, 1651. Elizabeth married Mr. Claypole, died 1658. Frances married Richard Rich, grandson of Warwick, 1657. Mary married Lord Fauconberg, but theoretically the legislative department was in the hands of the Rump Parliament, consisting of some 50 members of the Commons, independents, while the executive was entrusted to a council of state numbering 41 members, 3 judges, 3 military commanders, 5 peers, 30 members of the Commons. Abolition of the title and office of King and of the House of Lords. Charles II, proclaimed in Edinburgh, February 5. New Great Seal, rising in Ireland in favor of Charles II under the Marquis of Ormond. Expedition of Cromwell to Ireland, August 15. 1649. September 12. Storm of Drogheda. Massacre of the garrison, followed by the storm and massacre of Wexford. Cromwell returned to London, May 1650, leaving Ireton in Ireland. The rebellion was not thoroughly put down until 1652, when 3 out of 4 provinces were confiscated. 1650. Montrose, landed in Scotland, was defeated at Corbeesdale. April 27. Betrayed, captured, and executed at Edinburgh, May 21. June 24. Charles II landed in Scotland, and after taking the Covenant was proclaimed king. Cromwell appointed Captain General in place of Fairfax. He led 16,000 men to Scotland and totally defeated the Scots under Leslie at the Battle of Dunbar, September 3. Surrender of Edinburgh and Glasgow. 1651. January 1. Charles II was crowned at Scone and marched into England. July, at the head of the Scotch army, while Cromwell took Perth. August 2. The latter followed the king, and at the Battle of Worcester totally defeated the Royalists. September 3. Charles, in disguise, escaped to France. 1651. October 9. First Navigation Act, forbidding the importation of goods into England except in English vessels, but goods might be conveyed to England in vessels belonging to the country producing the goods. This measure was aimed at the Dutch and resulted in the Dutch War, 1652, July 8 to April 5, 1654. Naval actions in the Channel. English commanders: Blake, Monk; Dutch, Van Tromp, de Ruyter. English victory in the Downs before the declaration of war, May. Defeat of Van Tromp and de Ruyter, September 28. Defeat of Blake, November. Defeat of Van Tromp off Portland, February 18, 1653, off the North Foreland, June 2-3. Death of Ireton, November 1651. Between the army and the Rump there had been growing contention since the death of Charles I. A new parliament was desirable, but the members of the Rump wished to retain their seats in any new parliament. The negotiations for ransom of confiscated royalist estates led to bribery of members. 1652 February, Act of Indemnity and Oblivion. August, First Act of Settlement for Ireland. 1653 April 20, Cromwell turned out the Rump and dissolved the Council of State, establishment of a new council and nomination of a new parliament. July 4, Bare Bones Parliament, also called the Little Parliament, consisting of about 140 members. July 31, Victory of Monk off the Texel, death of Van Tromp. September, Second Act of Settlement for Ireland. December 12, the Cromwellians in Parliament resigned their powers to Cromwell, an act subsequently approved by the majority. 1653 December to May 1659 Protectorate. 1653 December 16 to September 3, 1658. Cromwell, Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The instrument of government, a written constitution. The executive power was vested in the Lord Protector, who was provided with a council of 21 which filled its own vacancies. A standing army of 30,000 men established. Parliament was to be triennial and to consist of 460 members, and when once summoned could not be dissolved inside of 5 months. Between sessions the Protector and Council could issue ordinances with the force of laws, but Parliament alone could grant supplies and levy taxes. 1654 April 5, Peace with the Dutch. September 3, new Parliament. As the course of the Assembly did not suit the Protector, he ordered an exclusion of members. September 12, after voting that the office of Protector should be elective instead of hereditary, the Parliament was dissolved. January 22, 1655. April, Blake chastised the days of Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli. March to May, rising of Penruddock at Salisbury suppressed. Execution of Penruddock. England divided into 12 military districts, each under a major general, with a force supported by a tax of 10% on royalist estates. May, Penn and Venables, sent to make reprisals in the Spanish West Indies, captured Jamaica. 1655 October, pacification of Benerolo concluded with France. The Duke of Savoy to stop the persecution of the Vaudois. Charles to be expelled from France. November, Anglican clergymen forbidden to teach or preach. Priests ordered out of the kingdom. Censorship of the press. 1656 to 1659, war with Spain. September 9, capture of Spanish treasure ships off Cadiz. 1656, September 17 to February 4, 1658, Cromwell's Third Parliament. Another exclusion of members. October, reduction of the power of the major generals. 1657 January, plot against the Protector, killing, no murder. Punishment of Naylor. March to May, humble petition and advice altering the Constitution adopted by Parliament. Establishment of a second House. The Council of State reduced in power. The Protector deprived of the right of excluding members. Fixed supply for the Army and Navy. Toleration of all Christians except Episcopalians and Roman Catholics. The title of king was offered to Cromwell, but rejected by him. May 8. April 20. Victory of Blake off Santa Cruz. Death of Blake, August 17. June 26. Second inauguration of Cromwell. 1658, January 20. New session of Parliament, including the other House. February 4. Dissolution of Cromwell's last Parliament. May. Siege of Dunkirk by the English and French. A Spanish force advancing to the relief of the town was defeated in the Battle of the Dunes, June 4, which was followed by the surrender of Dunkirk, June 17. In the Peace of the Pyrenees, 1659, England received this town. September 3. Death of Oliver Cromwell. 1658, September 3 to May 25, 1659. Richard Cromwell, Lord Protector. 1659, January 27. A new Parliament met and was soon involved in a dispute with the army, which induced Richard to dissolve the Parliament. Humble representation and advice of the officers, April 22. May 7. The Rump Parliament reassembled under Lenthal as Speaker. May 25. Richard Cromwell resigned the Protectorate. August. Insurrection of Booth, crushed at Winnington Bridge. Lambert. October 13. Expulsion of the Rump by the army. Lambert. Appointment of a military committee of safety. This assertion of authority did not meet with approval even within the army. December 26. Restoration of the Rump. Monk, who was in Scotland, led his army to London and assumed control of affairs. February 3, 1660. Monk, Captain General. 1660, February 21. Restoration of members excluded in 1648. Reestablishment of the Long Parliament. March 16. Final dissolution of the Long Parliament. Footnote. Recapitulation of the history of the Long Parliament. 1640, November 3, first assembled. 1648, December 6-7, Pride's Purge, the Rump. 1653, April 20, the Rump turned out by Cromwell. 1659, May 7, the Rump restored. 1659, October 13, the Rump expelled by the army. 1659, December 26, the Rump restored. 1660, February 21, members excluded by Pride's Purge restored. 1660, March 16, the Parliament dissolved. End of footnote. 1660, April 14, Declaration of Breda. Charles proclaimed amnesty to all not especially accepted by Parliament, promised liberty of religious belief, and the settlement of confiscated estates in the hands of the possessors. 1660, April 25 to December 29, Convention, Parliament, chosen without restrictions and numbering 556 members. The Parliament received the Declaration of Breda favorably and returned a loyal answer to the King. May 1. May 8, Charles proclaimed King. On May 29, he entered London. 1660 to 1685, Charles II. Extravagant, dissipated, careless of the duties of his position. Charles's restoration was hailed by an outburst of loyalty which enabled him to neglect many of the promises of the Declaration of Breda. The king's brother, James, Duke of York, appointed Lord High Admiral and Warden of the Cinque Ports. Monk, Captain General. Sir Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon, Chancellor and Prime Minister. Abolition of the feudal rights of knight service, worship, and purveyance, in consideration of a yearly income for the king of £1,200,000. Restoration of the bishops to their sees and to Parliament. Active indemnity for all political offences committed between January 1, 1637, and June 24, 1660. The regicides were accepted from this act. All acts of the Long Parliament to which Charles I had assented were declared in force. The army was disbanded October, excepting some 5,000 men. Declaration for the settlement of Ireland. 1660, December 29, dissolution of the Convention Parliament. 1661, January, rising of the Fifth Monarchy men in London. Venner. Bodies of Cromwell, Ireton, Bradshaw disinterred and treated with indignity. Royalist Parliament in Scotland. Abolition of the Covenant. Repeal of all enactments of preceding parliaments for the last 28 years. April to July, Savoy Conference of Episcopalians and Presbyterians. April 23, coronation of Charles II. 1661, May 8 to January 24, 1679. New Parliament, Cavalier or Pension Parliament. Solemn League and Covenant burnt. 1661, May 27. Execution of Argyle in Scotland. November 20, Corporation Act. All magistrates and municipal officers obliged to take the sacrament according to the Church of England, to abjure the covenant, and to take an oath declaring it illegal to bear arms against the king. James Sharp, created Archbishop of St. Andrews, attempted to introduce episcopacy in Scotland. 1662, May 20, marriage of Charles II with Catherine of Braganza, daughter of John IV of Portugal. August 24, the Act of Uniformity, adopted May 19, went into operation. All clergymen, fellows, and schoolmasters were required to assent to everything in the Book of Common Prayer. Nearly 2,000 nonconformists lost their livings. Dissenters. Declaration of Indulgence promised. 1662, June 14, execution of Sir Henry Vane. November, sale of Dunkirk to France for £400,000, act of settlement for Ireland. 1663, an insurrection of Fifth Monarchy men in the north was followed by the passage of the Conventicle Act. May 1664, forbidding the meeting of more than 5 persons for religious worship, except in the household or in accordance with the established church. Repeal of the Triennial Act, 1641. August, capture of New Amsterdam in America. 1665, February 22 to July 21, 1667. War with Holland. 1665, April, the plague in London. June 3, naval victory of Lowestoft over the Dutch. October, the 5 Mile Act. All who had not subscribed to the Act of Uniformity were ordered to take the oath of non-resistance, to swear never to undertake any alteration in church or state, and those who refused were prohibited from coming within 5 miles of any incorporated town or of any place where they had been settled as ministers. 1666, January 16 to July 21, 1667. War with France. June 1 to 4, defeat of Albemarle, Monk by the Dutch, De Ruyter, De Witt off the North Foreland, defeat of the Dutch, July 25. September 2, Great Fire of London, lasting over a week and burning a region of 450 acres. The monument, St. Paul's, rebuilt by Sir Christopher Wren. November 28, Battle of Pentland Hills in Scotland, defeat of the Covenanters, who had revolted under their persecutions by Dalziel. 1667, June, the Dutch fleet burnt Sheerness, entered the Medway, and sailed to within 20 miles of London. July 21, treaties of Breda between England, Holland, France, Denmark. England received from France Antigua, Montserrat. English St. Christopher's. France received Acadia. England and Holland adopted the status quo of May 20, 1667. England retaining New Amsterdam and Holland Suriname. It was agreed that goods brought down the Rhine might be transported to England in Dutch vessels. August, fall of Clarendon, on whom the most unpopular acts of the government were fathered. He was deprived of the Great Seal, impeached, and banished for life. Died at Rouen, 1674. The chief officers of state, whose councils determined the course of government, began in this reign to be looked upon as a distinct unconstitutional council, although they did not for some time to come stand and fall together. Accession of a new ministry called the Cabal. Footnote: this word did not originate from the initials of the ministers, although the coincidence of their happening to spell the word gave a zest to its application. Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, Lauderdale. 1668. January 13. The Triple Alliance between England, Holland, and Sweden, negotiated by Sir William Temple and John de Witt as a check upon the aggressions of Louis XIV. 1670. May 22. Secret Treaty of Dover between Charles II and Louis XIV, negotiated by Charles's sister Henrietta, Duchess of Orléans. Charles agreed that he and the Duke of York would openly join the Church of Rome as soon as expedient, that he would support Louis in his wars with Spain and Holland. Louis promised Charles £200,000 a year while the war lasted, and the assistance of 6,000 men in case of an insurrection. Louise La Coroyaya, Charles's mistress, created Duchess of Portsmouth. The Duke of York at once professed his belief in Rome. 1670. Second Conventicle Act, more stringent than the first. 1672. Charles, being in want of money, closed the exchequer, thus seizing £1,200,000, which had been advanced to the government by bankers. A general panic followed. 1672. March. Declaration of Indulgence. Under the pretense of lightening the burden on nonconformists, the proclamation really aimed at securing toleration for papists. Parliament compelled the king to withdraw the indulgence in 1673. 1672. March 17 to February 9, 1674. War with Holland. Invasion of Holland by Louis XIV. Revolution in the Netherlands. Murder of John and Cornelius de Witt. William of Orange, Stadtholder. May 28. English naval victory at South Wold Bay. November. Shaftesbury. Anthony Ashley Cooper, Lord Chancellor. 1673. March. Test Act. All persons holding office under government were compelled to take the oaths of allegiance and of supremacy, to abjure transubstantiation, and to take the sacrament according to the established church. The Duke of York, Shaftesbury, Lord Clifford, resigned office, being superseded by Prince Rupert, Sir Thomas Osborne, Earl of Danby, Viscount Latimer, Marquis of Carmarthen, Duke of Leeds, and Sir Heneage Finch, Earl of Nottingham. Buckingham out of office. November 21. Marriage of the Duke of York with Mary d'Este, Princess of Modena. 1674. February 9. Treaty of Westminster. End of the Dutch-English War. 1677. November 4. Marriage of Mary, daughter of the Duke of York, with William of Orange, afterwards William III. Treaty with Holland. Secret treaty with France. Abolition of the writ de haeretico comburendo. August 10. Peace of Nimeguen. 1678. September. The Popish Plot. This famous scare began with the information given by Titus Oates concerning an alleged plot for the murder of Charles and the establishment of Roman Catholicism in England, devised by Don John of Austria and the father confessor of Louis XIV. Père Lachaise. Death of Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey. Upon the meeting of Parliament, 5 Catholic lords, Powis, Bellasis, Stafford, Petre, Arundel, were sent to the Tower. Conviction and execution of Coleman, confessor of the Duchess of York. Bedloe swore to the plot moved by the favours showered on Oates. Passage of the Papists Disabling Act, repealed, 1828, excluding Roman Catholics from Parliament. December. Impeachment of Danby on a charge of criminal correspondence with France. 1679. January 24. Dissolution of the pensioned Parliament. Danby dismissed from the office of Lord High Treasurer. The Duke of York left the kingdom after procuring from Charles a statement that he had never had any other than his present wife, this to dispose of the claims of the Duke of Monmouth, natural son of Charles, and Lucy Walters. 1679. March 6 to May 27, 1679. Third Parliament of Charles II. The impeachment of Danby was resumed, and he was committed to the Tower, where he lay until 1685. Adoption of the Council of 30, in accordance with the scheme of government sketched by Sir William Temple, being found cumbersome in practice, it was soon superseded by a new Cabinet Council composed of Sir William Temple, Savile, Viscount Halifax, Capel, Earl of Essex, Spencer, Earl of Sunderland, Shaftesbury, President, afterwards in opposition. Introduction of a bill to prevent the Duke of York from succeeding to the crown, he being a Roman Catholic. Exclusion Bill passed to a second reading in the Commons, 207 to 128. 1679, May. The Habeas Corpus Act, signed by the King. Judges were obliged, on application, to issue to any prisoner a writ of habeas corpus, directing the jailer to produce the body of the prisoner and show cause for his imprisonment. Prisoners should be indicted in the first term of their commitment and tried not later than the second. No person once set free by order of the court could be again imprisoned for the same offense. May 27, prorogation of Parliament, dissolved in July. May to June, Covenanters in Scotland cruelly persecuted by Lauderdale. Murder of Archbishop Sharp, May 3, 1679. Defeat of Claverhouse by the Covenanters under Balfour at Drumclog, June 1. June 22, Battle of Bothwell Brig. Defeat of the Covenanters by the Duke of Monmouth. Cruelties of the Duke of York in Scotland. October 7, the Fourth Parliament of Charles II, prorogued immediately upon its meeting without the advice of the Council. Sir W. Temple, Essex, and Halifax resigned, and were succeeded by Sidney Godolphin, Earl of Godolphin, and Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, son of Clarendon. Meal Tub Plot, an alleged Papist conspiracy against the King, disclosed by Dangerfield. Papers in a tub of meal. Meeting of Parliament demanded by the Opposition, Shaftesbury. Petitions sent up asking that Parliament be called. The court party retorted by sending addresses expressive of their abhorrence at this interference with the King. Hence petitioners, the Opposition, and abhorrers, the Government, afterwards Whigs and Tories. Whig, name of a Scotch, Tory of an Irish faction. 1680, October 21 to January 18, 1681. Fourth Parliament of Charles II. The Exclusion Bill, passed by the Commons, was thrown out in the Lords by the influence of Halifax. 1681, March 21 to 28. Fifth Parliament of Charles II at Oxford. A new Exclusion Bill being introduced, Parliament was dissolved. March 28. July to August, execution of Plunkett, Archbishop of Armagh, for high treason. July 1, of College. August 31. November, Shaftesbury accused of high treason, committed to the Tower. The bill being ignored by the grand jury, he escaped to Holland, died 1683. Continued persecution of the Covenanters, Coventiclers, and Cameronians, so called after a popular preacher, died July 20, 1680. In Scotland, passage of a Test Act against the Presbyterians, which, however, also caused the resignation of some 80 Episcopal clergymen. Trial and condemnation of the Earl of Argyle, December. His flight. 1682. William of Orange in England. The Duke of York, accompanied by John Churchill, born 1650, served under Turenne in France, general under James II, married Sarah Jennings. Baron Churchill, 1685, Earl of Marlborough, 1689, Duke of Marlborough, 1702. Died June 16, 1722, shipwrecked on the voyage to Scotland. Monmouth made a progress in the northwest counties and was arrested and held to bail. December, death of the Earl of Nottingham. Finch, Sir Francis North, made Lord Keeper. Sunderland, Secretary of State. January 1683. 1683, June, judgment given against the City of London on a quo warranto, forfeiture of the charter, which was ransomed. This process was successfully repeated with other corporations. Confederacy of Monmouth, Essex, Russell, Grey, Howard, Sidney, Hampton, for securing a change in the proceedings of the government. This was supplemented by a plot of a different set of persons for the assassination of the king, known as the Rye House plot, from the place where the king was to be shot. Both plots were revealed: suicide of Essex, execution of Russell and Sidney. Monmouth was pardoned and retired to Holland. September. Jeffreys, Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench. The Duke of York was reinstated in office. Danby liberated. Oates fined. 1684. 1685. February 6. Death of Charles II, who accepted Roman Catholicism on his deathbed. 1685 to 1688. James II, a cruel, revengeful, deceitful despot. He was twice married. 1. Anne Hyde, daughter of Lord Clarendon. Daughters Mary, married William of Orange. Anne married George of Denmark. 2. Mary d'Este, son James Edward. Halifax, President of the Council. Sunderland, Secretary of State. Godolphin, Chamberlain of the Queen. Clarendon, Lord Privy Seal. Rochester, Treasurer. 1685, May 19 to July 2, 1687. Parliament of James II. Trial and condemnation of Richard Baxter. Danby and the Popish lords discharged. May. Trial of Oates and Dangerfield, who were sentenced to be whipped. Dangerfield died from the punishment. 1685. Expedition of Monmouth and Argyle. May. Argyle landed in Scotland, where he was coldly received. June 17. He was captured and executed. June 30. June 11. Landing of Monmouth in Dorsetshire. He proclaimed himself king as James II. Gathering a force of some 60,000 men, he was defeated in the Battle of Sedgemoor. July 6. The last battle in England. July 15. Execution of Monmouth on Tower Hill. Kirke's lambs quartered on the people in the western counties. Jeffreys sent on a circuit in the west to try the rebels and those who had aided them. The bloody assizes. Lady Alice Liesel. Jeffreys made Lord Chancellor. Halifax dismissed from the presidency of the council and superseded by the Earl of Sunderland, who became a Roman Catholic. Parliament met November 9, but as they would not repeal the last act, they were prorogued November 27. Arrival of many refugees from France after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. 1686 June. Sir Edward Hales, a papist appointed to office by James under a dispensation, in a suit brought to test the legality of the act. Judgment was procured in the king's favor by the appointment of judges favorable to the court. Catholic worship allowed. Protestant clergymen forbidden to preach doctrinal sermons. Compton, Bishop of London, refused to remove the rector of St. Giles, who had disobeyed this order. He was therefore tried before a new court of ecclesiastical commission and suspended. July 1686. Camp of 13,000 men at Hounslow Heath. Rochester dismissed from office. 1687. Clarendon superseded by Tyrconnel. Richard Talbot as Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. The Fellows of Magdalen College, having refused to accept Farmer, a papist, whom the king had appointed president, were expelled from their college. This was only a part of the attempt made by the king to secure the universities. April 1st. Declaration of Liberty of Conscience, published by the king in England and Scotland, granting liberty of conscience to all denominations. July. Parliament dissolved. Father Patre, the king's confessor and chief adviser, admitted to the Privy Council. 1688. April 25. Second Declaration for Liberty of Conscience, ordered to be read in all churches. Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Bishops Ken, Blake, Lloyd, Turner, Trelawney, White, were committed to the Tower for having petitioned the king not to insist on their reading an illegal order. June 10. Birth of a prince. June 29-30. Trial of the bishops for having published a false, malicious, and seditious libel. The bishops were acquitted, a verdict which was received with wild enthusiasm throughout the country. On the same day an invitation was dispatched to William of Orange to save England from a Catholic tyranny. It was signed by the 7 eminent persons, or 7 patriots: the Earl of Devonshire, Earl of Shrewsbury, Earl of Danby, Compton, Bishop of London, Henry Sidney, Lord Lumley, Admiral Russell. James declared his intention to call a Parliament. Last meeting of the Ecclesiastical Commission. September 30, Declaration of William to the people of England, accepting the invitation for the purpose of securing the religious and civil rights of Englishmen. Doubts thrown on the birth of the prince. William's army was under Schomberg. His fleet was under Admiral Herbert. James's land force was led by Feversham, while Dartmouth commanded the fleet. The declaration frightened James. He endeavored to retrace his steps and dismiss Sunderland from the council. William sailed from Helvoetsluys October 19 with 14,000 men, but was driven back by a gale, starting again November 1, 1688. November 5, William landed at Torbay. Risings occurred in various parts of the kingdom, and William was joined by the Duke of Grafton and Lord Churchill. November 22, Princess Anne fled from London in company with Lady Churchill. James issued writs for a new parliament and sent commissioners to treat with William. December 10, Queen and Prince sent to France. December 11, flight of James, who tore up the unissued writs for parliament and took with him the Great Seal, which he threw into the Thames. 1688, December 11 to February 13, 1689, Interregnum. Riots in London, flight of Sunderland and Father Petre, capture of Jeffreys, died in the Tower, April 18, 1689. December 12, provisional government under the presidency of Halifax, established by the peers in London. December 17, James, who had been stopped at Sheerness, was brought back to London. December 18, James retired to Rochester. December 19, William entered London. December 22, James escaped to France, where he received a pension from Louis XIV. 1689, January 22 to January 27, 1690, Convention, Parliament, summoned by the advice of the peers. On January 28, the Commons declared that King James II, having endeavored to subvert the constitution of the kingdom by breaking the original contract between king and people, and by the advice of Jesuits and other wicked persons, having violated the fundamental laws, and having withdrawn himself out of the kingdom, has abdicated the government, and that the throne is vacant. Also, that it hath been found by experience to be inconsistent with the safety and welfare of this Protestant kingdom to be governed by a popish prince. The Lords objected to the use of the word abdicated, and to the declaration of the vacancy of the throne, but an agreement being reached in a conference of the two houses, the crown was offered to Mary, and the regency to William. This being refused, February 13, 1680, Parliament offered the crown to William and Mary, jointly accompanying the offer by the presentation of the Declaration of Rights, asserting the true, ancient, and indubitable rights of the people of this realm. 1. That the making or suspending law without consent of Parliament is illegal. 2. That the exercise of the dispensing power is illegal. 3. That the Ecclesiastical Commission Court and other such like courts are illegal. 4. The levying money without consent of Parliament is illegal. 5. That it is lawful to petition the sovereign. 6. That the maintenance of a standing army without the consent of Parliament is illegal. 7. That it is lawful to keep arms. 8. That elections of members of Parliament must be free. 9. That there must be freedom of debate in Parliament. 10. That excessive bail should never be demanded. 11. That juries should be impaneled and returned in every trial. 12. That grants of estates as forfeited before conviction of the offender are illegal. 13. That Parliament should be held frequently. William and Mary were declared King and Queen of England for life, the chief administration resting with William. The crown was next settled on William's children by Mary, in default of such issue on the Princess Anne of Denmark and her children, and in default of these on the children of William by any other wife. The crown was accepted by William and Mary, who were on the same day proclaimed King and Queen of Great Britain, Ireland, and France. 1689 to 1702. William III and Mary until 1694. Privy Councillors: Earl of Danby, Marquis of Carmarthen, President; Nottingham, Shrewsbury, Secretaries of State; Marquis of Halifax, Privy Seal; Schomberg, Duke of Schomberg, Master General of Ordnance; Bentinck, Earl of Portland, Privy Purse and Groom of the Stole; Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury, author of History of My Own Times. February 22, Convention Parliament transformed by Act into a regular Parliament. Settlement of the Coronation Oath. March 1, Oaths of Allegiance and Supremacy taken by the Houses, the clergy, etc. A few peers, some members of the lower house refused them. 6 bishops and about 400 clergymen were finally, 1691, deprived of their holdings for refusing to take the oaths, and became known as non-jurors. March 14, landing of James at Kinsale in Ireland, joined by Tyrconnell. Entered Dublin. March 24, Irish Parliament. May 7, meeting of the Estates of Scotland. Reversal of Russell's attainders, later of Sidney's. First Mutiny Act to punish defection in the army. This act, which was necessitated by the Declaration of Rights, was made for a year only, and was henceforward passed annually. April 11, Coronation of William and Mary. William and Mary were offered and accepted the crown of Scotland. April 20 to July 30, Siege of Londonderry by James. Walker raised by Kirke. 1689, May 7 to September 20, 1697, War with France. May 24, Toleration Act, exempting dissenters who had taken the oaths of allegiance as supremacy from penalties for non-attendance on the services of the established church. Titus Oates pardoned and pensioned. July, Episcopacy abolished in Scotland. Graham of Claverhouse, now Viscount Dundee, enlisted Highlanders and raised the standard for James. At the Battle of Killiecrankie, he defeated General Mackay but fell on the field. July 17. July 30, Battle of Newtown. Butler in Ireland, defeat of the Catholics. Schomberg in Ireland. In voting supplies, Parliament assumed as a right the practice which had grown up during the reign of Charles II of requiring estimates and accounts of supplies needed and used, and introduced the system of passing appropriations for specified objects from which they could not be diverted. 1689, December 16, Bill of Rights, in parliamentary enactment of the Declaration of Rights, repeating the provisions of that paper, settling the succession as detailed, and enacting that no papist could wear the crown. 1690, February 6, Dissolution of Parliament. 1690, March 20 to May 3, 1695, Second Parliament of William III. Tories in the majority. Act of recognition affirming the legality of the acts of the Convention Parliament. Settlement of the civil list. William was offended at not receiving so large an income as had been granted either to Charles II or James II. 1690, May 20, Act of Grace, giving indemnity to all supporters of James II, except those who were in treasonable correspondence with him. Resignation of Shrewsbury and Halifax. May 23, Prorogation of Parliament. Appointment of a Council of 9 to advise Mary during the King's absence. 4 Whigs, 5 Tories. June 14, William went to Ireland with 36,000 men. He met James at the head of 27,000, and at the Battle of the Boyne totally defeated him. July 1. Death of Schomberg. James fled to France. Capture of Dublin, Waterford, etc. June 30, Battle of Beachy Head. Defeat of the English fleet under Lord Torrington by the French. Torrington was tried by court-martial and acquitted, but dismissed the service. August, First Siege of Limerick by William, repulsed. Sarsfield, Marlborough in Ireland. Capture of Cork and Kinsale. 1691, William went to Holland. Congress at the Hague. Tillotson, Archbishop of Canterbury. July 12, Battle of Aughrim in Ireland. Defeated the French general St. Ruth and the Irish Sarsfield by Ginkle. Death of St. Ruth. Death of Tyrconnell. August to October, Second Siege of Limerick. The town surrendered October 3 under the conditions known as the Treaty or pacification of Limerick. October 3. Free transportation of all Irish officers and soldiers desiring it to France. The Irish Brigade, all Irish Catholics to have that religious liberty which they had under Charles II, to carry arms, exercise their professions, and receive full amnesty. The English Parliament confirmed the treaty, but the Irish Parliament, which met 1695, consisting entirely of Protestants, refused to ratify it. Enactment of severe laws against the Catholics. 1692, January 10, Marlborough, detected in correspondence with James and disgraced. 1692, February 13, massacre of Glencoe. Indemnity and pardon having been offered to all Highland clans who took the oath of allegiance before December 31, 1691, that condition was fulfilled by all except the MacDonalds of Glencoe. The chief, MacIan, however, took the oath on January 6. This fact was suppressed by the foe of the MacDonalds. Dalrymple, Secretary of Scotland, and William III signed an order for the extirpation of the clan. It was faithfully executed by Captain Campbell. MacIan and some 40 others were slain. May 19, English victory of La Hogue, Russell, and Tourville. July 24, defeat of William at Steinkirk. The Junto Ministry of Whigs, Somers, Lord Keeper, Russell, Shrewsbury, Thomas Wharton, Secretaries of State, Montague, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sunderland returned to Parliament. 1693, January, beginning of the national debt, £1,000,000 borrowed on annuities at 10%. 1693, July 19, defeat of William at Neerwinden, Landen. 1694, July 27, charter of the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, a company of merchants who, in return for certain privileges, loaned the government £1,200,000. Bill for preventing officers of the Crown from sitting in the Commons. Place Bill. Unsuccessful attack on Brest. Treachery of Marlborough? December 22, the Triennial Bill signed by the King. December 28, death of Queen Mary. Bribery in the Parliament. Expulsion of the Speaker of the Commons, Sir John Trevor. Expiration of the Licensing Act, which was not renewed, hence abolition of the censorship of the press. 1695, July 2 to September 2, William recaptured Namur. October 11, dissolution of Parliament. 1695, November 22 to July 5, 1698, Third Parliament of William III, First Triennial Parliament. Whigs a majority. Recoinage Act. Isaac Newton, Master of the Mint. 1696, Trials for Treason Act. 2 witnesses required to prove an overt act of treason. Plot for the assassination of William. Execution of conspirators. One of these, Fenwick, was condemned by bill of attainder, being the last person so condemned. Formation of a loyal association. Suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act. Sunderland, Lord Chamberlain. Somers, Lord Chancellor. 1697, September 20, Peace of Ryswick. December, Sunderland retired. William acknowledged by Louis XIV. 1698, January, Peter the Great of Russia in England. 1698, Spanish succession. 1698, December 6 to April 11, 1700, Fourth Parliament of William III. 1699, February, Disbanding Act, reducing the army to 7,000 men. Exclusion of the foreign Dutch troops. Annoyance of William. Act for the resumption of forfeited Irish estates, aimed at William's Dutch favorites. The bill was fastened to a Bill of Supply Act for preventing the growth of papacy. All persons refusing to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy forfeited their estates for life. Catholic school teachers and priests were liable to imprisonment for life. Repealed 1778. 1700 March, miserable end of Darien settlement, founded 1698. 1700 April, Somers dismissed from office. Bombardment of Copenhagen by Rooke. July, death of the Duke of Gloucester, the last of Anne's children. 1701 February 6 to June 24. Fifth Parliament of William III, Tories in the majority. Robert Harley, Speaker. Portland, Somers, Oxford, Russell, Halifax impeached, April to June. Earl of Marlborough, Commander-in-Chief of the English forces. June 12, 1701, Act of Settlement. The crown was settled on Sophia, Princess of Hanover, granddaughter of James I, and her issue. The sovereigns of Great Britain should be Protestant and not leave the kingdom without consent of Parliament. The country should not be involved in war for the defense of the foreign possessions of the sovereigns. No foreigner should receive a grant from the crown or hold office, civil or military. Ministers should be responsible for the acts of their sovereigns. Judges should hold office for life unless guilty of misconduct. 1701, September 7, the Grand Alliance. September 16, death of James II. James Edward proclaimed King of Great Britain and Ireland by Louis XIV. 1701, December 30 to July 2, 1702, Sixth Parliament of William III. Attainder of the pretended Prince of Wales. Oath of abjuration. 1702, March 8, death of William III. Chief authors of this period: Sir Thomas Browne, 1605 to 1682; John Bunyan, 1628 to 1688; Daniel Defoe, 1661 to 1731; John Dryden, 1631 to 1700; Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon, 1608 to 1674; John Locke, 1632 to 1704; John Milton, 1608 to 1674; Isaac Newton, 1643 to 1727. End of section 70.
Section 71 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 71. Part 6. India. 1658 to 1707. Aurangzeb, Mughal Emperor. The first years of Aurangzeb's reign were occupied with subduing and putting to death his brothers. When freed from their rivalry, he took upon the conquest of the Deccan. Bidar, Ahmednagar, El-Chipur he had conquered while his father reigned. For 25 years his generals warred unsuccessfully against Bijapur and Golconda, but when Aurangzeb placed himself at the head of his troops, those kingdoms fell quickly. Bijapur and Golconda were annexed to the Mughal Empire in 1688. It was not with the Mohammedan powers alone that Aurangzeb had to contend. A new power, the Hindu kingdom of the Maharathas, had arisen in the Deccan. It was founded by a union of Hindu tribes of the Deccan under Shivaji, 1627 to 1680, son of a Maharatha soldier of fortune who had fought under the Deccan kingdoms against the Mughals. Shivaji, by alternately levying tribute on the Deccan kingdoms and assisting them against the Mughals, raised the Maharatha confederacy to the ruling power in the Deccan. In 1664 he assumed the title of Raja. He carried on a war with Aurangzeb, who captured and killed his son, Sambhaji, 1680 to 1689, and imprisoned his grandson Sahu until his own death, 1707. Aurangzeb, however, was far from subduing the confederacy, which had driven him almost to despair at the time of his death. The emperor was not more successful in Assam, 1662, nor against the revolted Rajput states in the west, 1677 to 1681, where he ravaged Jaipur, Jodhpur, and Udaipur without subduing them. Aurangzeb's total revenue amounted to £80 million. 1661. Bombay ceded to England as part of the dowry of Catherine de Braganza, but it was not delivered until 1665. In 1668 it was granted to the East India Company. 1670 foundation of the Danish East India Company. 1681 Bengal separated from Madras. 1686 foundation of Calcutta. 1687 seat of Western Presidency transferred to Bombay. End of section 71. Recording by Alan Mapstone. Section 72 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 72, Part 7, China. 1661 to 1721, Kang He conquered Tibet and Formosa and carried on war with Russia, 1684 to 1689. His reign was renowned for wise administration and for the cultivation of science and literature. French and English settled at Canton. End of section 72.
Section 73 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 73. B. The 18th Century to the French Revolution, Part 1, War of the Spanish Succession, 1701 to 1714. The family relations which led to the war will be made clear by the genealogical table, page 390. Leopold I had, besides his daughter Maria Antoinette, 2 sons, by his second marriage Joseph I, Emperor from 1705 to 1711, by his third marriage Charles VI, Emperor from 1711 to 1740. Charles II, King of Spain, was childless. The extinction of the Spanish House of Habsburg in the near future was certain. Hence the question of the Spanish succession formed the chief occupation of all the European cabinets since the Peace of Ryswick. The question had 2 aspects: A, the legal, according to which there were 3 claimants: 1, Louis XIV, at once as son of the elder daughter of Philip III and husband of the elder daughter of Philip IV. The solemn renunciations of both princesses were declared null and void by the Parliament of Paris. 2, Leopold I, the representative of the German line of Habsburg, as son of the younger daughter of Philip III and husband of the younger daughter of Philip IV. Both princesses had expressly reserved their right of inheritance. 3, the Electoral Prince of Bavaria, as great-grandson of Philip IV, and the grandson of the younger sister of the present possessor, Charles II. B, the political aspect with regard to the balance of power in Europe, in consideration of which the naval powers, England and Holland, would not permit the crown of the great Spanish monarchy to be united with the French, or to be worn by the ruler of the Austrian lands. On this account, Leopold I claimed the Spanish inheritance for his second son Charles only, while Louis XIV's claim was urged in the name of his second grandson Philip of Anjou. 1698, October 11. First Treaty of Partition. Spain, Indies, and the Netherlands to the Electoral Prince of Bavaria, Naples and Sicily, seaports in Tuscany, and the province of Guipuzcoa to the Dauphin, the Duchy of Milan to Archduke Charles. The negotiations of the powers in regard to the succession and the conclusion of a treaty of partition without the participation of Charles II provoked that monarch. In order to preserve the unity of the monarchy, he made the Prince Elector of Bavaria, then 7 years old, sole heir of the whole inheritance, a settlement to which the naval powers agreed. 1699, February 6, sudden death of the Prince Elector, new intrigues of France, Harcourt, ambassador, Cardinal Portocarrero, and Austria at Madrid, while both parties were negotiating a new treaty of partition with the naval powers. 1700, March 13th, second treaty of partition. Spain and the Indies to Archduke Charles, Naples and Sicily and the Duchy of Lorraine to the Dauphin, Milan to the Duke of Lorraine in exchange. Finally, Charles II, although originally more inclined to the Austrian succession, signed a new will, making Louis's grandson Philip of Anjou heir. Immediately afterwards, 1700, November 1, Charles II died. Louis XIV soon decided to follow the will rather than the treaty with England. The Duke of Anjou was proclaimed as Philip V and started for his new kingdom. Il n'y a plus de Pyrénées. Death of James II, 1701. Louis recognized his son as King of England. 1701, September 7, Grand Alliance of the naval powers with the Emperor Leopold I, for the purpose at first of securing the Spanish possessions in the Netherlands and in Italy for the Austrian house, while France allied herself with the Dukes of Savoy and Mantua, the Electors of Bavaria and Cologne. The other estates of the empire, especially Prussia, joined the emperor. Portugal afterwards joined the Grand Alliance, and in 1703 Savoy did likewise, deserting France. 3 men were at the head of the Grand Alliance against France: Eugene, Prince of Savoy, Imperial General; Marlborough, English General, formerly John Churchill; A. Heinsius, after the death of William III, 1702, Pensionary of Holland. Spain, the real object of the war, had but little importance in the campaigns, the chief seat of war being Italy, the Netherlands, and Germany. Philip of Anjou was recognized in Spain as King Philip V. His strongest support was in Castile. 1701, commencement of the war by Eugene's invasion of Italy. Victory over Catinat at Carpi, over Villeroy at Chiari. The latter was captured at Cremona. 1702, Eugene and Vendôme fought a drawn battle at Luzara. 1702, after which the French had the advantage in Italy until 1706. 1702, March 8, death of William III, Anne, Queen of England. 1703, the Bavarians invaded Tyrol, but were repulsed. Eugene went to Germany along the Rhine. Marlborough invaded the Spanish Netherlands. The Archduke Charles landed in Portugal and invaded Catalonia. The English captured Gibraltar. 1704. 1703, victory of the French under Villars at Hochstadt over the Bavarians. 1704, August 13, Battle of Hochstadt and Blindheim, Blenheim, between Ulm and Donauwörth, Bavarians and French, Tallard, defeated by Eugene, and Marlborough. 1705, Leopold I died. His son Joseph I, Emperor. 1706, Charles conquered Madrid, but held it for a short time only. 1706, May 23, victory of Marlborough at Ramillies over Villeroy. Submission of Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent, Ostend, etc. September 7, victory of Eugene at Turin over Marsin and the Duke of Orléans, with help of the Prussians under Leopold of Dessau. Submission of all Lombardy. Charles III proclaimed at Milan, the French permanently excluded from Italy. 1708, July 11, victory of Marlborough and Eugene at Oudenarde over Vendôme and the Duke of Burgundy. Siege and surrender of Lille. Severe winter in France. Negotiations for peace. Demands of the Allies. Surrender of the Spanish monarchy to Charles of Austria and of the border fortresses of the Netherlands to the Hollanders. Restoration of all matters relating to the empire and the emperor to the state prescribed in the Peace of Westphalia, that is, the cession of Strasbourg, Breisach, etc. England insisted on the recognition of Anne and the Protestant succession and the banishment of the Pretender. These terms Louis was willing to accept, but when the demand was added that he should drive his grandson from Spain with French weapons, it was too much. The negotiations were broken off. Louis made a successful appeal to the people of France, and the war was continued. 1709, September 11, the French were again humbled by the victory of Eugene and Marlborough at Malplaquet over Villars, the bloodiest battle of the war. The Allies lost 20,000 men. New approaches on the part of Louis, capture of Douai, Mans, etc. 1710. In Spain, Philip, by the aid of Vendôme, had the advantage of Charles. The Spanish people favored Philip. Renewal of the negotiations at Gertruydenberg. Louis offered to pay subsidized troops against his grandson. The Allies demanded that he should send his armies against Philip. Renewal of the war. Victories of Vendôme over the English. Brihuega, 1710, and the imperialists Vallaviciosa in Spain. 1710, August, fall of the Whig ministry in England and accession of the enemies of Marlborough. 1711, death of the Emperor Joseph, whereby Charles became heir of all the Austrian possessions, so that the monarchy of Charles V would have been restored had the Spanish inheritance also devolved upon him. These events completely altered all the political relations in favor of Louis XIV. Marlborough removed from command, the Grand Alliance dissolved, preliminaries of peace between England and France. Death of the Dauphin of Adelaide of Savoy, her husband and their son the Duke of Brittany. 1712, victory of the French commander Villars at Denain over Lord Albemarle. Recapture of Douai, Le Quesnoy, and Bouchain. Opening of the Congress at Utrecht. Each of the allies presented his demands separately. Dissensions between the allies caused the conclusion of separate treaties of peace, which are comprehended under the name of the Peace of Utrecht. 1713, April 11. 1. England. Recognition of the Protestant succession in England. Confirmation of the permanent separation of the crowns of France and Spain. France ceded to England Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, Acadia, and Hudson Bay territory. Spain ceded to England Gibraltar, the island of Minorca, and the asiento or contract for supplying the Spanish colonies with African slaves. 2. Holland. Surrender of the Spanish Netherlands to the Republic of Holland, in order that they should be delivered to the Austrians after the conclusion of a barrier treaty in regard to the fortresses along the French border from Furnes to Namur, which were to be garrisoned by the Dutch. Lille restored to France, demolition of the fortifications of Dunkirk. 3. Savoy received the island of Sicily as a kingdom, and an advantageous change of boundary in Upper Italy renounced its claims upon Spain, reserving, however, its right of inheritance in case the House of Bourbon should become extinct. 4. Prussia received recognition of the royal title and possession of Neuchâtel and the upper quarter of Gueldres. Prussia's claim upon the Principality of Orange on the Rhone was transferred to France. 5. Portugal obtained a correction of boundaries in South America. Philip V, founder of the Spanish branch of the Bourbons, was recognized as King of Spain and the colonies. Reservations in the peace. 1. For the emperor, the possession of the appanages of the Spanish monarchy, the Netherlands, Milan, Naples, Sardinia, but not Sicily. 2. For the empire, the status quo of the Peace of Ryswick only. The emperor and the empire continued the war. Unsuccessful campaign of Eugene, who was wretchedly supported. 1713. Landau and Freiburg taken by Villars. After these losses, the emperor concluded peace with France in his own name at Rastatt, in that of the Empire of Baden in Switzerland. 1714. Peace of Rastatt and Baden, March to September. Austria took possession of the Spanish Netherlands after the Barriere, for Holland had been agreed upon, and retained Naples, Sardinia, and Milan, which she had already occupied. For the Empire, ratification of the Peace of Ryswick. The electors of Bavaria and Cologne, who had been placed under the ban of the Empire, were reinstated in their lands and dignities. Landau was left in the hands of France. No peace between Spain and the Emperor, who did not recognize the Bourbons in Spain. End of section 73.
Section 74 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 74, Part 2, The Northern War. 1700 to 1721. 1689 to 1725. Peter I, the Great, Tsar of Russia. 1697 to 1718. Charles XII, King of Sweden. In character, the two monarchs formed a strong contrast. Both were of unusual ability and power, but Peter, though passionate and of irregular life, was in his political actions governed by reason and calm reflection. Charles, in his private life passionless and of rigid morality, was under the control of passion and senseless obstinacy in all public relations. The steady purpose of Peter, who civilized his subjects by force, made Russia one of the great powers of Europe. Charles's blind obstinacy caused the decline of Sweden's power. The causes of the Northern War were 1. The firm determination of Peter to make Russia a naval power, and to get possession of the harbors of the Baltic. 2. The attempt of Augustus II, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland, to unite Livonia with Poland. Potkul. 3. The quarrel between Frederick IV, King of Denmark, and the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, the early friend and brother-in-law of Charles XII. The youthfulness of Charles, who had assumed the care of government at the age of 15, led all three monarchs to think it an easy task to regain possession of those lands which Sweden had taken from them. Secret alliance of Russia, Denmark, and Saxony against Sweden. The war opened with an invasion of Schleswig by the Danes, while the Saxons attacked Livonia. Unexpected landing of Charles XII in Zealand. He threatened Copenhagen and extorted from the Danes the Peace of Travendal, 1700, August. 1. Indemnification of the Duke of Holstein. 2. Denmark promised to abstain from hostilities against Sweden for the future. Meantime, the Saxons were besieging Riga in Livonia in vain, while Peter was besieging Narva, in Ingermanland, with like result. Landing of Charles XII with 8,000 men, and brilliant victory of Narva over the Russians. 1700, November 30. Charles's hatred of Augustus led him to neglect his more dangerous opponent, the Tsar, and to seek revenge upon the King of Poland. Meeting and closer alliance of Augustus and Peter. Charles crossed the Duna and defeated the Saxons at Riga, 1701. Charles invaded Lithuania. The Republic of Poland was drawn into the war, alliance of the party of the Sapius with the Swedes. The city of Warsaw surrendered at the first summons. Victory of Charles XII over the Poles and Saxons at Klisau, 1701, and at Pultusk, 1703. Charles rejected all overtures of peace, caused Augustus to be deposed by that party among the Poles which had joined him and his adherent, the Woiwode, Stanislaus Leszczynski, to be elected king. 1704 to 1709. Meanwhile, Peter had founded his capital, St. Petersburg, in the marshes of the Neva, 1703, and captured Narva, 1704. Continuance of the war in Poland and Lithuania. Victory of Charles at Punitz, 1704, Schulenburg's masterly retreat. And of his general Renskiold at Fraustadt, 1706. Charles invaded Saxony and compelled Augustus to sign the Peace of Altenstadt, near Leipzig, 1706. 1. Augustus II abdicated the Polish crown, recognized Stanislaus Leszczynski as King of Poland, and sent him a written expression of goodwill. 2. Augustus abjured his alliance with the Tsar and delivered the plenipotentiary of the latter, Potkul, to Charles, who had him executed with cruelty. 3. Saxony furnished provisions and pay for the Swedish army during the winter. In September 1707, Charles took the field against Peter, who had well employed the interval in making conquest and establishing his power on the Baltic, and in forming a trained and veteran army. The approach to Moscow cut off by devastation of the country. Charles allowed himself to be misled by the Cossack hetman Mazeppa, who had deserted Peter, crossed the Dnieper, 1708, into the Ukraine. Feudal siege of Poltava. Peter hastened to raise the siege and, by force of numbers, completely defeated the Swedes, who were exhausted by long marches and lack of food, in the Battle of Poltava, which established Peter's new creations on a firm basis and destroyed at one blow the ascendancy of Sweden. 1709, July 8. The Swedish army was completely broken up and a large part of it captured. Charles took refuge with the Turks. 1709 to 1714. Charles XII in Turkey, endeavoring to induce the Porte to declare war against Peter. He was successful in 1711. Peter, allied with the princes of the Moldau, crossed the Dniester, was surrounded on the Pruth, and was obliged to buy the Peace of Pruth from the Turks by bribery, upon the advice of his wife Catherine. 1711. 1. Azov given back to the Porte. 2. The King of Sweden allowed to return to his realm unmolested. Charles XII, indignant at this peace, refused to depart, and for 3 years more misused the patience and hospitality of the Turks at Bender, Bessarabia, now belonging to Russia, and in Demotica. Senseless defense of his camp against a whole army when the attempt was made to force his departure, 1713. Meantime, his enemies were making good use of the time. Augustus II drove King Stanislaus from Poland. The Danes tried to reconquer the southern provinces of Sweden, but were repulsed. Peter the Great occupied all of Livonia, Estonia, Ingermanland, Karelia, Finland. The Convention of The Hague, 1710, in order to keep the war away from the German boundaries, had established the neutrality of all the German provinces of Sweden, as well as of Schleswig and Jutland. Charles XII, however, having from his retreat in Turkey protested against this treaty, the Danes took Schleswig away from the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp and conquered the Swedish duchies of Bremen and Verden, 1712, which they afterwards, 1715, sold to Hanover upon condition that that state should take part in the war against Sweden. The Swedish general Stenbock defeated the Danes and burnt Altona, but was captured by the Russians at Tainingen. 1713. The Danes and Poles invaded Pomerania. The Prussians occupied Stettin. 1714. Charles XII at last returned to his kingdom. Adventurous journey through Hungary and Germany. The king reached Stralsund. Alliance between Prussia, Saxony, Denmark, Hanover, Russia against Sweden. Stralsund, and with it all Pomerania, lost. 1715. Wismar soon captured also. 1716. 1716. Peter I made a journey to Denmark, Holland, France. Charles XII negotiated with Peter I through Baron von Gers, who, in spite of the hatred borne him by the Swedish nobles, was placed in control of the internal administration of Sweden. 3 expeditions of the Swedes to Norway. On the third, Charles XII was shot in front of Friedrichsthal, probably by an assassin. 1718, December 11. After limits had been set on the royal power in the interests of the royal council, Charles's nephew was passed over, and his youngest sister, Ulrica Eleonora, raised to the throne. 1719. She soon placed the control of the government in the hands of her husband, Frederick of Hesse-Kassel, 1720 to 1751. Execution of Baron von Gers, Charles's intimate. The Northern War was ended by a series of treaties concluded at Stockholm and Friedrichsburg. 1 with Hanover, 1719, which retained Bremen and Verden, and paid Sweden $1 million. 2 with Prussia, 1720, which received Stettin, western Pomerania as far as the Pina, the islands of Wollin and Usedom, and paid $2 million. 3 with Denmark, which restored all its conquests. In return, Sweden paid 600,000 riksdaler, gave up its freedom from custom duties in the Sound, and abandoned the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, whom Denmark deprived of his share of Schleswig. 4 with Poland, the truce of 1719 was continued. 1721, August 30. Peace of Nystad between Sweden and Russia. 1. Sweden ceded to Russia Livonia, Estonia, Ingermanland, part of Karelia, and a number of islands, among others Osel, Dege. 2. Russia restored Finland and paid 2 million riksdaler. End of section 74. Recording by Matthew McClallen.
Section 75 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History, by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 75, Part 3, Germany, 1705 to 1711. Joseph I, son of Leopold. He was succeeded by his brother. 1711 to 1740. Charles VI. War of the Spanish Succession. 1713 to 1740. Frederick William I, son of Frederick I, King of Prussia, by wise economy, a military severity, and the establishment of a formidable army, laid the foundation of the future power of Prussia. Maintenance of a standing army of 83,000 men, with a population of 2.5 million inhabitants. Prince Leopold of Anhalt-Dessau, the old Dessauen, 1714 to 1718. War of Turks with Venice, and after 1716 with the Emperor. Easy conquest of Morea by the Turks. The Venetians, however, kept Corfu. In Hungary, the war was brilliantly conducted by Prince Eugene. Victory of Peter Vardine, 1716. Victory, siege, and capture of Belgrade, 1717. 1718, July 21, Peace of Passerovitz, Paschorovats. 1. Austria received the Banat of Temesvar, a part of Servia, with Belgrade and Little Wallachia. 2. Venice retained her conquests in Dalmatia, but ceded Morea to the Porte. The seizure of Sardinia, 1717, and Sicily, 1718, by Spain, where Elizabeth of Parma, the second wife of Philip V, and her favorite, the minister and Cardinal Alberoni, were planning to regain the Spanish appanages lost by the Peace of Utrecht, brought about the Quadruple Alliance. 1718, August 2, for the maintenance of the Peace of Utrecht between France, England, the Emperor, and since 1719, the Republic of Holland. After a short war and the fall of Alberoni, who went to Rome, died 1752, the agreements of the Quadruple Alliance were executed in 1720. 1. Spain evacuated Sicily and Sardinia and made a renunciation of the appanages forever, in return for which the emperor recognized the Spanish Bourbons. 2. Savoy was obliged to exchange Sicily for Sardinia. After this time the Dukes of Savoy called themselves Kings of Sardinia. The Emperor Charles VI was without male offspring. His principal endeavor throughout his whole reign was to secure the various lands which were united under the scepter of Austria against division after his death. Hence he established an order of succession under the name of the Pragmatic Sanction, which decreed that 1. The lands belonging to the Austrian Empire should be indivisible. 2. That in case male heirs should fail, they should devolve upon Charles's daughters, the eldest of whom was Maria Theresa, and their heirs according to the law of primogeniture. 3. In case of the extinction of this line, the daughters of Joseph I and their descendants were to inherit. To secure the assent of the various powers to this pragmatic sanction was the object of numerous diplomatic negotiations. A special alliance between Austria and Spain, 1725, in regard to this measure, produced the alliance of Herrenhausen in the same year between England, France, and Prussia in opposition. Prussia soon withdrew from the alliance and joined Austria by the Treaty of Wusterhausen. The alliance between Austria and Spain was also of short duration. 1733 to 1735, War of the Polish Succession after the death of Augustus II. Cause: the majority of the Polish nobles, under the influence of France, elected Stanislaus Leszczynski, who had become the father-in-law of Louis XV, king, a second time. Russia and Austria induced a minority to choose Augustus III, Elector of Saxony, son of Augustus II, and supported the election by the presence of troops in Poland. France, Spain, and Sardinia took up arms for Stanislaus. The seat of war was at first in Italy, where Milan, Naples, and Sicily were conquered, and the Austrians lost everything except Milan, and afterwards on the Upper Rhine, where the old Prince Eugene fought unsuccessfully, and Francis Stephen, Duke of Lorraine, the future husband of Maria Theresa, alone upheld the honor of the imperial arms. Lorraine occupied by the French. Kell captured. Preliminaries of peace, 1735, and after long negotiations, Peace of Vienna, 1738, November 18. 1. Stanislaus Leszczynski made a renunciation of the Polish throne, receiving as compensation the duchies of Lorraine and Bar, which at his death should devolve upon France. Stanislaus died 1766. 2. The Duke of Lorraine, Francis Stephen, received an indemnification in Tuscany, whose ducal throne had become vacant by the extinction of the family of Medici, 1737. 3. Austria ceded Naples and Sicily, the island of Elba, and the Stati degli Presidi to Spain as a secondogeniture for Don Carlos, so that these lands could never be united with the crown of Spain, receiving in exchange Parma and Piacenza, which Don Carlos had inherited in 1731 upon the death of the last Farnese, his great uncle. 4. France guaranteed the Pragmatic Sanction. 1736 to 1739. Unsuccessful war with the Turks in alliance with Russia. By the Peace of Belgrade, or Sawa, Belgrade, Servia, and Little Wallachia were restored to the Turks. 1740. May. Death of Frederick William I of Prussia. 1740 to 1786. Frederick II the Great, 28 years old, born in 1712, received a French education under Madame de Roucoule and Duhan de Gendon, musical cons. After the frustration of the projected marriage with a daughter of George II of England, estrangement between the king and the crown prince. Frederick attempted flight, was captured and sentenced to Kirsten as a deserter, execution of Cotta, where he found employment in the Chamber of War and of Domain. Marriage with the Princess of Brunswick-Bevern, 1733. Correspondence with Voltaire. Residence at Rheinsberg and Rupin until 1740. From his accession to his death he was himself the ruler. 1740, October. With the death of Charles VI, the male line of the Habsburgs was extinct. See the genealogical table, page 399. 1740 to 1780. Maria Theresa, Queen of Bohemia and Hungary, Archduchess of Austria, etc., married Francis Stephen of the House of Lorraine, Grand Duke of Tuscany, co-regent. 1740 to 1748. War of the Austrian Succession. Cause: the following claimants for the Austrian inheritance appeared. 1. Charles Albert, Elector of Bavaria, who had never recognized the Pragmatic Sanction, a descendant of Anna, the eldest daughter of Ferdinand I. He based his claim upon the marriage contract of Anna and will of Ferdinand I, whereby the Austrian inheritance was, he claimed, secured to the descendants of Anna in case the male descendants of her brother should become extinct. The original will, however, read, in case the legitimate descendants of her brother became extinct. 2. Philip V, King of Spain, relying on a treaty between Charles V and his brother Ferdinand on occasion of the cession of the German lands, and upon a reservation made by Philip III in his renunciation of the German lands. 3. Augustus III of Saxony, the husband of the eldest daughter of Joseph I. The claims advanced by Frederick II to a part of Silesia, and his desire to annex the whole of Silesia to his kingdom, the rejection of the offer which he made at Vienna to take the field in favor of Austria if his claims were recognized, brought about before the commencement of hostilities by the other claimants the First Silesian War, 1740 to 1742. Footnote: a supplement to the Prussian view of the relations of Frederick and the courts of Vienna and Paris will be found in the papers by the Duc de Broglie in the Revue des Deux Mondes, published separately as Frederick II and Maria Theresa. End of footnote. Legal claims of Prussia to a portion of Silesia. 1. The Principality of Jagerdorf was purchased in 1523 by a younger branch of the electoral line of Hohenzollern, and the future acquisition of Radebeul and Oppeln secured at the same time by an hereditary alliance. In 1623, Duke John George was placed under the ban by the Emperor Ferdinand II as an adherent of Frederick V, the Elector Palatine, and in spite of the Peace of Westphalia, Neither he nor his heirs had been reinstated. 2. The Elector Joachim II had made an hereditary alliance in 1537 with the Duke of Liegnitz, Brage, and Vohlau, which Ferdinand I had forbidden as King of Bohemia and feudal superior of the Duke. After the extinction of the ducal house, 1675, Austria took possession of the inheritance. In 1686, Frederick William, the Great Elector, renounced the Silesian duchies in return for the cession of the Circle of Schwabes. The latter, however, was secured to Austria by a secret agreement with the Prince Elector and was restored by him as Elector Frederick III in 1695. 1740, occupation of Silesia by Frederick's troops, capture of Glogau. 1741, April 10, victory of Mollwitz, Schwerin. 1741, secret alliance of Nymphenburg. Footnote: J.G. Droysen, Abendlungen, claimed that the document which was published at the Traité de Nymphenburg was a forgery. Schlosser and L.V. Rank considered it genuine. Be that as it may, it is certain that new engagements were entered into at Nymphenburg by Bavaria and France, and also that a treaty was concluded between France and Spain. End of footnote. Against Austria, concluded 1741 May by France, Bavaria, and Spain, afterwards joined by Saxony, and lastly by Prussia. The allied French, Belle Isle, and Bavarian army invaded Austria and Bohemia. Prague taken in alliance with the Saxons. Charles Albert caused himself to be proclaimed Archduke in Linz, while Frederick II received homage at Silesia. Charles Albert was elected emperor in Frankfurt as Charles VII, 1742 to 1745. Meantime, Maria Theresa had gone to Hungary, diet at Pressburg, enthusiasm of the Hungarian nobility. Footnote: the truth of the well-known tale of the exclamation Moriamur po rege nostro Maria Theresa is, however, disputed on good grounds. End of footnote. 2 armies raised. Alliance concluded with England. An Austrian army conquered Bavaria, where Maria Theresa received the homage of Munich. A second besieged the French in Prague. 1742, May 17, the victory of Frederick at Zaslau and Chatuzitz, and Maria Theresa's desire to rid herself of a dangerous enemy led to the separate 1742 June and July Peace of Breslau and Berlin between Austria and Prussia. 1. Frederick withdrew from the alliance against Maria Theresa. 2. Austria ceded to Prussia Upper and Lower Silesia and the county of Glatz, retaining only the Principality of Stettin and the southwestern part of the Principalities of Nice, Troppau, and Jagerndorf, the Opa forming the boundary. 3. Prussia assumed the debt upon Silesia held by English and Dutch creditors to the amount of 1,700,000 rix dollars. Austria prosecuted the war against the Allies with success, driving them entirely out of Bohemia in 1742, and Bavaria 1743. The Pragmatic Army, English, Hanoverians, Hessians, under King George II, defeated the French in the Battle of Dettingen, 1743, June 27. The Emperor Charles VII was a refugee in Frankfurt. These Austrian successes and the treaties with Sardinia and Saxony in 1743 made the King of Prussia anxious about his new acquisitions. He concluded a second alliance with Charles VII and France and began the Second Silesian War, 1744 to 1745, by forcing his way through Saxony with 80,000 men, imperial reinforcements, and invading Bohemia. He took Prague, but, deserted by the French, was soon driven back into Saxony, 1744. 1744, East Friesland. Upon the extinction of the reigning house, fell to Prussia. 1745 January, alliance between Austria, Saxony, England, and Holland against Prussia. The French and Bavarians took Munich. Charles VII died 1745 January. His son Maximilian Joseph concluded the separate peace of Fusen with Austria 1745 April. 1. Austria restored all conquests to Bavaria. 2. The Elector of Bavaria surrendered his pretensions to Austria and promised Francis Stephen, the husband of Maria Theresa, his vote at the imperial election. The French, under Marshal Maurice of Saxony, son of Augustus II, and the Countess Aurora of Kernensmark, defeated the Pragmatic Army in the Battle of Fontenoy, Irish Brigade, 1745 May 11, and began the conquest of the Austrian Netherlands. Frederick the Great defeated the Austrians and Saxons under Charles of Lorraine in the Battle of Hohenfriedberg in Silesia, 1745 June 4, and the Austrians alone in the Battle of Soor in northeastern Bohemia, September 30, by the election of the husband of Maria Theresa as emperor, 1745 to 1806, the House of Lorraine, Tuscany, acceded to the imperial throne in the person of the Emperor Francis I, 1745 to 1765, after a victory of the Prussian general Leopold of Dessau over the Saxons of Kesseldorf, December 15. The Peace of Dresden, 1745, December 25, was concluded between Prussia and Austria, Saxony. 1. Ratification of the Peace of Breslau and Berlin in regard to the possession of Silesia. 2. Frederick II recognized Francis I as emperor. 3. Saxony paid Prussia 1,000,000 rix dollars. After the flower of the English army had been recalled to England, where they were needed in the contest with the pretenders, Marshal Saxe obtained at Raucoux, 1746, a second victory over the allies of Austria and completed the conquest of the Austrian Netherlands. At the same time, the naval war between France and England and the war in Italy between Spain, France, and Austria were carried on with varying fortune. Sardinia had concluded peace with Austria as early as 1743. At last, the Empress of Russia, Elizabeth, joined the combatants as the ally of Austria and sent an army to the Rhine. Congress, and finally Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1748 October. 1. Reciprocal restoration of all conquests. 2. Cession of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla to the Spanish infant Don Philippe, making the second secundogeniture of the Spanish Bourbons in Italy. The following guarantees were given: that Silesia should belong to Prussia, that the Pragmatic Sanction should be sustained in Austria, that the House of Hanover should retain the succession in its German states and in Great Britain. Change in the relations of European states, induced by the rise of Prussia to the rank of a great power. Envy between Prussia and Austria, the latter seeing a disgrace in the loss of Silesia to a smaller power, and intriguing for the recovery of the lost province. Thus began the Third Silesian or 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. Cause: before the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, Maria Theresa had concluded a defensive alliance with Frederick's personal enemy, Elizabeth, Empress of Russia, May 1746. Secret articles of this treaty provided for the reunion of Silesia with Austria under certain specified conditions. In September 1750, George II of England, moved by anxiety for his Principality of Hanover, signed the main treaty, the secret articles being accepted. Saxony Minister Count Bruhl signed the treaty unconditionally. Prince Kaunitz, until 1753 Austrian ambassador in France, then Chancellor of the Empire in Vienna, succeeded in promoting a reconciliation between the cabinets of Versailles and Vienna and securing the Marquise de Pompadour in favor of an Austrian alliance. Formation of a party inimical to the Prussian alliance at the French court. Maria Theresa and Kaunitz induced England to conclude a new subsidy treaty with Russia in 1755. In June of the same year, however, hostilities broke out between England and France in North America without any declaration of war. Conflict at Newfoundland, dreading a French attack upon Hanover, George II concluded in January 1756 a treaty of neutrality with Frederick at Westminster, which caused a rupture between England and Russia. Kaunitz made skilful use of the indignation at Versailles over the Treaty of Westminster. In May 1756, conclusion of a defensive alliance between France and Austria. In June 1756, war broke out between France and England in Europe. Frederick, well informed concerning the alliances of the powers and knowing that Russia and France were not in condition to take the offensive against him in 1756, decided to take his enemies by surprise. 1756, Frederick invaded Saxony with 67,000 men. Capture of Dresden, August. October 1, victory over the Austrians in Lobositz, surrender of 18,000 Saxons who were compelled to serve in the Prussian army, October 16. 1757, war declared upon Frederick in the name of the Empire. He was threatened with the ban. Hanover, Hesse, Brunswick, and Gotha, however, continued in alliance with Prussia. Treaty between Austria and Russia, January, concerning the partition of the Prussian monarchy. Offensive treaty between Austria and France, May, also looking to the division of Prussia. Sweden joined the alliance against Frederick upon receiving the province of Pomerania, but her part in the war was unimportant. Alliance between Prussia and England, January 1757, extended into a subsidy treaty, April 1758. 1757, the Prussians invaded Bohemia in 4 columns. May 6, victory of Frederick at Prague over the Austrians. Death of Schwerin. Frederick besieged Prague and attacked Daun, who was coming to the relief. June 18, defeat of Frederick at Colleen. Evacuation of Bohemia. The French reached the Weser. June 26, victory of the French at Hassenbeck over Frederick's allies. Duke of Cumberland, second son of George II. August 30, victory of the Russians. Apraxin over the Prussians. Levald, whom they outnumbered in the Battle of Gross-Jagerndorf. The Russians withdrew from Prussia and did not utilize their victory. September 8, treaty of the Monastery of Zeven, Duke of Cumberland and Richelieu, according to which the French occupied Hanover. The treaty was, however, rejected by the English government. Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick, brother of the ruling duke, received the command against the French. A second French army under Soubise joined the imperial army with the purpose of liberating Saxony. November 5, victory of Frederick at Rossbach over the French and the imperial army, Seydlitz. Frederick led his victorious army to Silesia, where the Austrians had defeated and captured the Duke of Brunswick-Bevern in the Battle of Breslau. November 22. December 5, victory of Frederick at Leuthen over the Austrians, Charles of Lorraine, and Daun. 1758, Frederick in Moravia, unsuccessful siege of Olmütz. Advance of the Russians under Firmer to join the Austrians. In the west, Ferdinand of Brunswick drove the French back across the Rhine and defeated them in the Battle of Krefeld, 1758, June 23. After the conquest of Prussia as far as the Mark, the Russians advanced. Bloody victory of Frederick Seydlitz at Zorndorf, August 25. Not far from Kustrin over the Russians, Austrians advanced upon Lusatia. The king hastened to the aid of his brother Henry and was defeated in the Battle of Hochkirch, October 14, near Bautzen by dawn. Nevertheless, he maintained himself in Saxony and Silesia. 1759, Ferdinand of Brunswick defeated by the French. Duke of Broglie, April 13, in the skirmish of Bergen near Frankfurt on the Main. Broglie was joined by a second French army under Contades, but they were both defeated by Ferdinand in the Battle of Minden. August 1, the Russians advanced anew and defeated General Wedel. July 23, appointed dictator by the king at K. The king was unable to prevent their union with the Austrians under Loudon. Severe defeat of Frederick at Kunersdorf, August 12. Frankfurt on the Oder by the Austrians and Russians, who were at first defeated. Dresden captured by the imperial army. November 20. The Prussian general Fink surrounded by Daun and Maxen and captured with 13,000 men. 1760. Fouquet defeated and captured in the battle of Landshut by the Austrians. June 23. Feudal siege of Dresden. August 15. Victory of Frederick at Pfaffendorf, Liegnitz, over the Austrians under Loudon. The king prevented the union of the Austrians and Russians. October. Berlin surprised and burnt by the Russians. Todtleben, who retreated upon the approach of the king. Bloody victory of Frederick at Torgau. Zeithen, November 3, over the Austrians under Daun. 1761. Frederick encamped at Brunselwitz, near Schweidnitz, opposite the united Austrians, Loudon, and Russians, Beu-Turlin, who did not venture on a decisive battle. Separation of the united armies. Schweidnitz captured by the Austrians, Coburg by the Russians. Frederick, who was deprived of the English subsidies by the accession of George III, 1760, was in great distress. The death of Elizabeth of Russia, 1762, January 5, was the salvation of Prussia. Her successor, Peter III, an admirer of Frederick, concluded the truce of Stargard with Prussia, March 16, and soon after the Peace of St. Petersburg, May 5, Russia restored her conquests. Both parties renounced all hostile alliances. This peace caused the Peace of Hamburg with Sweden, May 22, status quo antebellum. The alliance between Russia and Prussia was soon broken off by the deposition of Peter III, July 9. His successor, Catherine II, recalled her troops from Frederick's army. Nevertheless, their inactivity upon the field contributed to the victory of Frederick at Berkersdorf, Reichenbach, 1762, July 21, over the Austrians, Daun, after Prince Henry, in the Battle of Freiburg, October 29, had defeated the Austrians and the imperial forces, and the preliminaries of the peace at Fontainebleau between England and France had made it certain that the French armies would be withdrawn from Germany. Austria and Prussia concluded the Peace of Hubertsburg, 1763, February 15. 1. Ratification of the Peace of Breslau and Berlin, and that of Dresden, that is, Prussia, retained Silesia. 2. Prussia promised her vote for the Archduke Joseph at the election of the King of Rome. Saxony, restoration to the status quo, and the Empire were included in the peace. Frederick's endeavors to heal the wounds inflicted by the war upon his kingdom. Distribution of the magazine stores. Remission of taxes for several provinces. Establishment of district banks of the Bank, 1765, and the Maritime Company, 1772, at Berlin. Afterwards, however, introduction of an oppressive financial administration. Tobacco and coffee were made government monopolies. Drainage of the marshes along the Oder, Wirth, and Netz, Canal of Plauen, Fernau, and Bromberg. Reform of the jurisdiction. Codification of the common law by Grand Chancellor von Karmer, a part of which was published in 1782. 1765 to 1790, Joseph II, Emperor for the Austrian lands, co-regent only with his mother Maria Theresa until 1780 and without much influence. 1778 to 1779, War of the Bavarian Succession. Cause, extinction of the Electoral House of Bavaria with Maximilian Joseph, 1777. Charles Theodore, Elector Palatine, the legal heir of the Bavarian lands, as head of the House of Wittelsbach, and in consequence of various treaties, was persuaded by Joseph II to recognize certain old claims of Austria to Lower Bavaria and a part of the Upper Palatinate. Treaty of Vienna, 1778, January. Occupation of Lower Bavaria by Austrian troops. Charles Theodore was childless. His heir presumptive was Charles Augustus Christian, Duke of the Palatinate of Zweibrücken du Pont. Frederick II opened secret negotiations with this wavering and irresolute prince through Count Eustachius von Gortz, and encouraged him, under promise of assistance, to make a formal declaration of his rights against the Austrian claims. Saxony and Mecklenburg also incited by Frederick, protested as heirs presumptive of a part of the Bavarian inheritance. As direct negotiations between Austria and Prussia were without result, Joseph and Frederick joined their armies, which were already drawn up face to face on the boundary of Bohemia and Silesia. Saxony allied with Prussia. No battle in this short war. Frederick and Prince Henry invaded Bohemia. July 1778. Impossibility of forcing Joseph from his strong position along the upper Elbe, or of getting around it. The armies maintained their positions of observation so long that want began to make itself felt. In the autumn, Prince Henry retired to Saxony, Frederick to Silesia. Unimportant skirmishes along the frontier. A personal correspondence between Maria Theresa and Frederick, commenced by the former, led in the following spring, with the help of Russia and French mediation, to a truce and a congress, and soon after to the Peace of Tesching. 1779 May. 1. The Treaty of Vienna with Charles Theodore was abrogated. Austria retained only the district of the Inn in Bavaria, that is, the part of Lower Bavaria between the Inn, Salza, and Danube. 2. Austria agreed to the future union of the Margravates of Ansbach and Bayreuth with the Prussian monarchy. 3. Saxony obtained some hitherto disputed rights of sovereignty and 9 million rix dollars. Mecklenburg, through privilegium de non appellando, 1780 to 1790. Joseph II, period of his reign alone and of his attempts at reform. The peaceable and prudent government of Maria Theresa, died 1780, with its carefully matured scheme of reform, was succeeded by the essentially revolutionary reign of Joseph II, whereby the ancient forms were shaken to their foundations, and their substance, reluctant and stiff from lack of change, forcibly subjected to experiments made in sympathy with the enlightenment of the century. Joseph II is the best representative of the contradictions of the 18th century, of its philanthropy and its devotion to right, and again of its severity and lack of consideration where there was question of executing some favorite theory. Filled with dislike of the clergy and the nobility, and entertaining the ideal of a strong, centralized United States, Joseph pursued his reforms with the purpose of breaking the power of the privileged classes mentioned above, of destroying all provincial independence, and of establishing unity in the administration, centralization. Despite of all his failures, despite of the fact that, with the exception of the abolition of serfdom and the Edict of Tolerance, not one of his reforms outlived him, Joseph's reign regenerated the Austrian monarchy, lending it mobility and vitality. Edict of Tolerance, 1781. Within 8 years, 700 monasteries were closed, and 36,000 members of orders released. There still remained, however, 1,324 monasteries, with 27,000 monks and nuns. For those which remained, a new organization was prescribed. The connection of the ecclesiastical order with Rome was weakened. Schools were established with the property of the churches. Innovations in the form of worship were introduced, nor did the interior organization of the church escape alteration. Feudal journey of Pope Pius VI to Vienna, 1782, undertaken to prevent these changes. Reform of the jurisdiction. The feudal burdens were reduced to fixed norms, and attempts were made to completely abolish personal servitude among the peasants. Disputes between Joseph and the Dutch. The emperor arbitrarily annulled the barrier treaties. 1781. He demanded that the Schelde, which had been closed by the Treaty of Westphalia to the Spanish Netherlands in favor of the Dutch, should be opened. Finally, after 4 years of quarreling, French mediation brought about the Peace of Versailles, 1785. Joseph withdrew his demands in consideration of 10 million florins. Joseph attempted to improve the legal system of the empire. His encroachments in the empire, violent proceedings in the case of the Bishop of Passau, 1783, the endeavors of Frederick the Great to conclude a union of German princes, 1783, which should resist the encroachments of the emperor, and to strengthen Prussia in her political isolation by a combination within the empire, were at first but coldly supported by his own ministers and the German princes. Frederick's plan was not taken into favor until news was received of Joseph II's plan of an exchange of territory, 1785. according to which Charles Theodore was to cede the whole of Bavaria to Austria and accept in exchange the Austrian Netherlands, Belgium, accepting Luxembourg and Namur as the Kingdom of Burgundy. France maintained an attitude of indifference. Russia supported the project and endeavored by persuasion and threats to induce the heir of Bavaria, the Count Palatine of Zweibrücken, Dusepont, to consent to the scheme. The latter sought help from Frederick the Great, who, a year before his death, died 1786, August 17, succeeded in forming the League of the German Princes, 1785, July, between Prussia, the Electorate of Saxony, and Hanover, which was afterward joined by Brunswick, Mainz, Hesse-Cassel, Baden, Mecklenburg-Anhalt, and the Thuringian lands. Opposition to Joseph's reforms in the Austrian Netherlands and in Hungary, the removal of the crown of Hungary to Vienna, produced so great a disturbance that the emperor yielded and permitted its return. The revocation of the Constitution of Brabant caused a revolt in the Belgian provinces, 1789, war with the Turks, death of Joseph II, 1790. 1790 to 1792, Leopold II, emperor, Joseph's brother and successor. He suppressed the Belgian insurrection, but restored the old constitution and the old privileges. A conference at Reichenbach prevented a war with Prussia, which, January 31, 1790, had concluded a treaty with the Turks in order to procure more favorable conditions for the latter from Austria and Russia. End of section 75.
Section 76 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 14. An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 76. Part 4. Denmark, Sweden, Russia, Poland. Denmark and Norway. Since the close of the Northern War, Denmark held complete possession of Schleswig and enjoyed under Frederick IV, Christian VI, Frederick V, Christian VII, Count of Bernstorff, minister, a long interval of peace at home and abroad. Under the weak Christian VII, revolutionary attempts at reform after the manner of Joseph II by the German Struensee, born in Halle, physician in Altona, travelling companion of the king, instructor of the crown prince, favourite of the queen Caroline Matilda, first minister, count, who was overthrown in 1772 by conspiracy, Queen Dowager Juliana Maria, and beheaded along with his friend Brand. The disputes with the line of Holstein-Gottorp were brought to an end in 1773 by the secession of Oldenburg to the younger line in exchange for their share of Holstein, which was in consequence entirely incorporated with the Danish monarchy. Sweden. Until 1751, Sweden was under the rule of Frederick of Hesse-Cassel. Decline of the royal power in the midst of the dissensions of two parties of the nobility, Hoot, hats, French, and Mutzen, caps, Russian. Unsuccessful war with Russia from 1741 to 1743, ended by the disgraceful Peace of Abo, 1743. 1. The Kaiman made the boundary between Sweden and Russia, whereby the position of St. Petersburg was made more secure. 2. The succession to the crown of Sweden was guaranteed to Adolf Frederick of Holstein-Gottorp. From 1751 to 1818, the House of Holstein-Gottorp in Sweden. Under Adolf Frederick, from 1751 to 1771, the royal power underwent such reductions at the hands of the royal council that Sweden was rather an aristocracy than a monarchy. Inglorious participation in the 7 Years' War. Adolf Frederick's son, Gustavus III, 1771 to 1792, crushed the power of the royal council of nobles by a bloodless revolution, 1772, and reduced it in the new constitution from a co-regent to a simple council. The estates, however, retained the right of veto against an offensive war. From 1788 to 1790, war with Russia. Drawn battle at the island of Hogland, 1788. Gustavus invaded Russian Finland, where the officers of his army refused him further obedience. He found support among the people, Stockholm and Dalecarlia. The estates granted him, against the will of the nobles, the rights to declare even an offensive war. In spite of brilliant deeds of arms, Gustavus concluded the war by a peace at Verlø, which was without advantage to Sweden. In March of 1792, Gustavus III murdered by James of Ankerström. Russia and Poland. See Family Tree, page 410. The son of Peter the Great, Alexis, who favored the Russian reaction, was condemned to execution by his father, and died in prison, purportedly in 1718. Peter was succeeded in consequence of a law which he had issued in 1722, afterwards repealed by Paul I, which allowed the reigning sovereign to appoint his own successor, by his wife. 1725 to 1727, Catherine I, who was governed by Prince Menshikov, the favourite of Peter I, who had risen from the lowest rank to be the first minister of state. After the sudden death of the empress, there followed, under her will, 1727 to 1730, Peter II, 12 years old, grandson of Peter I. He was for 4 months under the influence of Menshikov, who at the end of that time was overthrown by the family of Dolgoruki and sent to Siberia, where he died 2 years later. Upon Peter II's early death, 1730 to 1740, Anna Ivanovna, younger daughter of the elder brother of Peter the Great, was proclaimed empress. She was ruled by Munich, Ostermann, and her favourite Biron, properly Buren. The latter soon obtained complete control and took unbridled vengeance on his enemies, particularly the Dolgoruki. In 1737 he was appointed Duke of Kurland at the desire of the Empress by Augustus III, King of Poland, 1733 to 1763. Russia's influence in Poland established by the War of the Polish Succession. In the war against the Turks, brilliantly conducted in combination with Austria by the General Munich, 1736 to 1739. Azov was the only acquisition. The Empress Anna was succeeded by her grandnephew, the minor Ivan IV, or Sixth, from 1740 to 1741, whose mother, Anna of Brunswick, conducted the government for a short time after Munich had accomplished the fall of Biron, who was sent to Siberia. A military revolution placed upon the throne Elizabeth, 1741 to 1762, the youngest daughter of Peter the Great. Ivan was imprisoned. The leaders of the preceding government, including Munich, were sent to Siberia. Biron returned. Capricious rule of women and favourites. Lestock, a friend of Prussia, to whom the Empress was chiefly indebted for her throne, was overthrown by Bestuzhev, friendly to Austria, and sent to Siberia. War with Sweden. Participation of Russia in the 7 Years' War. According to Elizabeth's direction, she was succeeded by the son of her sister, Peter, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp. 1762. House of Holstein-Gottorp in Russia. 1762, Peter III, after 6 months' reign, which he began with the imprudent introduction of reforms, was deposed on July 9th and imprisoned by his wife, Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst, the energetic and immoral Catherine II, from 1762 to 1796. The two brothers Orloff caused the emperor to be strangled, whether with the knowledge of Catherine or not, cannot be stated. The fact that she overwhelmed the murderers with rewards tells against the emperors. Catherine asked and received from Augustus III, King of Poland, the restoration of Kurland for Biron, who administered the duchy under Russian influence until 1772, and bequeathed it to his son. After the death of Augustus III in 1763, Catherine, in alliance with Frederick II, procured the election of her protégé. From 1764 to 1795, Stanislaus Poniatowski died 1797 as King of Poland. At the request of Russia and Prussia, the dissenters, adherents of the Greek Church and Protestants, received equal rights with Catholics. In opposition to this change, formation of the Confederacy of Bar in 1768, which made an unsuccessful attempt to abduct the king. In the civil war that followed, the king was successfully supported by a Russian army against the Confederacy. The Turks, allies of the Confederacy, declared war upon Russia. Russia's success in this war aroused the envy of Prussia and Austria, which led to an attempt to secure an equal aggrandizement of the three powers by the First Division of Poland in 1772. 1. Russia received the region between the Duna, Dnieper, and Ruch, i.e. the eastern part of Lithuania. 2. Austria, East Galicia and Lodomeria. 3. Prussia, Polish Prussia, West Prussia, with the exception of Danzig, Thorn, and Ermland, which the Teutonic Order had ceded to Poland in 1466, and the Netz district. The assent of the Polish nation to this high-handed proceeding was extorted by force. Exertions of the powers who had shared in the division to preserve the Polish constitution, which was another name for anarchy. 1768 to 1774. Catherine's first war against the Turks was successfully conducted. The Turkish fleet was defeated and burned by the Russians off the island of Chios. Cheshmy, 1770. During the war, revolt of the Cossack Pugachev, who gave himself out as Peter III. The success of Romanzov, who surrounded the Grand Vizier at Shumla, brought about the Peace of Kutchuk-Kinarji on July 12, 1774. 1. Russia received Kinburn, Yenikale, and Kerch in the Crimea and their districts, and obtained the rights of free navigation in all Turkish waters for trading vessels. 2. The Tatars in the Crimea and along the Kuban became independent. 3. Restoration of conquests in Moldavia and Wallachia to their princes, whose interests, as opposed to the Porte, were henceforward represented at Constantinople by Russia. Permanently important provisions of the Treaty of Kutchuk-Kinarji. 1. The Tatars were released from allegiance to Turkey and brought under Russian influence. 2. Russia obtained a firm footing on the north coast of the Black Sea, pushing back the Turkish frontier to the river Volga. 3. The frontier line between the two powers in Asia was left much as it was before the war. 4. Russia stipulated for an embassy at Constantinople and for certain privileges for Christians in Turkey. 5. Russia exacted promises for the better government of the principalities, reserving a right of remonstrance if these were not kept. 6. Russia obtained a declaration of her right of free commercial navigation in Turkish waters. All subsequent controversies between the Porte and Russia may be referred to one of these 6 heads. T. Holland, Treaty Relation of Russia and Turkey from 1774 to 1853. Prince Potemkin, Catherine's favourite, soon became all-powerful and conducted all state affairs according to his humour and his arbitrary will. 1780. Armed neutrality at sea. At first introduced for the protection of commerce during the North American War. The subject was broached by Russia, and the idea gradually found support from Denmark, Sweden in 1780, Prussia, Austria 1782, Portugal 1783, Spain, and France recognized the principle. England prevented the addition of Holland to the League by a declaration of war. Demands of the armed neutrality. 1. Free passage of neutral ships from port to port and along the coasts of combatants. 2. Freedom of an enemy's goods in neutral ships. Le pavillon couvre la marchandise, with the exception of such goods as were contraband of war. 3. Exact definition of a blockaded port. A merely nominal paper blockade, that is, one not enforced by a sufficient number of ships of war in the vicinity of the specified harbour, was declared to be inadmissible. Plan of Catherine and Potemkin to drive the Turks out of Europe, and to restore the Greek Empire as the second geniture of the Imperial House of Russia under Grand Duke Constantine in 1783. In 1787, the Crimea, Tauria, incorporated with Russia. Catherine's journeys through southern Russia to Kherson. Shameless representation of a flourishing condition of the country by Potemkin the Taurian. Meeting with Joseph II. 1787 to 1792. Catherine's second war with the Turks, Potemkin and Suvarov. In alliance with Austria, Loudon and the Prince of Coburg. Potemkin stormed Ochakov, 1788. Victory, in union with the Austrians at Vokcheny and on the Rymnik. Potemkin conquered Bender, 1789. Suvarov stormed Izmail, 1790. Victory at Machen. Peace between Austria and Turkey at Sistova, 1791. Austria received Old Russia only. Potemkin died in 1791. Between Russia and the Porte, Peace of Jersey on January 9th, 1792. Russia received Orchakov and the land between the lower Dnieper Bug and Dniester, the latter river becoming the boundary. Second Division of Poland in 1793. The Poles had attempted to improve the war of Russia and Austria with the Turks, and the seemingly friendly aspect of Prussia, by putting an end to their dependence upon the neighbouring states, and to the anarchical condition of affairs at home. Alliance with Prussia in 1790, which promised to help the Poles if foreign nations should attempt to interfere in their internal affairs. The new constitution of 1791, drawn up by Ignaz Potocki and his friends, 1. Converted the elective monarchy into an hereditary monarchy, appointing the Elector of Saxony successor of the king, Stanislaus Poniatowski, and making the throne hereditary in the House of Saxony. 2. Conferred the executive power upon the king and a council of state, the legislative power upon a diet of the kingdom in 2 houses, with abolition of the liberum veto. And 3. Made some concessions to the middle classes and the peasants, permitting, for example, admission to the rank of the nobility, all of whose privileges, however, were confirmed. In opposition to this constitution there was formed the Confederacy of Targowitz, Felix Potocki, under the protection of Russia, which had guaranteed the old constitution. A Russian army invaded Poland. Brave but futile resistance under Prince Poniatowski and Kosciuszko, who were defeated at Dubienka. The king joined the Confederacy of Targowitz. The new constitution was repealed. Under pretense of suppressing Jacobinism, Prussian troops entered Poland. Annexation of Danzig in 1793. Russia and Prussia issued a common proclamation which announced to the Poles that Russia and her former allies had already come to an understanding. At the Diet of Grodno, the consent of the nation to the new cessions was extorted. Russia took the larger part of Lithuania, being all that remained, and Volhynia and Podolia. Prussia took Danzig and Thorn, and the whole of Great Poland, now called South Prussia. Besides all this, Russia enforced a treaty of union, whereby she received 1. Free entrance for her troops into Poland, 2. The conduct of all future wars, 3. The right of confirming all treaties made by Poland with foreign powers. 1794. Revolution in Poland under the lead of Kosciuszko. The Russians in Warsaw, under Igelsstrom, were in part massacred, in part driven from the city. The Prussians entered Poland, defeated Kosciuszko at Szczekociny, Prussian Szczekociny, took Krakow, but besieged Warsaw in vain. The Russians were victorious at Brest and at Machowitz, Prussian Machowitz. Kosciuszko captured. Footnote: Kosciuszko never made use of the well-known expression finis Poloniae, as he himself openly and with indignation declared. End of footnote. Storm of Prague by Suvorov. Massacre in the city. 1795. Third and last partition of Poland. At this partition, the 3 powers took possession of the following parts of Poland. Prussia, Mazovia with Warsaw, the region between the Vistula, Bug, and Niemen, New East Prussia, part of Krakow, New Silesia. 2. Austria, West Galicia as far as the Bug. 3. Russia, all that remained towards the east. The powers obtained by the 3 partitions about the following increase of territory. Russia, 181,000 square miles, with 6 million inhabitants. Austria, 45,000 square miles, with 3,700,000 inhabitants. Prussia, 57,000 square miles, with 2,500,000 inhabitants. 1795. The annihilation of the Kingdom of Poland led to the incorporation of Courland with Russia. Courland, legally under the overlordship of Poland, had been practically under Russian supremacy since 1737, when the Empress Anna, 411, had obtained the duchy for Biron against the claims of the Marshal Saxe. End of section 76.
Section 77 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 77, Part 5, Spain and Portugal. 1701 to 1808, 1814 onwards, the House of Bourbon in Spain. Philip V, 1701 to 1746, bloody punishment of the adherents of the Archduke Charles of Austria, particularly in Aragon and Catalonia, suppression of all old constitutions and rights, fueros, which remained, the quadruple alliance against Spain, the participation of Spain in the War of the Polish Succession, and the establishment of a secundogeniture in Naples. Under Philip and his successor Ferdinand VI, 1746 to 1759, participation in the War of the Austrian Succession, Ferdinand was succeeded by his half-brother. Charles III, 1759 to 1788, previously King of the Two Sicilies, participation of Spain in the 7 Years' War between England and France, Peace of Paris, and in the War of American Independence, Peace of Versailles. A popular revolt against Italian favourites of the king was made the pretext for the banishment of the Jesuits from Spain, 1767, which was executed by the minister Aranda. Portugal. Since 1640, Portugal was again independent of Spain, had again reached a certain degree of power under the first kings of the House of Braganza, but was then impoverished by a miserable administration and brought into complete dependence upon England by a commercial treaty with that power. In the reign of Joseph I, Emmanuel, 1750 to 1777, his minister, Carvalho, Marquis of Pombal, endeavoured to introduce revolutionary reforms in the spirit of the century, in the same direction as the later attempts of Joseph II. 1755, November 1st. After the terrible earthquake of Lisbon, in which 30,000 people lost their lives, Pombal caused the ruined portion of the capital to be splendidly rebuilt. An unsuccessful attempt to assassinate the king, 1758, formed a pretext for banishing the Jesuits from Portugal, 1759, and a welcome chance for the minister to rid himself of his enemies. The death of the king was followed by the fall of Pombal and the undoing of his reforms. The order of the Jesuits was dissolved in 1773. Pombal sentenced to death, but pardoned. End of section 77. Recording by Alan Mapstone. Section 78 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 78, Part 6, Italy. Savoy. The Dukes of Savoy and Piedmont, kings since the Peace of Utrecht, since 1718 kings of Sardinia, understood how to increase their territory in the 18th century as well as before, by skillful use of political relations. During the War of the Austrian Succession, they acquired a considerable extent of land from Milan. Genoa. The Republic of Genoa was constantly obliged to defend her freedom and independence against powerful neighbours who coveted her territory, Savoy, France, Austria. In 1730, the inhabitants of the island of Corsica, which had been under the supremacy of Genoa, revolted. After a long and fluctuating contest, during which a German adventurer, Baron Neuhoff of Westphalia, appeared for a time as King Theodore I of Corsica, 1736. The Genoese called in the assistance of the French, who, after great exertions and bloody battles, particularly against Paoli, succeeded in subjugating the island, which the Genoese ceded to them in 1768. Venice. The Republic of Venice, by consequence of its obstinate persistence in the old aristocratic forms, politically immured, sank into an irredeemable decline. Its last laurels were gained in the 17th century in the glorious wars against the Turks. The latter surprised Candia and conquered a part of the island, 1645 to 1647. The Venetian fleet under Grimani and Riva repeatedly defeated the much stronger Turkish fleet. Brilliant victory of the Admiral Mocenigo, 1651, and Morosini, 1655. Marcello annihilated the Turkish fleet by the Dardanelles, 1656. Mocenigo defeated the Turks at Chios, but was himself defeated in a second combat. New naval victories over the Turks in 1661 and 1662. The Venetians received aid from Germany and France, but were obliged, after courageous fighting, to leave the island of Candia under Turkish supremacy. After an alliance between the Republic of Venice, the Emperor, and John Sobieski of Poland, 1684, renewal of the war against the Turks. The Venetians under Morosini, supported by German mercenaries, began the conquest of the Peloponnesus, Morea, in 1685. Count Konismark landed at Patras, 1687, and completed the subjugation of the peninsula. Morosini captured Athens. A Venetian bomb blew up the Parthenon on the Acropolis. Morosini, who had been elected Doge, landed in Negroponte, Euboea, but the plague in the army, Konismark died, frustrated the expedition. In the Peace of Karlowitz, 1699, Morea was given to the Venetians, who repopulated the peninsula with Greek colonists, but soon earned the hatred of their new subjects by the rigour of their administration. Tuscany. Tuscany declined in power after the 17th century as the influence of the clergy steadily increased. In 1737 the family of the Medici became extinct. The latter members of this house, sunken in dissipation, were sadly unworthy of their great ancestors. After 1737 the rulers of Lorraine were Dukes of Tuscany. Leopold II, upon his accession in Austria, 1790, gave Tuscany to his second son, Ferdinand Joseph. Tuscany was an Austrian secundogeniture from 1765 to 1859. Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla were secondogenitures for the Spanish Bourbons from 1731 to 1735, and again 1748 to 1859. Modena, since 1597, was ruled by the illegitimate branch of the House of Este. Papal States. In the Papal States, prosperity, industry, and intellectual life steadily declined. After the 16th century, the papal chair was occupied by Italians only, who were for the most part members of the great families of the nobility. Among the popes of the 18th century, Clemens XIV, Ganganelli, must be mentioned, who in 1773 yielded to the demands of the Catholic courts and dissolved the order of the Jesuits, whose general, Ricci, would not entertain the idea of reform. Sint und sunt aut non sint, by the bull Dominus ac Redemptor Noster. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. After 1738, this kingdom was a secundogeniture of the Spanish Bourbons, and was given to Ferdinand, third son of Charles III, when the latter ascended to the Spanish throne in 1759. Naples and Sicily were governed by this branch of the Bourbon family solely in the interests of their house and not in that of the people, for whose intellectual and material welfare little or nothing was done. End of section 78. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 79 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 79, Part 7, America. British Colonies. 1713. Treaty with the Eastern Indians at Portsmouth. Rectification of the boundary between Massachusetts and Connecticut by the cession of over 100,000 acres of land by the former to the latter. 1715. An Indian War in Carolina, undertaken by the Yamassees and allied tribes. The Indians were defeated and driven across the Spanish border by Governor Craven. 1718. Captain Woodes Rogers, appointed governor of New Providence, suppressed the buccaneers in the West Indies. Extirpation of the pirates on the coast of Carolina by the governor of that colony. 1719 to 1729. Overthrow of proprietary government in Carolina. In 1719, the people of Carolina, having for some time chafed under the arbitrary government of the proprietors, formed an association for the overthrow of the proprietary government. The assembly, proving unruly, was dissolved by Governor Johnson, but refused to obey the proclamation. They elected a new governor and council and opposed the armed demonstration of Governor Johnson with an armed defiance. A threatened attack by the Spaniards only served to show more clearly the determined spirit of the colonists. The Spanish expedition never reached Carolina, being repulsed from New Providence and overwhelmed by a storm. The late events being reported by the agent for the colony in England, the Royal Council declared the charter of the proprietors forfeited and forthwith established a provisional royal government, Governor Nicholson, 1721. In 1729, an agreement with the proprietors was reached and confirmed by Act of Parliament. 7 of the proprietors sold their titles and interests in the colony. The 8th retained his property but not his proprietary power. The Crown assumed the right of nominating governors and councils. The province was divided into North and South Carolina. 1720. William Burnet, governor of New York. Prohibition of trade between the Indians and the French. 1722. In New York, Governor Burnet continued his efforts to obstruct the French in their policy of hemming in the English seacoast colonies on the west. Erection of a trading house at Oswego. Negotiations with the Six Nations at Albany. The Tuscaroras had been admitted to the Iroquois Confederacy as a sixth nation. 1724. Indian hostilities in New England. War with the Abenakis, who were incensed by the rapid extension of the English settlements and further provoked by the advice of Rastus, a French Jesuit, at Norridgewock. Futile attempt of the English to seize Rastus was answered by the destruction of Berwick, whereupon war was declared, Norridgewock burnt, and Rastus killed. 1725. The Yamassees, though living under the protection of the Spaniards in Florida, continued their assaults on the English colony in Carolina. Expedition of Palmer to St. Augustine. upon which he chastised the Indians. 1726, the General Court of Massachusetts having become involved in a controversy with Governor Shute, the latter obtained from the Crown an explanatory charter which gave him power to suppress debate and limited the time for which the House of Representatives might adjourn to 2 days. Treaty of peace between Massachusetts and the Eastern Indians, which was long kept. In New York, a treaty with the Senecas, Cayugas, and Onondagas added their lands to those of the Mohawks and Oneidas, which were already under English protection. 1728, Burnet, governor of Massachusetts. He was at once involved in a wrangle with the legislature over the question of a fixed salary for the governor, which the court refused to grant because it is the undoubted right of all Englishmen by Magna Carta to raise and dispose of money for the public service of their own free accord without compulsion. The boundary between Virginia and North Carolina was surveyed and settled, running through the Dismal Swamp. 1729, division of Carolina into North and South Carolina. 1731, settlement of the disputed boundary between New York and Connecticut. 1733, settlement of Georgia, the last of the old 13 colonies. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. It being thought desirable that the government should secure for England the western part of Carolina in order to prevent the French or the Spaniards from Louisiana or Florida from laying hold of it, a charter for the lands between the Savannah and Altamaha rivers, extending to the Pacific under the name of Georgia, was granted to James Oglethorpe and associates, not as proprietors but as trustees, 21 in number, for 21 years for the Crown, at the expiration of which time the colony was to revert to the Crown, which should then determine on the manner of its future government. Liberty of conscience and freedom of worship were secured to all inhabitants of the colony except Papists. James Oglethorpe, the moving spirit in this projected colony, desired to establish within its limits a chance for reformation for English prisoners and a home for poor and oppressed Protestants of all nations. Oglethorpe brought the first colonists in 1733 and settled at Savannah. Conciliation of the Indians by just purchase of lands and by kindness. Oglethorpe refused to allow the importation either of rum or of slaves into Georgia. Many Scotch Presbyterians, as well as Moravians from Austria, came to the new colony. One of the first enactments of the trustees declared that male issue only could inherit land in the colony. 1734, in New York, arrest of Zenger, printer of the Weekly Journal, for libel on the governor, Cosby, trial and acquittal, 1735. 1738, foundation of a college at Princeton in New Jersey. 1739 to 1748, Great Britain at war with Spain. 1740, unsuccessful expedition of Oglethorpe to Florida at the head of 1,200 men from Georgia, Carolina, and Virginia. Siege of St. Augustine. Settlement of the boundary dispute between Massachusetts and New Hampshire in favor of the latter colony. Expedition of Vernon with 27,000 men against Carthagena, broken up by disease. 1741, the colonies participated in an attack on Cuba. 1742, expedition of 3,000 Spaniards to Georgia, repulsed by Oglethorpe by a stratagem. In this year Oglethorpe went to England and never returned to America. 1744 to 1748, war between Great Britain and France, known in the American colonies as King George's War, in reality a part of the War of the Austrian Succession. The strongest French fortification in America outside of Quebec was Louisburg on Cape Breton Island, a part, as the French claimed, of Acadia. The French, however, had refused to surrender it with that province, asserting that only Nova Scotia was comprised under that name. 1745, April 30 to June 16, siege and capture of Louisburg by 4,000 colonial troops under William Pepperell, aided by a few English vessels. 1746 projected conquest of Canada by a united effort of all the colonies, prevented by the arrival of a large French fleet at Nova Scotia under D'Anville, which spread consternation throughout the English colonies, but which, by the death of D'Anville, the suffering of the troops through pestilence, and the loss of vessels by storm, was prevented from accomplishing anything. 1747, November 17, an attempt of the English commander Knowles to press men for his vessels in Boston caused an uprising of the people. The governor withdrew to Castle William, and the disturbance was only quieted by the release of most of the men seized. 1748, Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle between England, France, and Spain. In the reciprocal surrender of conquests, Cape Breton was restored to the French. Formation of the Ohio Company under a charter from the English crown, which gave great offense to the French. 1750, in spite of the confirmation of the cession of Acadia to England by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, hostilities sprang up between the French and English there, owing to disputes over the boundaries. 1751, Governor Clinton of New York, in association with South Carolina, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, concluded a peace with the Six Nations. 1752, the trustees of Georgia, finding that the colony did not flourish under their care, gave up their charter, and the Crown assumed control and placed Georgia on the same footing with other royal colonies. The English Parliament adopted the reformed or Gregorian calendar for England and the colonies. 1753, the growth of the British colonies, extending more and more westward, caused the disputes between England and France to grow to a head. The French claimed the Mississippi and the St. Lawrence and all the region between, from the Appalachians to the Spanish settlements in the west, and were intent on securing this region by a line of forts directly back of the English colonies. According to the English, all French settlements within the territory of the colony of Plymouth were illegal. They also claimed the whole region occupied by the Iroquois. The settlement of Georgia and the foundation of the Ohio Company were attempts to counteract the progress of the French, and these moves, in their turn, were a cause of uneasiness to the French, who seized traders within the limits of the Ohio Company. As the lands of the company were within the territory of Virginia, Robert Dinwiddie, governor of that colony, dispatched George Washington to the forts on the Allegheny and the Ohio to remonstrate with the French. October 31 to December 12. The commander of the Ohio forts promised to lay the remonstrance before the governor of Canada. 1754, Virginia immediately sent a force to the Ohio, 2 companies of which were under Washington. In the advance upon Fort Duquesne, at the juncture of the Allegheny and Monongahela, he captured a small French party, but was besieged in Fort Necessity, which he had erected, and forced to capitulate under condition of free withdrawal. July 4. June 19, Conference of Colonial Delegates at Albany with the Six Nations. By the advice of Benjamin Franklin, the conference also drew up a plan of a union of all the colonies under a president appointed by the Crown, with a Grand Council of Delegates elected by the colonial assemblies, with a right of legislation subject to the veto of the president and the approval of the Crown. Connecticut, objecting to the veto power, refused to sign the proposal, which was afterwards rejected both by the colonies and the Crown. 1755 to 1763, war between England and France, called in the American colonies the Old French and Indian War, being a part of the 7 Years' War in Europe, which was fought in Asia and Africa as well. War was not declared until the following year, but it is reckoned from 1755. 1755, while a conference of the colonial governors, with General Braddock, who was sent from England to take chief command, decided on 3 expeditions: 1 against Fort Duquesne, 2 against the fort at Niagara, 3 against the French fort at Crown Point in New York. A band of 3,000 Massachusetts troops under Winslow and Monckton captured Forts Beausejour and Gaspereau in the disputed district in Nova Scotia, June 16 to 17, and dispersed among the British colonies about 7,000 of the inhabitants who refused to take the oath of allegiance to England. Evangeline. Meantime, General Braddock took the offensive at the head of the British regulars against Fort Duquesne, and fell into an ambuscade in consequence of neglecting the advice of the provincial officers, Washington, and suffered a complete defeat and great loss in the Battle of Fort Duquesne, or Braddock's defeat, 1755, July 9, death of Braddock. Attack on Crown Point, construction of Fort Edward on the east of the Hudson, August. September 8, Battle of Lake George, defeat of the French under Dieskau, died by the provincial troops under Johnson. Construction of Fort William Henry at the south end of Lake George by the English. Fortification of Ticonderoga between Lake George and Lake Champlain by the French. The expedition to Niagara was subjected to so many delays that it was for the time abandoned. 1756, Great Britain declared war on France. Earl of Loudon, Commander-in-Chief of forces in America. August, Forts Oswego and George, captured by the Marquis of Montcalm, Commander-in-Chief of the French armies in Canada, and destroyed. This disaster occasioned the abandonment of the projected enterprises against Niagara, Crown Point, Fort Duquesne, and eastern Canada. Fortifications of Georgia and Carolina, Fort Loudon on the Tennessee River. The French constructed a system of forts in the region of the Illinois. 1757, August 9, capture of Fort William Henry by Montcalm. Massacre of the garrison, whose retreat to Fort Edward was guaranteed by the Indians in Montcalm's army. In Massachusetts, controversy between the governor, Lord Loudon, and the general court over the quartering of troops. In Pennsylvania, controversy between the governor and the assembly over a scheme of taxation. The governor refusing his assent to the bill, the assembly demanded the assent as their right. 1758, July 8, repulse of Abercrombie before Ticonderoga, expedition against Louisburg, May 28 to July 26, capture of the fortress Amherst and Wolfe, July 26. August 27, capture of Fort Frontenac by Bradstreet. November 25, capture of Fort Duquesne by General Forbes. The fort was named Fort Pitt, Pittsburgh. 1759, July 25, capture of Fort Niagara by Sir William Johnson. July 26, capture of Ticonderoga by Major General Amherst. Expedition of Major General Wolfe from Louisburg against Quebec, repulsed at the Montmorency. Wolfe conducted his force by night to the elevated plateau behind Quebec, called the Plains of Abraham, where in the Battle of the Plains of Abraham the French under Montcalm were completely defeated. September 13, 1759. Death of Wolfe and Montcalm. Surrender of Quebec, September 18. 1760, September 8. Montreal and all Canada surrendered to the English. 1761, the writs of assistance in Massachusetts. The English government, Board of Trade reestablished. 1695, having for some time adhered to a course of commercial restrictions and duties upon the colonies. All molasses charged with duty except that imported from the British West Indies. 1733, erection of rolling mills prohibited. 1750, the slave trade favored in spite of the opposition of the colonial legislatures of Virginia and Carolina, etc., had roused a spirit of resistance throughout the colonies based on the perception that such duties were a form of taxation without representation. Hence so much evasion was practiced that finally the custom house officials in Boston applied to the Superior Court of Judicature, Thomas Hutchinson, Chief Justice, for the issue of writs of assistance such as were granted by the Exchequer in England. The case was argued for the colonists by Thatcher and especially by James Otis, 1725 to 1783, who urged the dangerous character of the writ as being servable by any officer against any person for any length of time, and accused the acts of trade as infringements of the charter. The court deferred its decision. It would seem that the writs were ultimately granted, but that the officers did not venture to use them. 1762. Expedition against Martinique by the royal and provincial troops. Surrender of this island, of Grenada, Saint Lucia, Saint Vincent, and of all the other French West Indies. War between England and Spain. July. Storm of Havana, which was surrendered to the English. 1763. February 10. Peace of Paris between Great Britain, France, Spain, Portugal. Preliminary articles. 1762. November 3. At Fontainebleau. 1. France ceded to England Nova Scotia or Acadia, Canada, Cape Breton, and all other islands in the Gulf and River of St. Lawrence, reserving the right to fish and dry fish on a part of Newfoundland, and to fishing in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, 3 leagues from the shore and at a distance of 15 leagues from Cape Breton, also the river and harbor of Mobile, and everything on the left of the middle of the Mississippi, the Iberville and lakes, Maurepas and Pontchartrain, except New Orleans, the navigation of the Mississippi to be free for both England and France, also Grenada, St. Vincent, Dominique, Tobago. In all ceded districts, certain civil and religious rights were secured to the French inhabitants. England ceded to France the islands of St. Peter and McClallen in the Gulf of St. Lawrence for fishing stations, not to be fortified, and Guadeloupe, Marie Galante, de Sarade, Martinique, Belle Isle, Saint Lucia in the West Indies. 2. Spain ceded to England Florida and all other possessions east of the Mississippi. Spain also gave up her claims to the Newfoundland fisheries. England restored Havana to Spain and destroyed all English fortresses in Spanish America. Right to cut and transport dye wood reserved. 3. France ceded to Spain the whole of Louisiana and New Orleans by a previous treaty of November 3, 1762. The English acquisitions were divided into the 4 governments of Quebec, East Florida, West Florida, and Grenada. The number of inhabitants in the old 13 colonies at this time was about 2 millions. 1763. The conspiracy of Pontiac. Pontiac was the chief of the Ottawas, a firm friend of the French, relying on the vain hope of assistance, from whom he resolved to wrest from the English the border fortresses. To this end he formed an alliance of almost all the tribes of the Algonquin race with the Wyandots and Senecas. The other nations of the Iroquois were with great difficulty kept quiet by the influence of Sir William Johnson. Pontiac had planned to open the attack by the treacherous seizure of the fort at Detroit on May 7. Foiled in this by the coolness of Gladwin, the English commander, who had been previously informed of the plot, the enraged chief opened the siege of the fort May 9, and war broke out along the whole line from the Mississippi to Canada. In a short time, Fort Pitt, Niagara, and Detroit, of all the border fortresses, alone remained in the hands of the English. In July, Bekere forced his way under severe fighting to Fort Pitt, which he relieved. Pontiac maintained before Detroit the longest siege which the Indians ever executed, but on September 3 the garrison was relieved by a schooner from Niagara, and with the approach of winter the Indians withdrew. The western tribes were not subdued before 1765, but the danger was over. Pontiac did not long outlive his failure. 1763. Paxton Boys in Pennsylvania. Massacre of converted Indians. The peace gave to Great Britain time to enforce more vigorously that system of repression and taxation which the ministers thought the fitting method of dealing with the 2 independent colonists, while it gave the colonists time to reflect upon and to resent such a procedure. 1763 to 1765. George Grenville, Prime Minister. 1764. March. Parliament voted that they had a right to tax the American colonies, though the colonies were not represented. Passage of the Sugar Act. It is just and necessary that a revenue be raised in America, and of an act for increasing the efficiency of the revenue service. Publication at Boston of the rights of the British colonies asserted and proved by James Otis. Adoption of a resolution not to use British manufactures. 1765 March. Passage of the Stamp Act, prescribing the use of stamped paper for legal documents, pamphlets, and newspapers throughout the colonies. Speech of Colonel Barré. The news was received in America with the greatest indignation. Resolutions of the House of Burgesses in Virginia denying the right of taxation introduced. May 30, 1765, by Patrick Henry, 1736 to 1797. October 7, meeting of a Congress of 28 delegates from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, South Carolina, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia were not represented, but were in sympathy with the colonies at New York, in accordance with the proposition of Massachusetts. The Assembly drew up petitions and memorials to the King and Parliament and adopted a Declaration of Rights and Liberties. October 19. The arrival of stamp officers led to riots in various cities, as in Boston, where the officer Andrew Oliver was burnt in effigy, his house and that of Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson sacked. In New York, etc. Non-importation and non-consumption agreements. 1765 to 1766, Rockingham Prime Minister. 1766 March, repeal of the Stamp Act, which had brought in no revenue. Pitt, Burke. Examination of Benjamin Franklin, born January 17, 1706, died April 17, 1790, agent of Pennsylvania before the Commons. The repeal was accompanied by a declaratory act asserting that Parliament has power to bind the colonies in all cases whatsoever. March 1766. 1766 to 1770, Duke of Grafton, Prime Minister, Earl of Chatham, Privy Seal. 1767, duty imposed on glass, paper, painters' colors, and tea introduced into the colonies. This measure followed the defeat of the ministry on the land tax in England, which cost the revenue a large sum. Out of the revenue thus collected, fixed salaries were to be paid royal officials. New York having refused to make provision for troops quartered upon the colony, the legislative power of the Assembly was suspended by Parliament until compliance. Creation of a custom house and board of commissioners for America. 1768, petition of Massachusetts to the King, circular letter to the other colonies. The British ministry demanded that the court rescind the circular letter. The court refused to do so, 92 to 17, whereupon Governor Bernard dissolved the Assembly. Similar proceedings occurred in other colonies. June, the seizure of John Hancock's sloop Liberty for a false entry by the custom house officials in Boston caused a riot, and the officials fled to Castle William. October, arrival of British troops at Boston. The selectmen refused to provide quarters for the men. First settlement made in Tennessee. 1769, Parliament adopted a resolution looking to the trial of acts of treason committed in the colonies in England. Resolutions of the House of Burgesses in Virginia denouncing this position. The governor dissolved the Assembly. Similar resolutions were adopted in other colonies. The General Court of Massachusetts, refusing to do business while a guard was stationed at the State House, was adjourned to Cambridge. Refusal to provide for the troops. Submission of the Assembly in New York. 1770 to 1782, Lord North, Prime Minister. 1770, March 5, the Boston Massacre, in a broil between the populace and the British soldiers in King, State Street. 3 men were killed and 8 wounded. The officer in command, Preston, was brought to trial, but acquitted, defended by John Adams and Josiah Quincy. March, act repealing the duty on paper, glass, and painters' colors, but retaining that on tea. 1771, insurrection of the Regulators in North Carolina, suppressed by Governor Tryon. Thomas Hutchinson, formerly Lieutenant Governor, Governor of Massachusetts, went to England, 1774. June 10, 1772, destruction of the British revenue schooner Gaspee, which had made itself very obnoxious to the people of Rhode Island, and now ran aground in pursuit of a packet. In spite of a large reward offered, no information concerning the offenders was ever given. Settlement of the boundary between North and South Carolina. 1773, the Virginia Assembly appointed a committee of correspondence for intercourse with the other colonies, the resolution of the colonies having caused a diminution both in the revenue and in the sale of tea. The British government agreed to relieve the East India Company of exportation duty if the company would transport its teas to the American colonies. Cargoes were therefore sent to New York, Philadelphia, Charleston, Boston. New York and Philadelphia sent back the ships. At Charleston, the tea was stored in damp cellars where, as there was no demand for it, it soon spoiled. 1773, December 16. At Boston, as the return of the ships could not be obtained, they were boarded by citizens disguised as Indians, and 342 chests of tea were emptied in the water. Boston Tea Party. Daniel Boone settled in Kentucky, English settlement near the Natchez. 1774, March. Passage of the Boston Port Bill, closing Boston to the importation and exportation of all goods except food or fuel, and of an act for the better regulating the government of Massachusetts, which was a virtual revocation of the charter, giving the governor great increase of power. Another act decreed that persons accused of murder or any capital crime in aiding government should be tried in England or in some other colony than that wherein the crime was committed. General Gage, Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Forces in North America, was appointed Governor of Massachusetts. June 1, the Port Act went into operation in Boston. County conventions throughout Massachusetts protested against the acts. August 2, September. September, the Suffolk Convention resolved that no obedience is due from the province to either or any part of the said acts, but that they should be rejected as the attempts of a wicked administration to enslave America. The project of a Congress of the Colonies moved in 1773 by Franklin was taken up by Rhode Island, Virginia, Massachusetts, and the other colonies except Georgia. 1774, September 5, Continental Congress. At Philadelphia, Peyton Randolph, President. Among the members were Samuel and John Adams, Massachusetts; John Jay, New York; George Washington; Patrick Henry, Virginia. An address was prepared to the King, memorials to the people of British America and to the people of Great Britain, to Canada, Florida, Georgia, etc. October 20, a Declaration of Rights was drawn up. The Congress also concluded the American Association, an agreement to prevent all importation and exportation from and to Great Britain until the acts were repealed. On October 26, the Congress separated with a resolve to meet the next year if justice had not by that time been done. In the meantime, more British troops had been concentrated at Boston, and the town had been fortified. The town was the recipient of much sympathy and many generous gifts from the other colonies. October, the House of Representatives in Massachusetts, having been dissolved by the governor, September 28, met, and voting themselves, October 26, a provincial congress proceeded to organize the militia, Minutemen, and collect stores and ammunition. 1775, fruitless attempt of the opposition in Parliament under Lord Chatham to procure the repeal of harsh measures toward the colonies. Acts for restraining the trade of New England and the southern colonies. A conciliatory measure introduced by Lord North, exempting from taxation any colony which would undertake to raise the quota assessed upon it. The act met with no response. February 26, a British expedition to Salem to seize some cannon stored there was opposed by a few militia under Colonel Pickering, but finally withdrew without bloodshed. 1775 to 1783, War of Independence. April 19, skirmishes at Lexington and Concord. A body of 800 British soldiers, detailed to destroy stores at Concord, fired upon a number of provincials assembled on the green at Lexington, killing 8 men. An ineffectual fire was returned. Proceeding to Concord, the British destroyed the stores, but were obliged to retreat, fight at the bridge. The retreat became a rout before they reached Lexington, where Lord Percy with fresh troops met them. The further retreat to Boston was much embarrassed by the constantly increasing number of provincials. The British lost 273 men, the Americans 103. In Massachusetts, a large army was raised and encamped near Boston. May 10, capture of Ticonderoga by the provincials under Ethan Allen. May 12, capture of Crown Point by Seth Warner. May 10, meeting of the Continental Congress at Philadelphia. May 31, the county convention of Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, declared that colonial charter suspended and the government vested in the provincial and continental congresses. The troops before Boston were adopted as the American Continental Army, and George Washington, born February 22, 1732, died December 14, 1799, was appointed commander-in-chief of the provincial forces, June 15. June 17, Battle of Bunkers, more properly Breed's Hill, opposite Boston, where the Americans had thrown up entrenchments. The provincials were finally driven from their entrenchment after their ammunition gave out, but not before they had inflicted a loss of 1,054 men on the British, themselves losing about 450 men. Warren died. July 3, Washington took command of the American army at Cambridge. 1775, July to March 17, 1776, Siege of Boston. 1775, August, Georgia joined the other colonies. An expedition against Canada being resolved upon, General Montgomery took Montreal, November 12, but was defeated and killed before Quebec, December 31, where Benedict Arnold had joined him after an arduous march. Fruitless siege of Quebec by Arnold. 1776, March 4, occupation of Dorchester Heights by Washington. March 17, evacuation of Boston. 1776, April 23, North Carolina authorized its delegates to join in a Declaration of Independence. May 15, Congress voted that the exercise of every kind of authority under the Crown should be totally suppressed, and extended to all the colonies its advice that they should set up governments for themselves. Virginia directed its delegates to introduce a resolution announcing the independence of the colonies. June 7, in Congress, it was moved by Richard Henry Lee of Virginia and seconded by John Adams of Massachusetts that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved. The resolution was referred, and a committee appointed to draft a declaration, which accepted one prepared by Thomas Jefferson of Virginia. Reported June 28. Debate July 1. The resolution was adopted by all the colonies except New York, whose delegates were not instructed on so grave a matter. July 2. June 18, evacuation of Canada by the Americans. June 28, repulse of the British before Fort Sullivan, Moultrie, off Charleston, South Carolina. 1776, July 4, adoption of the Declaration of Independence, signed August 2 and later. To have taken up a position of independence was a moral gain for the colonies, but the act was followed by a period of military disaster. After the surrender of Boston, Washington went to New York, which was soon attacked by the two Howes with some 30,000 men. The British commanders brought offers of peace, but they were not acceptable. August 27, Battle of Long Island, defeat of General Putnam, retreat of the Americans to New York. September 15, occupation of New York by the British. Washington retreated to the Harlem Heights. September 22, Captain Nathan Hale, sent to reconnoiter the British force on Long Island, was captured and immediately executed by order of Sir William Howe. The attendance of a clergyman was denied him, and his last letters to his mother and friends were destroyed. Disaster also overtook the colonists in the north. October 11 to 13, defeat of Arnold in two naval engagements on Lake Champlain, occupation of Crown Point by the British. October 28, Battle of White Plains near New York, defeat of Washington. November 16, capture of Fort Washington by the British. November 20, evacuation of Fort Lee by the Americans. November 28, Washington retreated across New Jersey and passed into Pennsylvania. December 26, Battle of Trenton. Washington, having crossed the Delaware by night, surprised and captured about 1,000 Hessians at Trenton. 2 days afterward he occupied the town in force and defeated the British in the Battle of Princeton. January 3, 1777. The Americans overran New Jersey, and several skirmishes occurred with the enemy during the spring. The army was in a very bad condition, owing largely to lack of money, which Congress could supply only by the issue of paper money, which soon depreciated largely. Even the arrival of the Marquis of Lafayette, who was appointed Major General July 31, 1777, brought only temporary encouragement. Burgoyne's and St. Leger's campaign from Canada. The summer of 1777 saw a change of fortune. The British had planned to cut the colonies in two by an expedition under General Burgoyne from Canada, which should be met by a northward movement of the army in New York. Capture of Forts Clinton and Montgomery, October 6. Burgoyne took Ticonderoga, July 6, and defeated the Americans at Hubbardton, July 7. As Burgoyne reached Fort Edward, Schuyler, who had but half his force, retired to Saratoga. Meantime, St. Leger, who was to cooperate with Burgoyne from Lake Ontario, besieged Fort Schuyler and defeated Harkener August 6, but returned to Montreal on the approach of Arnold with reinforcements. Hearing of provisions and stores at Bennington in Vermont, then called New Hampshire, grants, Burgoyne sent Colonel Baum to seize them, who was defeated by General Stark in the Battle of Bennington, August 16, 1777. Schuyler succeeded by Gates. September 19, Burgoyne fought the Battle of Stillwater, first Battle of Bemis's Heights, or Battle of Freeman's Farm, retaining the field, although he suffered a heavier loss than the Americans. On October 7, a second battle was fought at Stillwater, second Battle of Bemis's Heights, or Saratoga, in which the British were defeated, being now surrounded and finding retreat impracticable. 1777, October 17, Burgoyne surrendered his entire force, about 6,000 men, to Gates. Howe's campaign. In the South, events were less fortunate. On August 25, General Howe disclosed his purpose of attacking Philadelphia. Washington immediately offered battle, but in the Battle of the Brandywine, the Americans were defeated, although they retired in good order. General Greene. September 11. September 27, Howe occupied Philadelphia. Washington attempted to surprise the camp at Germantown, but was defeated in the Battle of Germantown, October 4. Capture of Fort Mifflin, November 16. Evacuation of Fort Mercer, November 20. Loss of the Delaware. Winter, Washington at Valley Forge. Sufferings of the Army, November 15. Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union agreed upon in Congress between the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, and Providence Plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. The Confederacy was to be called the United States of America. These articles were laid before the legislature of the separate states for ratification. This process proved a long one. June 14, Congress voted that the flag of the 13 United States be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, that the Union be 13 stars, white in a blue field representing a new constellation. The people of New Hampshire grants declared themselves an independent state under the name of Vermont. January 1778, treaties with France, recognition of the independence of the United States, January 30 to February 6. These treaties were negotiated by John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Arthur Lee. February, Parliament renounced the right of taxing the colonies except for the regulation of trade, and appointed a commission to negotiate for the submission of the colonies. The proposals of the commissioners were rejected by Congress, June 17, and by the separate states. June 18, evacuation of Philadelphia by Sir Henry Clinton. Washington intercepted Clinton's march, and in the Battle of Monmouth turned a retreat begun by General Charles Lee into a victory. The British decamped by night. 1778, June 28. Arrival of Count d'Estaing with 18 vessels and 4,000 troops off Virginia. An attack on Newport having been resolved on, the French fleet sailed to that port. Instead of cooperating in the attack, D'Estaing sailed to Boston, August 22, to refit, in accordance with his strict orders, and in spite of a victory at Quaker Hill on Rhode Island, August 29, the Americans under Sullivan were obliged to give up the siege and retire from the island before Sir Henry Clinton, who brought reinforcements. July 4, massacre of Wyoming and Pennsylvania by Colonel Butler, a Tory, and Brant. September 14, Benjamin Franklin, minister plenipotentiary to France. November 11, massacre of Cherry Valley. December 29, Savannah captured by the British under Colonel Campbell. 1779, March 3, defeat of General Ashe at Briar Creek by the British. Loss of Georgia, where the provincial government was restored. General Lincoln, being placed in command of the Southern Army, marched upon Augusta, while the British leader, Provost, threatened Charleston, but retired before determined resistance. D'Estaing reaching Savannah with the French fleet, an assault was made on the town October 9, but repulsed, after which D'Estaing left the dangerous coast. Death of Pulaski. May, coast of Virginia plundered by an expedition from New York. July 5, plunder of New Haven in Connecticut by Tryon, followed by the sack of other towns. July 16, storm of Stony Point on the Hudson by the Americans under Anthony Wayne, destruction of the fortifications. July 19, the Americans fortified West Point. John Paul Jones, who had in 1778 surprised Whitehaven, sailed this year from a French port, and after a successful cruise in the English seas, fought a most desperate naval battle with the Serapis and the Countess of Scarborough, Bonhomme Richard, Jones's vessel, in which he was victorious. September 23. 1780, May 12, capture of Charleston by Sir Henry Clinton, subjugation of South Carolina by Clinton and Lord Cornwallis. The brave resistance of Thomas Sumter and Francis Marion was seconded by the approach of the American army under DeKalb and Gates. But in the Battle of Camden, Gates, though superior in numbers, was totally defeated by Cornwallis. DeKalb died August 16. August 18, Sumter's force dispersed by Colonel Tarleton. Marion retreated to North Carolina. July, arrival of Rochambeau at Newport with 6,000 men. Benedict Arnold, having been placed in command of West Point, negotiated with Sir Henry Clinton for its surrender. His treachery was exposed by the capture, September 23, of the agent Major Andre by 3 privates of the New York militia, John Paulding, David Williams, Isaac Wirt, who, refusing his bribes, detained him and seized his papers. Arnold escaped to the British lines. Andre was declared a spy by a board of 14 officers. On his confession and by order of Washington, Andre was hung as a spy, October 2, 1780. October 7, Battle of Kings Mountain in North Carolina, defeat of the British under Major Ferguson. General Greene appointed commander of the Southern Army. Adoption of a constitution by Massachusetts, with a Bill of Rights which was held by the Supreme Court to have abolished slavery. Abolition of slavery in Pennsylvania. 1781, January 17, Battle of the Cowpens, defeat of the British cavalry under Tarleton by Morgan. Cornwallis, in pursuit of Greene, was twice prevented from overtaking him by the unexpected rising of the rivers, Catawba, Yadkin. March 15, Battle of Guilford, bloody victory of the British. April 25, Battle of Hobkirk's Hill near Camden, Greene defeated by Lord Rawdon. June 5, capture of Augusta by the Americans. June 19, Greene forced to raise the siege of Fort 96 in North Carolina. September 8, Battle of Utah, defeat of Greene, followed by the retreat of the British to Charleston. Meantime, British forces under Lord Cornwallis were concentrated in Virginia, where they fortified themselves at Yorktown and Gloucester. August. In September, Lafayette, Washington, and Rochambeau met at Williamsburg, while a French fleet under Count de Grasse entered the Chesapeake. September 30 to October 19, siege of Yorktown, expedition of Arnold against Connecticut, burning of New London. October 19, surrender of Lord Cornwallis with 7,000 men at Yorktown in Virginia. 1782, February 27, the Commons resolved, on motion of General Conway, that the House would consider as enemies to His Majesty in the country all those who should advise or attempt the further prosecution of offensive war on the continent of North America. 1782, March 20, resignation of Lord North, Ministry of the Marquis of Rockingham, died July 1, succeeded by Lord Shelburne, 1782 to 1783. July 11, evacuation of Savannah. November 30, preliminary articles signed at Paris between Great Britain and the United States. December 14, evacuation of Charleston. 1783, January 20, cessation of hostilities between Great Britain and the United States. Signature of preliminaries of peace between Great Britain, France, and Spain at Versailles, between Great Britain and the United States at Paris. April 11, cessation of arms proclaimed by Congress. Independence of the United States recognized by Holland, April 19, 1782. Sweden, February 5, 1783. Denmark, February 25. Spain, March 24. Russia in July. April 19, peace proclaimed by the commander of the army. 1783, September 3, definitive treaty of peace between Great Britain and the United States signed at Paris, between Great Britain, France, and Spain signed at Versailles. 1. Recognition of the independence of the United States and establishment of boundaries. From the intersection of a line due north from the head of the St. Croix River in Nova Scotia with the highlands south of the St. Lawrence, along in the highlands to the head of the Connecticut, along that river to 45 degrees north, thence west to the river Iroquois, thence through Lakes Ontario, Erie, Huron, Superior, Long Lake and Lake of the Woods, thence west to the Mississippi and along that river to 31 degrees north, from this point east to the Apalachicola or Catuchy, along this river to the Flint, thence direct to the head of St. Mary's River and so to the Atlantic, east from the mouth of the St. Croix River to its source, and due north to the highlands, including all islands within 20 leagues of the coast except such as belong to Nova Scotia. 2. Right of fisheries secured to the United States on the Grand Bank and all other Newfoundland banks, and in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, as well as on the coast of Newfoundland. Right to cure fish on all unsettled parts of Nova Scotia, Labrador, and Maudlin Islands, as long as they should remain unsettled. 3. All good debts heretofore contracted should be considered binding. 4. Restitution of confiscated estates to be recommended by Congress to the states. 5. Navigation of the Mississippi to be open to both Great Britain and the United States. 2. Great Britain ceded Tobago to France. 3. Great Britain ceded Florida to Spain. Establishment of the Society of the Cincinnati by officers of the Army. November 2, Washington's farewell address to the Army. November 25, evacuation of New York. December 23, Washington resigned his commission. 1784, partial abolition of slavery in Connecticut. Erection of a temporary government for the Western Territory, April. Organization of the state of Franklin or Frankland by the western counties of North Carolina, December. It was given up in 1788. 1786, insurrection in Massachusetts and in New Hampshire, springing from financial complications. 1787, January to February, the insurgents in Massachusetts, numbering about 1,100 under Daniel Shays, met the troops of the state under General Shepherd, but were dispersed by the mere sight of artillery. 3 men were killed. Shays' Rebellion. The restricted powers of the Congress approving themselves totally insufficient for the proper government of the country. Failure to establish a revenue by an impost tax. Infraction of treaties by the states. Virginia proposed a convention for forming a better constitution. 1786, the recommendation meeting with favor after much delay. 1787, May 25. Delegates from 7 states met in convention at Philadelphia and elected Washington president. Delegates from other states came in until all were represented except Rhode Island. The debates were long and warm, and more than one compromise, tacit recognition of slavery, equal representation of all states in the Senate. In the House, representation according to population was necessary before the delegates signed the Constitution of the United States, which was forthwith laid before the separate states September 17. 1787, July 13, ordinance for the government of the territory northwest of the Ohio, which was ceded or to be ceded to the United States by the states and bought of the Indians. Slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, were forbidden within this region. 1788, September 13, all the states except Rhode Island and North Carolina having accepted the Constitution, Congress appointed days for elections under the same. End of section 79. Section 80 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 80, Part 8, Great Britain, 1702 to 1714. Anne, second daughter of James II, wife of Prince George of Denmark. In the first part of her reign, the Queen was under the influence of the Whigs. John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, and his wife. 1702, May 4. War declared upon France by the Grand Alliance, including England. For the War of the Spanish Succession, Marlborough was Captain General of all the land forces, Godolphin, Lord High Treasurer, Nottingham, Secretary of State, Halifax and Somers, not in the Privy Council. July 2, 6th Parliament of William III dissolved. The campaign of this year resulted in the capture of Venlo and Liège and the loss of the Lower Rhine to France. Sir George Rooke failed to take Cadiz, but seized a number of treasure ships at Vigo Bay, October 1702, October 20 to 1705, March 14. First Parliament of Anne. Footnote: the dates are those of the actual meeting and separation of the parliaments, not of the proclamations summoning and dissolving them. End of footnote. Harley, Speaker of the House of Commons. Marlborough made a duke. December, bill to prevent occasional conformity, passed by the Commons but rejected by the Lords. High Church and Low Church. 1703, severe laws in Ireland against Irish Catholics. 1703, Methuen Treaty between England and Portugal. England agreed to admit the heavy wines of Portugal at 1/3 lower rate than the light French wines, while Portugal promised to import all her woolens from England. September, Archduke Charles assumed the title of Charles III of Spain. November, establishment of Queen Anne's bounty, a grant of the first fruits and tithes, which Henry VIII had confiscated for the crown, in trust for increasing the income of small benefices. In this campaign, 1703, Marlborough took Bonn and Huy, Limburg, and Guelders. 1704, March, case of Ashby and White, right of electors to vote. July 24, Gibraltar taken by Sir George Rooke and Sir Cloudesley Shovel. August 13, victory of Blenheim, or Hochstadt, naval victory off Malaga over the French, attempt to pass the occasional conformity bill by attacking it to a money bill, tackers. The scheme was defeated in the Commons. 1705, October 4, capture of Barcelona by Charles Mordaunt, Lord Peterborough. 1705, October 25 to 1708, April 1, Second Parliament of Anne, Whigs in majority. 1706, May 23, Ramillies, Conquest of Brabant. Turin, September 7, Conquest of Italy. The Allies in Madrid. 1707, April 25, Battle of Almanza, defeat of the Allies by the Duke of Berwick. Spain lost to the Allies. 1707, May 1, Union of England and Scotland, under the name of Great Britain, went into effect. This measure, which was made necessary by the omission of Scotland from the Act of Settlement, provided 1. That Sophia, Princess of Hanover, and her Protestant heirs should succeed to the crown of the United Kingdom. 2. There should be one Parliament, to which Scotland should send 16 elective peers and 45 members of the Commons. No more peers of Scotland to be created. Scotch law and legal administration to be unchanged. The Episcopal Church in England and Presbyterian in Scotland to be unchanged. Adoption of the Union Jack, crosses of St. George and St. Andrew as the national flag of Great Britain. 1707, October 23, First Parliament of Great Britain. Footnote: not a new Parliament, but the Second Parliament of Anne, revived by proclamation. Henceforward Parliaments are numbered without regard to reigns, but here the distinction is retained. The number as a Parliament of Great Britain is indicated by a Roman numeral in parentheses. The influence of Marlborough and his wife had been gradually weakened by Harley and by the influence of the Queen's new favourite, Abigail Hill, now Mrs. Masham. Marlborough, however, was still so strong that a hint at resignation secured the dismissal of Harley and St. John from the cabinet and the substitution of Boyle and Robert Walpole, Secretary at War. Last royal veto. 1708 March. James Edward, Chevalier de St. George, the Old Pretender, landed in Scotland. A French fleet sent to assist him was repulsed by Admiral Byng, and the Pretender soon returned to France. July 11, Battle of Oudenarde. 1708, November 16 to 1710, April 5, Third Parliament of Anne. 2. Whig majority. Somers, President of the Council. Leaders of the Whigs: Junto, Somers, Halifax, Wharton, Oxford, Sunderland. 1709, September 11, Battle of Malplaquet. October, Townsend's Barrier Treaty. Copyright Act. 1710, February to March, trial of Dr. Sshoger for preaching sermons of an ultra-Tory cast. He was convicted and thereby secured great popularity in the kingdom. Harley, Chancellor of Exchequer. St. John, Secretary of State. September, Charles III in Madrid, driven out by Vendôme. 1710, November 25 to 1713, July 16. Fourth Parliament of Anne. 3. Tory majority. Dismissal of Godolphin. Resignation of all the Whig ministers. South Sea Company established. 1711, Mrs. Masham superseded the Duchess of Marlborough as keeper of the privy purse. The Duke retained his office. Attempted assassination of Harley by the Marquis of Guiscard. Harley created Earl of Oxford and Mortimer and Lord High Treasurer. September 13, Marlborough captured the fortress of Bouchain. October, Charles III left Spain, elected Emperor Charles VI. November, Philip V entered Madrid. Passage of the Occasional Conformity Bill. Marlborough, who had returned to England, was accused of peculation. November, and dismissed from all his offices. Duke of Ormond, Commander-in-Chief. December 30, Qualification Act, repealed, 1866. 1712, creation of 12 Tory peers to secure a majority in the Lords. July, Henry St. John created Viscount Bolingbroke. 1713, April 11, Peace of Utrecht. Articles affecting Great Britain. Great Britain and France renunciation of the Pretender, recognition of the Protestant succession in Great Britain, crowns of France and Spain not to be united under one head, fortifications of Dunkirk to be levelled and its harbour filled up, cession of Hudson's Bay and Strait, Nova Scotia, Acadia, Newfoundland, St. Christopher to England, Great Britain and Spain, cession of Gibraltar and Mallorca to England, grant of the Asiento, El Pacto de El Asiento de Negros, or contract for supplying slaves to Spanish America to the subjects of Great Britain for 30 years, Royal African Company. 1714, February 16 to 1714, August 25, 5th Parliament of Anne. 4. 1714, May 28, death of Princess Sophia of Hanover. Schism Act, July 27, Earl of Oxford dismissed and succeeded as Lord High Treasurer by the Earl of Shrewsbury, Talbot. August 1, death of Anne. Alexander Pope, 1688 to 1744. Jonathan Swift, 1667 to 1745. Daniel Defoe, 1661 to 1731. Joseph Addison, 1672 to 1719. Sir Richard Steele, 1671 to 1729. Periodical Literature, Tatler, 1709, April 12 to 1711, January 2. Spectator, 1711, March 1 to 1714, December 20. 1714 to X, House of Hanover or Brunswick. None of Anne's 17 children having survived her, the crown, according to the Act of Succession, descended to the Protestant House of Hanover, the Catholic line of the Stuarts being excluded. See the genealogical table on page 436. 1714 to 1727, George I. 1714, September 18, the king landed in England. George I favoured the Whigs in the formation of the first government. Lord Townshend, Secretary of State. Shrewsbury resigned, and Halifax was made First Lord of the Treasury. Shrewsbury was the last Lord High Treasurer. Sunderland, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Lord Cowper, Chancellor. Earl of Nottingham, President of the Council. Marlborough, Commander-in-Chief. 1715, March 17 to 1722, March 7. First Parliament of George I. 5. Impeachment of Bolingbroke, Ormond, Oxford. Flight of Bolingbroke and Ormond. Oxford committed to the Tower. Jacobite riots. Riot Act. 1715 to 1716, September. Jacobite rising in Scotland under the Earl of Mar. Battles of Sheriffmuir and Preston. Arrival of the Pretender in Scotland, December. As his friends dispersed upon the approach of the Duke of Argyll, the Pretender abandoned Scotland, February 5, 1716, and returned to France. Barrier Treaty in 1781. Joseph II dismantled the fortresses. Impeachment of the Jacobite leaders. Execution of Derwentwater and Kenmure, February 24. Act creating septennial instead of triennial parliaments. 1717, January 4. Triple alliance between England, France, and Holland, in consequence of the intrigues of the Pretender, Charles XII of Sweden and Spain, Alberoni. February 20, 1722 to March 7. First Septennial Parliament. Convocation ceased to meet for business, revived under the present reign. 1718, August 2, Quadruple alliance between England, France, the Emperor, Holland. 1718, December 17 to 1720, war between England and Spain. 1718, January, repeal of the Occasional Conformity Act and the Schism Act. 1719, abortive Spanish expedition to Scotland in favour of the Pretender. November 20, Treaty of Stockholm. Sweden ceded Bremen and Verden to George I for 1,000,000 rix dollars. 1720, January, Spain joined the Quadruple Alliance. Bursting of the South Sea Bubble from a panic originating in the failure of Law's scheme in France. 1721 to 1742, administration of Walpole. 1726 to 1742, administration of Fleury in France, 1722 October 9 to 1727 July 17, Second Parliament of George I, 6, 1725 September 3, Treaty of Hanover between England, France, and Prussia, Alliance of Herrenhausen, 1727 June 11, Death of George I, 1727 to 1760, George II, Walpole continued in office, the king governed by his wife, Wilhelmina Charlotte Caroline of Ansbach, 1728 January 23 to 1734 April 16, First Parliament of George II, 7, 1729 November 9, Treaty of Seville with Spain, restoration of conquest, confirmation of the Asiento, Gibraltar ceded to England. 1731 March 16, Treaty of Vienna, dissolution of the Ostend East India Company, which had been formed as a rival to the English East India Company by the Emperor. 1735 January 14 to 1741 April 25, Second Parliament of George II, 8, 1736 Porteous Riots of Edinburgh, 1739 to 1748 War with Spain, 1739 November 22 Capture of Portobello in Darien by Admiral Vernon, 1740 Futile attack upon Cartagena by Vernon and Wentworth, disease in the army, 1740 September to 1744 June, voyage of Commodore Anson to the coast of Chile and Peru and around the world, 1741 December 1 to 1747 June 17, Third Parliament of George II, 9, fall of Walpole, succeeded by the Earl of Wilmington, February 1742, 1743 to 1754, administration of Henry Pelham, who succeeded the Earl of Wilmington, died July 1743 as First Lord of the Treasury, 1740 to 1748, War of the Austrian Succession. England took part with Austria, Pragmatic Army, for her share in the war. November, Ministry of Pelham, Pitt, Newcastle, Harrington, Stanhope, Bedford, Broad Bottom Ministry. 1745 May 11, Battle of Fontenoy. Saxe defeated Cumberland. Louisbourg taken from the French. 1745 Second Jacobite Rebellion. The Young Pretender, Charles Edward, landed in Scotland July 25 and proclaimed his father, died 1766 as James VIII of Scotland and Third of England. September 11, the Pretender entered Edinburgh with some 2,000 men. September 21, Jacobite victory at Prestonpans. December 4, Pretender at Derby, about 6,000 men. December 18, Jacobite victory at Penrith. 1746, January 17, Jacobite victory at Falkirk Moor over General Hawley. April 16, Battle of Culloden, victory of the Duke of Cumberland over Lord George Murray and the Pretender, execution of Jacobite lords, escape of the Pretender to France, September 20, 1747, November 10, to 1754, April 6, Fourth Parliament of George II, 10. 1748 October, Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. 1752 Adoption of the Reformed Gregorian calendar in England and the colonies. The year was to begin January 1 instead of March 25. 11 days were omitted between September 2 and 14. 1754 The Duke of Newcastle succeeded his brother Mr. Pelham, died March as Prime Minister. Fox, Secretary of State. 1754 May 31 to 1761 March 19, Fifth Parliament of George II, 11. 1755 to 1763 Land and Naval War between England and France, 7 Years' War, originating in boundary disputes in North America, carried on by land in America and Germany, by sea in all parts of the world. The English had the advantage of the French almost everywhere. War in America, in Europe, in India. 1753 Foundation of the British Museum. 1756 Black Hole at Calcutta. 1757 to 1761, October 5, Coalition Ministry of the Duke of Newcastle, First Lord of the Treasury, and the elder Pitt, William Pitt, born 1708, Member of the Commons 1735, Vice Treasurer for Ireland 1746, Privy Councillor and Paymaster General, Secretary of State 1756, retired 1761, in opposition 1761 to 1766, Privy Seal 1766 to 1768, Earl of Chatham, July 29, 1766, died May 11, 1778, Secretary of State. 1759, September 13, Battle of Quebec, death of Wolfe. 1759, November 20, Naval Battle of Quiberon Bay, defeat of the French by Sir Edward Hawke. 1760, October 25, death of George II. 1760 to 1820, George III, first part of his reign, to 1783. 1761, August 15, Bourbon Family Compact between France and Spain, with the assumption of the accession of Naples and Parma for reciprocal guarantee of all possessions and an offensive and defensive alliance. Pitt, insisting that war ought to be declared upon Spain, resigned. October 5, Lord Bute, the true adviser of the king's friends, the power behind the throne. 1761, October 5 to 1762, May 29, Ministry of the Duke of Newcastle, Egremont and Bute, Secretaries of State, George Grenville, Leader in the Commons. 1761, November 3 to 1768, March 10, First Parliament of George III, 12. 1762, January, war declared against Spain. 1762, May 29 to 1763, April 1, Ministry of Lord Bute, Grenville, Secretary of State. 1763, February 10, Peace of Paris, between Great Britain, France, and Spain. 1. France ceded to England in North America, Canada, and Cape Breton Island. The Mississippi was recognized as the boundary between Louisiana and the British colonies in the West Indies, Grenada. In Africa, the French possessions on the Senegal. England restored to France Goree in Africa and all conquests in India. 2. Spain ceded to England Florida as indemnification for which France had already ceded Louisiana to Spain. Spain received from England all conquests in Cuba, including Havana. In consequence of this peace and her acquisitions in India, Great Britain reached the summit of her extent and power. The North American colonies had gradually developed into states under governors with liberal constitutions modeled after that of Great Britain. 1763, April 1 to 1765, July. Ministry of George Grenville, Halifax, and Egremont, Secretaries of State. Fox created Lord Holland. Number 45 of the North Briton, containing insulting remarks concerning the king, by John Wilkes. General warrants for the apprehension of the authors, printers, and publishers were issued. Wilkes was arrested and expelled from the Commons. General warrants declared illegal by the Chief Justice. Wilkes outlawed. 1765 February, Stamp Act. 1765 July to 1766 July, Ministry of the Marquis of Rockingham. General Conway, Secretary of State and Leader of the Commons. 1766 March, repeal of Stamp Act. 1766 April 22, general warrants declared illegal by resolution of the Commons. A declaratory bill to this effect was thrown out by the Lords. August 1767, December, Ministry of Chatham, Grafton. 1767 December to 1770 January, Ministry of the Duke of Grafton. Townsend, Chancellor of the Exchequer. General Conway, Lord Shelburne, Secretaries of State. Pitt, Earl of Chatham, Lord Privy Seal. Lord Hillsborough, First Colonial Secretary. 1768 May 10 to 1774 June 22, Second Parliament of George III. 13. Wilkes, Member for Middlesex. 1769 February, Wilkes expelled the House for an alleged libel on Lord Weymouth. He was thrice elected and thrice rejected. At the last election, his opponent, Colonel Luttrell, who received a small minority, was declared elected. 1769 to 1772, letters of Junius, containing bitter attacks upon the Duke of Grafton, Lord Mansfield, Murray, and other members of the government, appeared in the Daily Advertiser. The author is still unknown, though the letters are attributed by many with great confidence to Sir Philip Francis. 1770 January to 1782 March 20, Ministry of Lord North, First Lord of the Treasury, and Chancellor of the Exchequer. 1770 May, Remonstrance of the Lord Mayor and Aldermen of London with the King. 1771 Abortive attempt of the Commons to prevent the publication of speeches, complaint of Colonel Onslow, arrest of the printers, commitment of Crosby, Lord Mayor, and Oliver, Alderman of London, for granting bail. 1774 Boston Port Bill. 1774 November 29 to 1780 July 8, Third Parliament of George III. 14. Wilkes, Lord Mayor and member for Middlesex, motion to expunge the resolution rejecting him. On the sixth motion, May 3, 1782, he was successful, and the resolutions were expunged as subversive of the rights of electors. 1775 to 1783, War of Independence of the British colonies in North America. 1778 to 1783, War between Great Britain and France. 1778, Repeal of penal laws against Papists in England. 1779 to 1783, War between Great Britain and Spain. 1779 to 1782, Gibraltar besieged by the French and Spanish in vain, bravely defended by Eliot. 1780, no popery riots caused by the intended relief of Papists in Scotland. Protestant associations. Lord George Gordon, President. June 2, presentation of a no popery petition. Riot in London lasting 5 days. Executions. The armed neutrality formed to resist England's assumption of the right of search. 1780, October 31 to 1784, March 24, Fourth Parliament of George III, 15. 1780, December 30 to 1783, War between Great Britain and Holland. 1781, October 19, surrender of Cornwallis. In this year the English lost Pensacola, Tobago, St. Eustatius, Demerara, Essequibo, St. Christopher, Nevis, Montserrat, Minorca, 1782. 1782, February, motion of General Conway, that the House will consider as enemies to the King and country all who shall advise or by any means attempt the further prosecution of offensive war for the purpose of reducing the revolted colonies to obedience by force. March 15, motion of Sir J. Rouse, that the House could no longer repose confidence in the present ministers, lost by 9 votes. On a threat of renewal of the motion, Lord North resigned. 1782, March 20 to July 1, Ministry of the Marquis of Rockingham, died July 1, 1782, Lord Shelburne, and Charles James Fox, born 1749, son of Henry Fox, Lord Holland, entered the Commons 1768, Lord of the Admiralty 1770, of the Treasury 1773, 1774 in opposition, 1782 in the Cabinet, 1784 in opposition to Pitt, died September 13, 1806. Secretaries of State, Lord Thurlow, Lord Chancellor Edmund Burke, born 1729, in Dublin, entered Parliament 1765, Paymaster of the Forces 1782, in opposition with Fox 1784 until the French Revolution, died July 9, 1797, Paymaster of the Forces. Richard Brinsley Sheridan, born 1751 at Dublin, entered Parliament 1780, died July 7, 1816, under Secretary of State. April 12, Battle of Martinique, naval victory of Rodney and Hood over de Grasse, reduction of the pension list, establishment of the legislative independence of Ireland, exclusion of contractors and revenue officers from Parliament, 1782 July 1 to 1783 February 24, Ministry of Lord Shelburne, following the death of Rockingham. William Pitt, born 1759, entered Parliament 1781, Chancellor of Exchequer 1782, Prime Minister 1783, retired 1801, returned to office 1804, died January 23, 1806, 23 years old, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Fox, Burke, Sheridan, resigned. November 30, Secret Treaty of Paris with America, 1783, January 20 to September 3, Peace of Versailles and Paris. 1. Recognition of the independence of the 13 United States. The Americans retained the Western Territory. The navigation of the Mississippi was in common. 2. England surrendered to France in the West Indies, Tobago, in Africa, the region of Senegal. 3. Spain retained Minorca in Europe and Florida in America. 1783, April 2 to December 13, Coalition Ministry of the Duke of Portland, Cavendish, Chancellor of Exchequer, Lord North and Fox, Secretaries of State, Burke, Paymaster. 1757 to 1784, War of the English in India. In the epoch of the 7 Years' War, the English East India Company, at once sovereigns and merchants, began the foundation of an extensive empire in place of the existing factories. The victories of Lord Clive gave the English the upper hand of the French and secured for them Bengal. War with the Marathas, who were allied with the Sultan of Mysore, Hyder Ali, died 1782. His son Tipu Sahib, with the Nizam of Golconda and the French. From the war, this company came out victorious and with greatly increased strength. Under the ministry of the younger Pitt, 1783 to 1801, the company was subordinated by the East India Bill, 1784, in political and military affairs to a Royal Commission, Board of Control. 1768 to 1779, Voyages of James Cook, born 1728, under Wolfe at Quebec, 1759, died 1779. 1. August 26, 1768 to June 11, 1771, discovery of Cook Strait and of the strait between Australia and New Guinea. 2. July 13, 1772 to July 30, 1775, at New Zealand, Cook discovered many islands in the Pacific, penetrated to 71 degrees south latitude, and rounded Cape Horn. 3. July 12, 1776, investigation of Bering Strait. On the return, Cook was killed by the natives on Hawaii, one of the Sandwich Islands, February 14, 1779. End of section 80.
Section 81 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2021. The World's Story, Volume 14. An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz. Translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 81. Part 9. The East. India. Decline of the Mughal Empire of Delhi. Bahadur Shah, 1707 to 1712. Jahandar Shah, 1712 to 1713, son and grandson of Aurangzeb, both under the control of the general Zulfikar Khan. Successful revolt of Farrukhsiyar, 1713 to 1719. Oppression, revolt, and punishment of the Sikhs in the Punjab. 1715. Rajputana practically independent of the empire. The Sayyid chiefs, Huzdin Ali and Abdullah, placed 2 boy emperors on the throne, who were followed after 4 months by Muhammad Shah, 1719 to 1748. 1720 to 1748, independence of the Deccan established under the Nizam-ul-Mulk, or governor. 1732 to 1743, practical independence of Oudh. 1739, invasion of India by Nadir Shah of Persia, sack of Delhi. 1748, death of Muhammad Shah. From this time, the emperors were but puppets with a shadow only of power. 1748 to 1754, Ahmad Shah. 1748 to 1761, 5 invasions of India by Ahmad Shah Durrani, Afghan ruler of Kandahar, 1748, 1751 to 1752, 1761, sack of Delhi, 1759, 1761. 1754 to 1759, Alamgir II, capture of Delhi by the Mahrattas, 1759. 1759 to 1806, Shah Alam II. 1761, Battle of Panipat, defeat of the Mahrattas by the Afghans under Ahmad Shah Durrani. The Mahratta power was following fast in the footsteps of the Mughal emperors. Under Zahu, grandson of Shivaji, the real power fell into the hands of his chief minister, a Brahman with the title of Peshwa. This man and his successors, Balaji 1718 to 1720, Baji Rao 1721 to 1740, Balaji Baji Rao 1740 to 1761, Madhu Rao 1761 to 1772, built up a confederacy at Pune, while the true sovereigns sank into the petty princes of Satara and Kolhapur. The latter still exists. Under the first 3 Peshwas, their armies prospered. They conquered the Deccan and extorted tribute from Bengal, 1751. After the defeat of Panipat, 1761, the power of the Peshwa of Pune rapidly declined, and the confederacy split up into 5 divisions: the Peshwas, Pune, Bonslas, Nagpur, Sindhia, Gwalior, Holkar, Indore, Gaikwars, Baroda. The British in India. When the 18th century opened, the British were established at Bombay, Madras, and in Bengal, Calcutta. The French had a factory at Pondicherry, south of Madras. This eastern coastland, the Carnatic, was under the Nabob of Arcot, a subordinate of the Nizam of Hyderabad, Deccan. 1744 to 1748, war between France and England in Europe, followed by war between these 2 powers in India. Dupleix, governor of Pondicherry. 1746, capture of Madras by the French. It was restored in the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. 1751 to 1754, war between French and British in India. Defense of Arcot by Clive. Robert Clive, born 1725, clerk in Madras 1743, ensign 1744, paymaster 1748. In England 1753 to 1755, governor of Bengal 1758, Irish peer, Baron Clive of Plassey 1760, governor of Bengal 1765 to 1767. Committed suicide November 22, 1774. 1756 to 1763, 7 Years' War in Europe and America. War between the British and French in India. 1756, June 29, Black Hole of Calcutta. The young Nabob of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Daulah, Suraja-Dola, having quarrelled with the English, seized Calcutta and imprisoned 146 persons in the military prison of Fort William, a room some 18 feet square. In the morning but 23 of the 146 were alive. Clive recaptured Calcutta, took the French factory at Chandanagar, and defeated a much more numerous force under Suraja Daulah in the Battle of Plassey, June 23, 1757. Mir Jafar was placed on the viceregal throne of Bengal. Suraja Dowlah was soon put to death. 1758. Clive governor of Bengal. Defeat of the Dutch. November 1759. Establishment of British influence as superior to that of the French in the south. 1760. January 22nd. Battle of Wandwash. Defeat of the French under Lally by Colonel, afterwards Sir Eyre, Coote. Destruction of the French power in India. The British having deposed Mir Jafar and set up Mir Qasim as Nawab in 1761, was soon involved in a war with the latter, massacre of Patna 1763. Sepoy Mutiny 1764. 1764. Battle of Buxar, won by Major Munro over Shah Alam the Emperor. Conquest of Oudh. 1765. Settlement of Indian relations by Clive, again governor of Bengal, 1765 to 1767. Oath restored to the Nawab. Allahabad and Kora given to the Emperor Shah Alam. The British received the financial administration of Bengal, Bahar, Orissa, and the sovereignty over the northern Sirkars. 1771. Shah Alam submitted to the Mahrattas. Famine in Bengal. Bad condition of the company's affairs. Its servants grew rich on extortions and perquisites, but the company was near bankruptcy. Failure of Clive's system of management. 1772 to 1774. Warren Hastings, governor of Bengal. Born 1732, clerk in Bengal 1749. Member of government 1761. In England. Member of Council in Madras 1765. Governor of Bengal 1772. Of India 1774. Recalled 1785. Impeached 1788. Acquitted 1795. Privy Councillor 1814. Died 1818. 1774 to 1785. Warren Hastings, Governor-General of India. Council of 5 instead of 12, Hastings having the casting vote. Introduction of reforms in administration. Acquirement by the British of complete control of the finances of the empire. Opposition of Philip Francis. Junius. Holding that the emperor had broken the agreement with Clive by joining the Mahrattas, Hastings sold Allahabad and Kora to the governor of Oudh. The resistance of Chait Sin, the Raja of Benares, to the demands of Hastings was fanned into a rebellion. Hastings charged the mother of the governor of Oudh, Begum of Oudh, with abetting the rebel and extorted over £1 million from her. For these acts Hastings was impeached in Parliament on his return to England 1788 to 1795, speech of Burke, but acquitted. War with the Mahrattas 1778 to 1781, and with Haidar Ali of Mysore and his son Tipu Saib. China 1721 to 1735, Yongjing. 1735 to 1795, Qianlong. Annexation of Ili. Conquest of East Turkestan. Unsuccessful invasion of Cochin China and Burma. Suppression of a Mohammedan revolt in Kansa. Severe persecution of the Christians. Literary labors of the emperor, who was himself a poet. Foundation of 4 libraries. 1792. Conquest of the Gorkhas and the Nepalese. Unsuccessful attempt to suppress a rebellion in Formosa. 1793. Embassy of Earl Macartney. 1795. Abdication of the emperor, who died in 1798. Japan. From 1654 to 1853, the history of this country is marked by few events of interest. Under the Tokugawa shoguns, many of whom were famous for their active interest in science and literature, the people progressed in civilization and the diffusion of education. Toward the close of the 2nd century, the country began to feel the evil effects of the long peace: wealth, luxury, enervation. Ietsuna, 1650 to 1681. Construction of a cooperative history of Japan, the Dainihonshi, under the care of the Prince of Mito. Department of Astronomy, growth of Yedo. Tsunayoshi, 1681 to 1708, the friend of learning. Kempfer in Japan. Yoshimune, 1717 to 1744, one of the ablest of the Tokugawas. Revision of the criminal code. Introduction of sugar cane. Foundation of a free hospital at Yedo. Hygienic information distributed throughout the country. Population of Japan in 1744, 26,080,000. From 1763 to 1770, an empress sat on the Mikado's throne. 1780 to 1816, the Mikado Kokaku, the shoguns Ieharu, 1763 to 1786, Ienori, 1787 to 1837. Reformation of the administration. During this reign, the influence of the Dutch increased rapidly, while several attempts of the Russians to open intercourse with Japan were brusquely repulsed. End of section 81.
Section 82 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World Story, Volume 14, an outline of universal history by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 83, Part 10, France. 1715 to 1774. Louis XV, 5 years old, the great-grandson of Louis XIV, whose son, the Dauphin Louis, and grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, died before him. 1715 to 1723. Philip, Duke of Orleans, regent during the minority of Louis XV. He set the country and the king an example of the most shameless debauchery. His favourite was Cardinal Dubois, died 1723, a man of low birth and character, but of considerable ability. Abandonment of the policy of Louis XIV. Alliance with England, 1717. Religious tolerance. The Quadruple Alliance. War with Spain. Marshal Berwick in Spain. Peace, February 17th, 1720. Treaty of London. The Emperor received Sicily, Savoy obtained Sardinia. 1718 to 1720. Law's Mississippi scheme. In his financial distress, the regent grasped at the dazzling plans of the Scotchman John Law. Royal Bank, Company of the West, grant of Louisiana. Popular infatuation. Enormous inflation of the currency, issue of notes to the amount of 3 billion francs, based on the land of the kingdom. Sudden collapse of the bank and the company bringing widespread disaster, 1720. See the South Sea Bubble. 1723 to 1726. Administration of the Duke of Bourbon. The young king married the daughter of the deposed King of Poland, Stanislaus Leszczynski, having broken off the projected marriage with the Infanta of Spain and sent back the princess to the great indignation of Philip V. Louis was under the influence of his tutor, Cardinal Fleury, who overthrew the Duke of Bourbon and his favourite, the Marquise de Brie, and banished them from court. 1726 to 1743. Administration of Fleury. Participation of France in the War of the Polish Succession, in the War of the Austrian Succession, in the 7 Years' War, War with England, and the Peace of Paris. Persecution of the Jansenists. Miracles at the cemetery of Saint-Médard. Convulsionnaire. Closure of the cemetery, 1732. Quote, De par le roi défense à Dieu de faire miracle en ce lieu. End quote. After the death of Fleury, 1743, government of mistresses and of ministers whom they placed in office, senseless expenditure and revolting arbitrary rule. Marquise de Châteauroux. 1745 to 1764, Marquise de Pompadour. Les Normands d'Étoile. 1745, May the 11th, Battle of Fontenoy. Victory of Marshal Saxe over the Allies. Struggle between the Church, Parliament and Crown. The Duc de Choiseul, a friend of Pompadour, minister. 1756, hostilities with England in North America led to war. 1757, January the 5th, attempted assassination of Louis XV by Damien, who was barbarously tortured and torn by 4 horses. 1768, death of the Queen. 1769, annexation of Corsica. The immorality and extravagance of the court reached its height when Louis XV, toward the close of his reign, came under the influence of the shameless prostitute Jeanne Vaubernier by marriage with a superannuated courtier. 1769 to 1774, Countess du Barry. Contest with the Parliament of Paris, which was abolished in 1771 by the Chancellor Maupeou and superseded by a Conseil du Roi without political privileges. The Parliament was, however, restored under the next reign, Pacte de Famine, a company in which the king was shareholder, which had a monopoly of the corn supply. 1774, May 10th, death of Louis XV. He was succeeded by his grandson, Louis XVI, 1774 to 1792, whose moral purity and sincere goodwill, neutralized by a total lack of energy, were unable to quiet the approaching storm of the Revolution by feeble attempts at reform. Restoration of the Parliament. Louis, while Dauphin, 1770, had married Marie Antoinette, daughter of Maria Theresa of Austria. The Queen, at first extremely popular, soon incurred the dislike of the people and became an object of the grossest slanders, particularly in connection with the scandalous affair of the diamond necklace, 1785, given to the Queen by Cardinal Rohan, Countess La Mothe. Her influence was an evil one, being exerted for the maintenance of the system of favouritism and for the resistance of reforms. 1774 to 1781, Maurepas, the King's favourite minister. 1774 to 1776, May. Turgot, Minister of Marine and Finance. 1777 to 1781, Necker, Minister of Finance, abolition of 600 superfluous offices. 1778, alliance between France and the United States of America, for the participation of France in the War of American Independence, see page 429, etc. 1781, publication of the Compte Rendu by Necker. On the death of Maurepas, the Comte de Vergennes succeeded to the favour of the king. 1783 to 1787, Calonne, a favourite of the Queen, Minister of Finance. Great extravagance of the court, contraction of an enormous debt. 1787, February 22nd, Assembly of Notables, summoned at Versailles, fall of Calonne. De Brienne, Minister of Finance. Dissolution of the Assembly, May 25th. Opposition of the Parliament of Paris, which refused to register the reform. Edicts alleging that such changes needed the approval of the States General. Banishment of the Parliament to Troyes. An agreement was patched up, but on the recall of the Parliament a still more aggravated quarrel broke out concerning new loans. 1788, January. Presentation of grievances, arrest of the leaders of the Parliament, abolition of that body, the place of which was to be taken by a corps plenaire nominated by the King, revolts in the provinces, summons of a States General for May the 5th, 1789. 1788, August. De Brienne resigned office. Necker recalled. End of section 82.
Section 83 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 83, Third Period, from the beginning of the First French Revolution to the Congress of Vienna, 1789 to 1815. First part. The Revolution ran through 3 stages to the extreme of a democratic republic. 3 other periods brought it gradually through a reaction back to absolute monarchy, after which came a time of constitutional monarchy, then a republic, then the Second Empire, then a republic again. 1. States General and Constituent Assembly, Constituante, from May 5, June 17, 1789, to September 30, 1791, 2.5 years. Unlimited constitutional monarchy, influence of the higher middle classes. 2. The Legislative Assembly, Législative, from October 1, 1791 to September 21, 1792, almost a year. Monarchy still further limited, then suspended. Increase of the power of the lower classes. 3. The National Convention, Convention Nationale, from September 21, 1792 to October 25, 1795, more than 3 years. Called to frame a new constitution, it first abolished the monarchy and condemned the king to death. It supported the reign of terror and then overthrew it. It led the resistance to foreign foes. Note well, the left of the constituent was the right of the legislative, and the left of the legislative was at first the right of the convention. 4. The Directory, Directoire, from October 26, 1795 to November 9, 1799, 18 Brumaire years. 8. More than 4 years. The middle classes recovered their influence. Party divisions. The army. General Bonaparte's coup d'etat. 5. The consulate. Consulat, at first provisional, then definitive, from December 25, 1799 to May 20, 1804, 4.5 years. Civil and military rule, virtually of one man. Progress of French arms. 6. The First Empire, from May 20, 1804 to April 1814, June 22, 1815, about 11 years. Napoleon I made France the controlling power on the continent, but was finally overthrown. General causes of the Revolution. 1. The spirit of the 18th century, a spirit devoted to the destruction or reformation of all existing institutions. Attacks of French writers upon church and state. Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755. Voltaire, 1694 to 1778. Rousseau, 1670 to 1741. The Encyclopedia, 1751 to 1780, the work of the encyclopedists. Holbach, 1723 to 1789. Helvetius, 1715 to 1771. Diderot, 1713 to 1784. D'Alembert, 1717 to 1783. Condillac, 1715 to 1789. 2. The unequal division and miserable cultivation of the land, nearly two-thirds of which was in the hands of the clergy and the nobles, and the strict control exercised by the guilds, which checked the development of trade and industry. 3. The arbitrary government, the abuses in the administration, the unequal apportionment of the burdens of taxation. Since 1614, the Constitutional Assembly of the kingdom, the États Généraux, had not been summoned. Control of the liberty of the subject by arbitrary warrants of imprisonment, lettres de cachet, Bastille, of their property by arbitrary taxation. In opposition to the right assumed by the Parliament of Paris to refuse the registration of edicts of taxation, the court had recourse to beds of justice, lit de justice, a despotic enforcement of registration, and the banishment of members of Parliament. Commissions in the army, places in Parliament, and most of the higher offices were purchasable, but as a rule only by the nobles. The privileged classes, nobility and clergy, were allowed many privileges in regard to the direct taxes, although by no means exempt by them. Continuation in the country of the oppressive feudal burdens, corvée, enforced labor on the estate of the lord and on public roads without pay, exactions of the feudal lords who wasted their revenues in the capital and gave the peasants neither protection nor assistance in return. Taille, land and property tax. Gabelle, tax on salt. Special cause, the immense public debt and the deficit. The yearly deficit owed its origin to the wars of Louis XIV, to his costly, often senseless buildings, Versailles with its basins and fountains lying in a district totally without water, and to his extravagant court. It grew under the profligate expenditure of Louis XV and the cost of the North American War under Louis XVI, till it amounted to nearly half of the yearly income. As Turgot's 1774 to 1776 attempts at reforms, removal of internal duties on commerce, abolition of the corvée, abolition of many guilds, Necker's 1776 to 1781, economical administration, and the Assembly of Notables, summoned upon the advice of Colleen, 1787, brought no relief. The king took the advice of Necker, who had reassumed office 1788, and resolved upon the summons of the États Généraux to Versailles, 1789, May 5. With a double representation of the middle classes, the third estate, tiers état, nobles 300, clergy 300, commons 600. Dispute about the manner of debating and of voting, whether votes should be cast by the orders as such or by each member individually, which broke out during the verification of the powers of the members. The nobles and the clergy demanded a separate verification. The commons wished that it should take place in common. The true question was whether the legislative body should consist of a lower house of commons and an upper house of nobles and clergy, which would check the lower, or of one house in which the commons equaled in number the nobles and clergy together. Upon the motion of the Abbé Sieyes, author of the remarkable pamphlet asking what is the third estate, the representatives of the third estate assumed the title of the National Assembly Constituante, 1789, June 17 to 1791, and invited the other orders to join them. 1789, June 20, suspension of the meetings for 3 days, the hall closed to the members who had last resorted to a neighboring tennis court, Jeu de Paume, and took an oath not to separate until they had given the realm a constitution. President Bailly, many of the clergy, and some nobles joined the assembly. June 23, fruitless royal sitting. The king ordered the assembly to meet in 3 houses. Principal orator of the assembly, Mirabeau, Riquetti, Count of Mirabeau, born 1749, of remarkable talent, but dissolute, in debt, at variance with his family, elected in Provence as representative of the Third Estate. The representatives of the clergy and the nobility joined the Third Estate by request of the king. Concentration of troops near Paris, rumors of a purpose to dissolve the National Assembly, and the dismissal of Necker, July 11, caused the storm and destruction of the Bastille in Paris, 1789, July 14. Murder of Delaunay, Camille Desmoulins, Paris in the hands of the mob scarcely controlled by the electors who had chosen the deputies from Paris for the Assembly now sat at the Hôtel de Ville as a provisional government. Necker recalled, Lafayette, commander of the newly established National Guard, Bailly, mayor of Paris, adoption of the tricolor, blue, red, colors of Paris, white, color of France. Beginning of the emigration of the nobles, headed by the Count of Artois, second brother of the king, Prince Condé Polignac. Rising of the peasants against the feudal lords in Dauphiné, Provence and Burgundy, riots, provisional governments, guards in the provincial cities. August 4, voluntary surrender by the representatives of the nobles, Vicomte de Noailles, of all feudal rights and privileges, abolition of the titles, prohibition of the sale of offices, dissolution of the guilds, etc. August 27, declaration of the rights of man, discussion of the veto power. October 5-6, outbreak of the mob of Paris, caused by hunger, the bribes of the Duke of Orleans, and rumors of an intended reaction. March of a band, consisting principally of women, to Versailles. The royal family, rescued by Lafayette, were obliged to go to Paris, whither the National Assembly followed them. 200 members resigned. Democratic monarchical constitution, 1 chamber with legislative power and the sole right of initiation. The royal veto was suspensive only, delaying the adoption of a measure for 2 legislative terms. The king could not declare war and conclude peace without the consent of the chamber, ratification by which was necessary for the validity of all foreign treaties. In order to relieve the financial distress, the ecclesiastical estates were declared public property, assignats, notes of the government having for security the public lands, the value of which was not to be exceeded by the issue of notes, a check which was inoperative. The state assumed the support of the clergy. 1790, July 14, National Federation in Paris, the Constitution accepted by the king. Abolition of the old provinces and governments, France divided into 83 departments, named after rivers and mountains, these departments being subdivided into 374 districts and cantons. The communes were left unchanged, 44,000. Tax qualification for the exercise of active suffrage in the primary assemblies, which chose electors, electeurs, who then elected the representatives, 745 for a legislature with a term of 2 years. The administrative officers of the departments and districts were selected from the electors. The municipal officers and the judges were taken from the great body of voters, the active citizens. Each department and each district had a local assembly. Abolition of the parliaments and the old judicial constitution, juries, abolition of hereditary nobility, titles, and coats of arms, dissolution of all ecclesiastical orders, excepting those having education and the care of the sick for their objects. Civil organization of the clergy, the pastors to be chosen by the voters of the districts, the bishops by the voters of the departments. Only 1/3 of the ecclesiastics submitted to the new constitution by taking the required oath, so that henceforward there was a distinction between priests who had taken the oath, prêtres assermentés, and priests who had not, réfractaires. Clubs had existed since 1789. The Jacobins, named after their place of assembly, which was formerly occupied by Dominican monks from the Rue Saint-Jacques. Robespierre, soon the greatest power in the state. The Cordeliers, who held their meetings in a monastery of Franciscans. Danton, Marat, Camille, Desmoulins, Hébert. The Feuillants, moderate monarchists who had separated from the Jacobins. Lafayette, Bailly. Reorganization of the municipality, commune of Paris in 48 sections, 84,000 voters, population 800,000, General Council, Executive Board. Each section had its primary assembly. 1790, September, fall of Necker, alliance between the court and Mirabeau, who endeavored to stem the revolution and prevent the destruction of the throne. 1791, April 2, death of Mirabeau. June 20, flight of the king, stopped at Varennes, brought back to Paris. June 25, unprovoked assault on a meeting in the Champ de Mars. July 17, massacre of the Champ de Mars, suspended, reinstated by the moderate party. September, Louis XVI accepted the Constitution as revised and completed. Dissolution of the Assembly, September 30, after it had voted that none of its members should be eligible for re-election to the next legislature. 1791, October 1 to 1792, September, Legislative Assembly, 745 representatives, mostly from the middle class. Parties, the right, composed of constitutionalists, royalists, feuillants, became weaker with every day. The left side, comprising the majority, was divided into one, moderate Republicans, the Plain La Plaine, containing the group of the Girondins, so-called after its leading members from Bordeaux, the department of the Gironde, Godet, Vergniaud, Brisson, etc., advocates of a federal republic. To the mountain, La Montagne, Les Montagnards, so-called from their seats which were the highest on the left side of the hall, radicals, adherents of a united, indivisible republic, une et indivisible. They were composed of the leaders of the clubs of the Jacobins and the Cordeliers. Pétion, mayor of Paris, 1791 August, meeting at Pillnitz between Frederick William II, 1786 to 1797, King of Prussia, Wildner, Bischofberger, and Leopold II, 1790 to 1792, the Emperor. Preliminary understanding in regard to Eastern matters, the political relations, and the French disturbances. 1791 September, annexation of Avignon, massacres, and the Venaissin to France. 1792 February, alliance between Austria and Prussia. Leopold was succeeded by Francis II, 1792 to 1806, as Emperor of Austria, Francis I until 1835. 1792 to 1797, war between France and the First Coalition. A Girondist ministry, Roland du Maurier, took the place of the Constitutionalist ministry, whose fall was caused by the declaration of Pillnitz. April 20, declaration of war against Austria. 3 armies in the field. Rochambeau, 48,000, between Dunkirk and Philippeville. Lafayette, 52,000, between Philippeville and Lauterbourg. Luckner, 42,000, between Lauterbourg and Basel. The fortune of war was against the French, which increased the revolutionary excitement in Paris. Dismissal of the ministry of Roland, June 13. June 20, invasion of the Tuileries by the mob. Calm behavior of the king. The Bonnet Rouge. July 11, the Legislative Assembly pronounced the country in danger. Formation of a volunteer army of revolutionists throughout the country. Threatening manifesto of the Duke of Brunswick. The Municipal Council of Paris broken up, and its place usurped by commissioners from the sections. The new commune, 288 members. August 10, 10th of August, Storm of the Tuileries by the mob in consequence of an order given by the king to the Swiss guards, who were advancing victoriously, to cease firing. Massacre of the Swiss guards. The king took refuge in the hall of the Assembly. August 13 was suspended and placed in the tower of the Temple, the old house of the Knights Templars. Numerous arrests of suspected persons. The Jacobins in power. Call of a national convention elected by manhood suffrage to draw up a constitution for the state. August 20, Lafayette, impeached and proscribed, fled, was captured by the Austrians and imprisoned in Olmütz till 1796. Verdun taken by the Prussians. Battles at Grand Pré and Valmy. September 2-7, jail delivery at Paris. Terrible massacre lasting 5 days of royalists and constitutionalists detained in the prisons, instigated by the city council and by Danton, the minister of justice. Like scenes took place at Versailles, Lyon, Rheims, Meaux, and Orléans. 20 September, French Dumouriez, Bucallerman, success at Valmy against the Allies, Duke of Brunswick. 1792, September 21 to 1795, October, National Convention composed entirely of Republicans, 749 members, 486 new men. Parties: Girondins, right, Vergniaud, Brissot, and the Mountain. Left, members for Paris: Robespierre, Duke of Orléans, Philippe Égalité, Danton, Collot d'Herbois. End of section 83. Section 84 of an Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 84. Third period, from the beginning of the First French Revolution to the Congress of Vienna, 1789 to 1815. Second part. 1792, September 21. Abolition of the monarchy. France declared a republic. September 22 was the first day of the year 1 of the French Republic. Citoyen et citoyenne, decree of perpetual banishment against emigrants. 2 et 3, inglorious retreat of the Prussians through Champagne to Luxembourg and across the Rhine. The French general Kristine took Speyer, Mainz, and Frankfurt on the Main. Occupation of Nice and Savoy. September 1792, November 6. Victory of the French general Dumouriez at Chemamp. He took Brussels and conquered the Austrian Netherlands. The Prussians retook Frankfurt. November 19, proclamation of the Convention offering French assistance to all peoples who wish to throw off their present government. Savoy and Nice annexed. The Schelde opened to commerce. 1792 December to 1793 January. Trial of Louis XVI before the Convention. Bekere, prosecutor. Malesherbes de 16 tranchées for the defense. Proposed appeal to the nation rejected. January 15, 683 votes out of 721 declared the king guilty. January 16, 361 votes, exactly a majority, among them that of the Duke of Orléans. Égalité were cast unconditionally for death, 360 being cast for imprisonment, banishment, or death with respite. 1793, January 21, execution of Louis XVI. February 1, war declared against Great Britain, Holland, Spain. England, Holland, Spain, and the Empire joined the alliance against France, Sardinia having been at war with the latter power since July 1792, annexation of Belgium. The emigrants under the Prince of Condé proclaimed Louis XVII, who was a prisoner in the Temple. Royalistic revolt in the Vendée upon occasion of a levy of recruits. Charette, Stofflet, AllenO, La Roche-Jacquelin. The Austrians under the Duke of Coburg defeated Dumouriez at near Winden, March 18, and recaptured Brussels. Dumouriez went over to the Austrians with the Duke of Chartres, Louis Philippe, son of Egalité. March 9, establishment of the Revolutionary Tribunal. At Paris and the Convention, struggle for life and death between the Girondists and the Mountains, after the failure of the plan of the Orleanists belonging to the Mountains to make the Duke of Orleans, Egalité, protector. All power centered in the Committee of General Security and the Committee of Public Safety. 1793, April 6. Comité du Salut Public, composed of 9, afterwards 12 members, who exercised dictatorial power. Leaders: Danton from the first, Robespierre, Saint-Just, Couthon, these 3 in July, afterwards Carnot, who managed the military department only, and Collot d'Herbois, September. The third, and in reality the greatest power in the state, was the Commune of Paris, now reorganized on the basis of manhood suffrage and acting through its committee, now numbering only 20 at the Hôtel de Ville, under the guidance of Chaumette and especially of Herbert, editor of Le Père du Chêne. Financial difficulties, new issues of assignats, based on the lands of the emigrants, the sale of which was ordered. Attempts to check the depreciation of assignats by severe penalties. June 2, an uprising of the mob, organized by the Commune of Paris, commanded by Henriot, compelled the convention to arrest 31 Girondists, Brizot, Vergniaud, Pétion. The second fully democratic constitution, as passed by the convention, was sent to the primary assemblies of voters for ratification, but never came to execution. 1793, July 13, assassination of Marat by Charlotte Corday, executed July 15. 1793 to 1794, reign of terror in France. Robespierre at the head of the state. Revolutionary committees throughout the country. Commissaries of the Committee of Public Safety committed unheard of atrocities in the large cities of the provinces. D'Allion at Bordeaux, Le Bon in Arras, Carrier in Nantes, Chalier, Couthon, Fouché, Collot d'Herbois in Lyon. Mainz, captured by the Prussians after a siege of 3 months, July. The Allies took the fortresses of Condé and Valenciennes. For this reason, Kristine was executed at Paris. The English laid siege to Toulon. The troops of the Republic were driven back at almost all points. Revolts in the interior, partially conducted by Girondists who had escaped from Paris. Energetic measures of the Committee of Public Safety, Carnot. 1793, August 23, levy of the whole male population capable of bearing arms. 14 armies were soon placed in the field. Caen, Bordeaux, Marseille, conquered by the Republicans. Lyon, October, captured after a 2-month siege and partially destroyed. Massacre of the inhabitants. Collot, Fouché, La Commune affranchie. September 17, establishment of a maximum price for a vast number of commodities, also for wages. The state exacted all its labor and goods at the maximum price and paid in assignats at the face value, the market value being 1/3 of the face. Law authorizing the imprisonment of all persons suspected, loi des suspects, of being unfriendly to the Republic. Defeat of the Vendéens at Chalot, October 20, and at Le Mans, December 12. Revolutionary Tribunal at Nantes, 15,000 persons put to death in the 3 months of October, November, December by Carrier, noyade, fusillade, mariage républicain. October 16, execution of the Queen Marie Antoinette. October 31, execution of the Girondins. Reign of the Revolutionary Tribunal and the guillotine, Place de la Révolution, now Place de la Concorde. Fouquier Tinville, public prosecutor, 60 executions a month, neglect of legal forms. Execution of Bailly, Égalité, November, Madame Roland. Abolition of the worship of God, cult of reason, Hébert, Chaumette, Clout. Profanation of the royal sepulchre at Saint-Denis. Revolutionary calendar, beginning of the year 1, September 22, 1792. The months Vendémiaire, Brumaire, Frimaire, Nouveaux, Pluvois, Ventos, Germinal, Floréal, Prairial, Messidor, Thermidor, Fructidor, each month of 30 days, 5 intercalary days, sans couletide, every 10th day a holiday, transportation of priests. November 10, Festival of Reason in Notre Dame, abolition of the old army, creation of a new army, capture of Condé, Valenciennes, Le Quesnoy by the Allies, Coburg, Jourdan, commander of the French forces. October 11 to 13, storm of the French lines at Weissenberg on the Rhine by Austrians and Prussians. Pichegru, commander of the French on the Rhine. Hoche of the army on the Moselle. November, defeat of Hoche by the Duke of Brunswick at Kaiserslautern. December, Pichegru defeated the Austrians under Wurmser. Retreat of the Allies across the Rhine. Worms and Speyer recaptured. Toulon rescued from the English. First appearance of Napoleon Bonaparte, born August 15, 1769, at Ajaccio in Corsica, 1779 at the military school in Paris, and 1785 lieutenant in Valence, 1793 captain at Toulon, colonel after the capture, brigadier general, adherent of the revolutionary movement, in close connection with the Jacobins, particularly with the two Robespierres, although he afterward denied it. 1794, Robespierre, representing the Committee of Public Safety, crushed both parties which were opposed to him, the ultra-revolutionary Commune, Hébertists, and the moderate Dantonists, the Mountain, using one against the other, after an unsuccessful attempt at an insurrection. March 24, condemnation and execution of the Hébertists, Chaumette, Hébert, Clout, etc. March 29, condemnation of the Dantonists. April 6, execution of Danton, Camille Desmoulins, Hérault de Seychelles, etc. April 18, defeat of the Allies by Pichegru at Tourcoing. April 19, Treaty of the Hague between England and Prussia, subsidies for 60,000 men, unhampered rule of the Committee of Public Safety. Robespierre abolished the worship of reason and caused the convention to pass a resolution acknowledging the existence of a supreme being. June 8, Fête de l'Être Suprême, Robespierre, high priest. June 10, portentous increase of power bestowed on the Revolutionary Tribunal, juries to convict without hearing evidence or argument, enormous increase of executions running up to 354 a month. June 25, capture of Charleroi by the French. June 26, Battle of Fleurus, repulse of the Allies under Coburg, evacuation of Belgium, an attempt to exterminate the Vendéens. Tourreau caused a fresh outbreak of the war. Conspiracy of the Mountains and the moderates against Robespierre. Talleyrand, Ferrand, Fouché, Vadier, Collot, Desbois, Pilot, Ferrand. 1794, July 27, 9th Thermidor, fall of Robespierre, arrest of the two Robespierres of Coutances and Saint-Just. Being released, they were outlawed, surprised at the Hotel de Ville, and executed with 18 others. On the following days, over 80 of his party were executed. The Commune was nearly extinct. 1794 to 1795, the National Convention controlled by the moderates. Meanwhile, the armies of the Republic had been fortunate on the borders. The Prussians, victors of Kaiserslautern in May 1794, after a second battle at the same place in September, retired across the Rhine. The Duke of Coburg, defeated June 26, 1794, by Jourdan at Fleurus, resigned his command. The Austrians retired across the Rhine. In Paris, the power of the Commune, of the Jacobins, and of the mob was gradually broken by the Thermidorians, or the supporters of a moderate revolution, and by the violence of the young men of the upper classes, called later the Jeunesse Dorée. The Jacobin Club closed November 12. Those Girondins who had escaped with their lives were readmitted to their seats in the Convention. December 8, 1794, March 8, 1795, execution of Carrier and Fouquier, Tinville, public misery, repeal of the maximum. December 24, 1794, new issues, increased depreciation of assignats. In May 1795, they were worth 7%. 1795, April 1, Germinal 12, bread riots in Paris, attack on the convent suppressed, transportation of Billot, Collot, Bekere, Vadier, growing reaction in the capital and the provinces, return of emigrants, reactionary terror, the White Terror. May 20, Prairial 1, insurrection or bread riot, fierce attack upon the convention, firmness of the president, Boissy d'Anglas, suppression of the outbreak. May 20, extermination of the Mountains. Meantime, the armies of France were everywhere successful. Pichegru had invaded Holland in the winter of 1794 to 1795. The hereditary Stadtholder fled to England. 1795 to 1806, Batavian Republic founded, which surrendered Dutch Flanders to France. Tuscany withdrew from the coalition and concluded peace with France. Prussia, whose finances were exhausted, and which had quarreled with Austria, concluded with the convention. The Peace of Basel, 1795, April 5. Hardenberg, which Saxony, Hanover, and Hesse-Cassel joined. Open conditions. 1. France continued in possession of the Prussian territory on the left bank of the Rhine until peace should be concluded with the Empire. 2. A line of demarcation fixed the neutrality of northern Germany. Secret articles. Prussia consented to the absolute cession of the left bank of the Rhine to France and received the assurance of a recompense through secularization. After other notable successes of the French, Spain concluded the Peace of Basel, 1795, July. Spanish San Domingo was ceded to France. All other conquests were restored. Godoy, the Spanish minister, Prince of the Peace. In the naval war, the English were for the most part in the ascendancy. 1795, June 8, death of the 10-year-old Dauphin, Louis XVII, in the Temple, where he had been most shamefully abused. Footnote: the death of the Dauphin, officially established and evidenced by many witnesses, is beyond doubt. The pretenders who assumed his name later were, one and all, impostors. End of footnote. June 27, English and emigrants land at Quiberon, Brittany to assist the royalists of that region, Chouan, but were defeated by Hughes, July 16-21, and over 700 emigrants executed. Retaliatory massacre of 1,000 Republican prisoners by Charette, conclusion of the War of the Vendée, defeat of the insurgents by Hoche, execution of Stofflet and Charette, latter March 29, 1796. At Paris, adoption of the new Third Constitution, Constitution of the year 3 or 1795. The executive power was given to a directory of 5 persons, the legislative to the Council of Elders, 250, and the Council of 500, but it was decreed that for the first term 2/3 of the members of both councils should be taken from among the members of the National Convention. Opposition to this limitation of choice at Paris and in the provinces. The Royalists in the capital instigated an outbreak of the sections, city districts, or wards. On the motion of Barras, General Bonaparte was placed in command of the troops of the Convention. Bonaparte crushed the revolt by the bloody victory of the 13th Vendémiaire, 1795, October 5, called the Day of the Sections, cannonade from the Church of Saint-Roch. The Convention dissolved October 26, after having voted October 25, Brumaire 3, that relatives of emigrants could hold no office. 1795-1799, government of the Directory in France, substitution of mandates, convertible into a specified amount of land for the assignats, of which 145 billion francs had been issued in the Vendée after a short truce, a new and bloody war which spread to Brittany. Chouan, Hoche suppressed the revolt in the Vendée, ended March 5, 1796. By the advice of Carnot, the Directory undertook a triple attack upon Austria. 1. The army of the Sambre and Meuse under Jourdan advanced from the lower Rhine to Franconia. 2. The army of the Rhine and Moselle under Moreau penetrated from the upper Rhine to Swabia and Bavaria. 3. The army of Italy under Napoleon Bonaparte was to attack Austria in Italy and unite with the 2 former by way of Tyrol. The German campaign opened successfully for the French. Jourdan and Moreau invaded South Germany. Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria were compelled to conclude truces. Suddenly fortune changed. 1796, Archduke Charles of Austria, brother of the Emperor Francis, took the offensive against Jourdan, defeated him at Hamburg, August, and at Würzburg, September 3. Jourdan retreated to the sea and resigned his command. The Archduke then turned upon Moreau, who retired to the upper Rhine, retreat through the Black Forest. 1796, March 9, marriage of Bonaparte with Josephine de Beauharnais. 1796, brilliant campaign of Bonaparte in Italy. Starting from Nice, he followed the coast, defeated the Austrians in the battles of Millesimo, April, the Piedmontese at Mondovi, and compelled the King of Sardinia, Victor Amadeus, to conclude a separate peace. May. 1. Cession of Savoy and Nice to the French Republic. To the French garrisoned the Piedmontese fortresses. Offensive and defensive alliance between France and Spain, the latter declaring war on England. May 10. Pursuit of the Austrians. Storming of the bridge over the Adda at Lodi. Napoleon entered Milan. May 15. Conquered the whole of Lombardy as far as Mantua. The Dukes of Parma and Modena. The Pope and Naples purchased a truce with money and art treasures. Definite peace with the Pope and at Torrentina in February 1797. The Pope ceded the Rome, Pagna, Bologna, and Ferrara. 1796-1797, July, February. Siege of Mantua. 4 attempts on the part of the Austrians to relieve the fortress. The Austrians defeated at Castiglione, Roverdo, Pisano, at Arcole, November 15-19, and at Rivoli, January 1797. Mantua surrendered February 2. 1797, March to April. Bonaparte crossed the Alps to meet Archduke Charles, who was advancing from Germany. The inhabitants of the Venetian territory rose against the French. In Tyrol and Bohemia, the people were called to arms. Bonaparte, in danger of being cut off, opened negotiations which led to the conclusion of the preliminary peace of Leoben, 1797, April 18, under the following conditions, which, however, were materially changed in the definite peace of Campo Formio. 1. Austria ceded the Belgian provinces to France. 2. A Congress should mediate for peace with the Empire on the basis of integrity of the Empire. 3. Austria ceded the region beyond the Oglio, receiving in return the Venetian territory between the Oglio, Po, and Adriatic, which she was to conquer for herself, Venetian, Dalmatia, and Istria, and the fortresses of Mantua, Peschiera, and Palma Nova. 4. Venice was to be indemnified with the Romagna, Bologna, and Ferrara. 5. Austria recognized the Cisalpine Republic, which was to be formed in northern Italy. 1797 May, the French declared war upon Venice under pretext of an outbreak at Verona. Abolition of the aristocracy and establishment of popular government. Occupation of the Republic by French troops, also of the Venetian islands of Greece, Ionia. Proclamation of a Cisalpine Republic, Milan, Modena, Ferrara, Bologna, Romagna. Transformation of the Republic of Genoa into the Ligurian Republic under French control. 1797, September 4, 18th, Fructidor. Coup d'etat at Paris. Victory of the Republican Party over the Party of Reaction, which was represented in the Council of 500, in the Council of Ancients, and in the Directory. The 3 Republican directors, Barras, Rubel, and La Reveillère, defeated their colleagues Barthélemy and Carnot. The latter escaped by flight. Barthélemy and many of his adherents, including Pinchegru, were transported to Cayenne. After lengthy negotiations, France and Austria concluded the Peace of Campo Formio, October 17. Open articles. 1. Austria ceded the Belgian provinces to France. 2. A Congress was convened at Rastatt to discuss peace with the Empire. 3. Austria received the territory of Venice as far as the Adige, with the city of Venice, Istria, and Dalmatia. 4. France retained the Ionian Islands. 5. Austria recognized the Cisalpine Republic and indemnified the Duke of Modena with the Breisgau. Secret articles. 1. Austria agreed to the cession of the left bank of the Rhine from Basel to Andernach, including Mainz, to France. The navigation of the Rhine was left open to France and Germany in common. Those princes who lost by the cession were to receive indemnification in Germany. 2. France was to use her influence to secure to Austria Salzburg and that portion of Bavaria which lay between Salzburg and the Tyrol, the Inn, and the Salza. 3. Reciprocal guarantee that Prussia should not receive any new acquisition of territory in return for her cessions on the left bank of the Rhine. 1796 to 1801. Paul I, Emperor of Russia, succeeded his mother, Catherine II. 1797 to 1840. Frederick William III, King of Prussia. Wilner dismissed. The Edict of Religion revoked. 1797 December to 1799 April. Congress of Rastatt. No agreement. 1798 February. The French occupied Rome. Proclamation of the Roman Republic. Captivity of the Pope Pius VI. Disturbances in Switzerland. The French entered the country. The Confederacy transformed into one. 1798 April. Helvetian Republic. Geneva annexed to France. 1798 to 1799. Bonaparte's Egyptian expedition, prepared under the mask of an invasion of England against whose East Indian Empire. This expedition was in truth directed. Army of England at Bologna. The opposition of the Directory being overcome, the fleet sailed from Toulon May 19, 1798, with 35,000 men, accompanied by a large number of scientists, Bonaparte, Berthier, Kleber, later Desailly. Capitulation and occupation of Malta, June 12. Disembarkation in Egypt, July 1. Capture of Alexandria, July 2. Battle of the Pyramids won against the Mamelukes, July 21. Capture of Cairo, July 22. Desailly advances toward Upper Egypt. The English fleet annihilated the French in the Battle of the Nile at Abu Qur, 1798, August 1. Nelson, thus cutting off the French army from France, a popular uprising in Cairo suppressed. The Porte having declared war upon France, Bonaparte attacked the Pasha of Syria, stormed Jaffa, massacre of 1,200 prisoners, but was unable to capture Saint-Jean d'Acre, Akko, the defense of which was supported by the English. Bonaparte victorious over the Turks at Mount Tabor, April 16. Pestilence in the French army, retreat to Egypt, arrival of the Turks at Abu Qur, where they were completely defeated by Bonaparte. Marat, 1799, July 25. 1799 to 1801, War of the Second Coalition, composed of Russia, Austria, England, Portugal, Naples, the Ottoman Porte, and owing its origin chiefly to Paul I, Emperor of Russia, whom the Knights of Malta had elected Grand Master. Plan of the Allies: 1. An English-Russian army. Duke of York was to drive the French from the Netherlands. 2. An Austrian army. Archduke Charles should drive them out of Germany and Switzerland, while 3. A Russian-Austrian army expel them from Italy, Suvorov and Malus. The war began in the latter part of 1798 by a Neapolitan invasion of the Roman Republic under the Austrian general Mack. The invasion was repulsed. The King of Naples fled to Palermo. The kingdom of Naples was occupied by the French and transformed into the Parthenopean Republic, 1799 January. The Grand Duke of Tuscany was driven from his domains. The King of Sardinia escaped from Turin and took up his residence in Cagliari in Sardinia. His fortresses upon the mainland were placed under French control. After 1802, they were annexed to France. The Directory opposed to the coalition 6 armies under as many commanders: 1 Brune in Holland, 2 Bernadotte on the Middle Rhine, 3 Jourdan on the Upper Rhine, 4 Messina in Switzerland, 5 Scherer, afterwards Moreau in Upper Italy, 6 MacDonald in Naples. Jourdan, defeated by Archduke Charles at Ostock and Stuttgart, March 1799 March, retreated across the Rhine and laid down his command. His army and that of Bernadotte were placed under Messina. April, Scherer defeated by the Austrians at Magnano. His successor, Moreau, defeated by the Austrians, Malus, and Russians, Suvorov at Cassano. Abolition of the Cisalpine Republic, 1799, April 8. Dissolution of the Congress of Rastatt. Mysterious murder of the French ambassadors Robergeot and Bonnier. Debris escaped on their journey home by Austrian hussars from Transylvania, April 28. June 4 to 7. Messina defeated by Archduke Charles at Zurich. MacDonald being called to Upper Italy. The King of Naples returned, and the Parthenopean Republic was abolished. Terrible vengeance accompanied by massacres. Nelson, Lady Hamilton. Abolition of the Roman Republic. June 17 to 19. MacDonald defeated by Suvorov on the Trebia. Mantua taken by the Allies. The Directory sent Joubert to Italy with a new army. He was defeated in the bloody Battle of Novi, August 15, by Suvorov and Melas. Joubert died. Suvorov crossed the Alps by the pass of St. Gothard in order to unite with the second Russian army under Korsakov, who had taken the place of Archduke Charles when the latter went to the Middle Rhine in Switzerland. His army, however, had already been defeated at Zurich by Messina. Suvorov left Switzerland after a series of terrible battles and marches and returned to Russia. A Russian-Turkish fleet had wrested the Ionian Islands from French control in May 1799. Erection of the Republic of the Ionian Islands under Turkish protection and the guarantee of Russia, which occupied the same until 1807. June 18, Revolution of Third Period. Reorganization of the Directory under CAI. A revolution which resulted in the return of Bonaparte. 1799, October, the Duke of York was defeated and capitulated at Alkmaar. October 8, Bonaparte, returning unannounced from Egypt, landed at Fréjus in an alliance with the Directors. June, Sieyes and Roger Ducos and his brother Lucien Bonaparte, president of the Council of 500, overthrew the Directory by the coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire, November 9, and broke up the Council of 500 upon the following day. End of section 84. Section 85 of An Outline of Universal History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast. Section 85, Third Period, from the beginning of the First French Revolution to the Congress of Vienna, 1789 to 1815, Third Part. 1799 to 1804, the government of the Consulate, with Napoleon Bonaparte as regent, under the title of First Consul, for 10 years, and 2 consuls appointed by him, Cambacérès and Lebrun, who had consultative voices only. The new Fourth Constitution of the year 8, originally devised by CAA, but essentially changed by Napoleon and accepted by direct vote of the whole nation, 3,000,000 to 1,567, preserved the appearance of a republic, but in reality established a military monarchy, a Senate, 80 well-paid senators, elected for life with but little to do, appointed from lists of names sent in by the departments, the members of the legislative department, the higher officials, and the judges. Legislative power without the initiative. 1. Tribunate. 100. Discuss the proposals of the government without voting. 2. The legislative chamber, 300, could only accept or reject these proposals without debate. The executive power was in the hands of the first consul, who was aided by a council of state. The people voted for notables of the communes, who then elected a tenth of their number as notables of the departments, whence were elected a tenth portion, the notables of France, from which latter list the Senate appointed the members of the legislative bodies. Establishment of prefectures, administration of the departments, and sub-prefectures, administration of the arrondissement, and consequent creation of that centralization which still prevails in France. New system of tax collection, receveur général for each department, abolished under the Second Empire, receveur particulier for each arrondissement. Code Napoleon commenced. The overtures of peace made by the first consul were rejected. Paul, Emperor of Russia, however, was won over by Napoleon's flattery and withdrew from the coalition. Defensive alliance between Russia and Sweden, 1799, closer connection between Russia and Prussia. Paul quarreled with England in regard to Malta, renewal of the previous 1780 armed neutrality at sea. Northern Convention, 1800. 1800, double campaign of the French in Italy under Napoleon Bonaparte, in Upper Germany under Moreau. April, A. in Italy, Messina defeated at Voltri. Milas advanced to Nice. Obstinate defense of Genoa by Messina and Soult. After a terrible famine, 15,000 people perished. The city capitulated to Ath, June 4. May. Meantime passage of the Great Saint Bernard by Bonaparte. The fortress of Bard passed by a detour. June 2. Capture of Milan. Restoration of the Cisalpine Republic. General Milas, after a brave contest and after victory, had once been in his hands, defeated by a second attack in the Battle of Marengo by Napoleon. 1800, June 14. Desaix died. According to the truce concluded with Milas, all fortresses west of the Mincio and south of the Po were surrendered by the Austrians to the French. B. in Germany, Moreau crossed the Rhine from Alsace in April and advanced, winning victories at Engen and Stockard. Toward Cray, May. Moreau in Munich, July. Truce until November. Recommencement of hostilities. Moreau defeated the Archduke John in the Battle of Hohenlinden. 1800, December 3. Captured Salzburg and advanced to the Linz. Truce of Steyr. After Brune in Italy had won a battle on the Mincio, December, and had crossed the Adige, January 1, 1801, a truce was concluded in Treviso, which was succeeded by the Peace of Luneville, 1801, February 9, from which the abolition of the old Holy Roman Empire practically dates. Chief conditions: 1. Ratification of the cessions made by Austria and to her in the Peace of Campo Formio. 2. Cession of the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, Austrian secondogeniture, to Parma, to be indemnified in Germany. 3. The Emperor and Empire consented to the cession of the left bank of the Rhine to France, the valley of the Rhine, that is, the middle of the river, the boundary. The princes who lost by this operation received indemnification in Germany. 4. Recognition of the Batavian, Helvetian, Cisalpine, and Ligurian republics. Germany lost by this peace, taking the Belgic territory into account, 25,180 square miles, with almost 3,500,000 inhabitants. The German princes received an increase of territory. The shameful negotiations over the indemnifications lasted more than 2 years, during which time the ambassadors of German princes haunted the antechambers of the first consul to beg for better terms, and bribed French ambassadors, secretaries, and their mistresses. Tuscany was transformed into the kingdom of Etruria for the satisfaction of Parma. Besides losing Parma, a Spanish secondogeniture, Spain ceded Louisiana to France, which afterwards sold it to the United States, 1803. The Peace of Luneville was succeeded, after a conclusion of a truce, by the Peace of Florence with Naples, 1801, March 18. Conditions: 1. Closure of the harbors to British and Turkish vessels. 2. Cession of the Neapolitan possessions in central Italy and the island of Elba. 3. Reception of French garrisons in several Italian towns. Prussia joined the Northern Convention against England. Occupation of Hanover. 1801, March 23. Paul I, Emperor of Russia, murdered. He was succeeded by his son Alexander I, 1801 to 1825. Reconciliation between Russia and England. In 1801, England had attacked Denmark, the ally of Russia, and forced her to withdraw from the Northern Convention. The Northern Convention was now dissolved. 1800, conspiracies against the life of Bonaparte. Infernal machines. 130 terrorists and Jacobins transported, although the attempts had originated with the Royalists. In Egypt, the chief command, after the departure of Bonaparte, had devolved upon Kleber, who defeated the Turks in the Battle of Heliopolis, 1800 March. After the murder of Kleber at Cairo, June, Manu became commander-in-chief. He concluded a treaty with the English at Cairo, 1801, under which Egypt was to be abandoned and returned to the Ottoman Porte, and the French army transported to France by the English fleet. 1801, Union of Ireland with Great Britain under one parliament. In France, restoration of the Catholic worship, and after long negotiations with the papacy, conclusion of a concordat. 1801, executed in 1802, whereby the 10 French archbishops and 50 bishops were to be appointed and supported by the government and confirmed by the Pope. Pius VII, elected in 1800 in Venice, was recognized in the possession of the Papal States without Ferrara, Bologna, and the Romagna. The liberties of the Gallican Church were strongly asserted by the new organization of the Université, an incorporated body of teachers who had passed a state examination. The entire system of higher education was made dependent upon the government. The Institut National was reorganized and divided into 4, later 5 academies. 1 Académie Française, 1635. 2 Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres, 1663-1701. 3 Académie des Sciences, 1666. 4 Académie des Beaux-Arts, 1648. 5 Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques, 1832. After the withdrawal of the younger Pitt from the English cabinet, and after long negotiations, the Peace of Amiens, 1802, March 27, was concluded between England and France. 1 Surrender of all conquests made by England to France and her allies, excepting Trinidad, which was ceded by Spain, and Ceylon, which was ceded by the Batavian Republic. 2 France recognized the Republic of the 7 Ionian Islands. Malta must be restored to the order of the Knights of Malta. In consequence of this peace was concluded between France and the Porte. Creation of the Order of the Legion of Honor, May 19, 1802. Assumption of regal state and authority. Napoleon Bonaparte caused himself to be elected by a popular vote, plebiscite, 3.5 millions. 1802, August 2. Consul for life, with the right of appointing his successor. New 5th Constitution. The powers of the Senate, which was ruled by the first consul, were enlarged. The importance of the legislative bodies and the tribunate was very decidedly reduced. Napoleon had already become president of the Italian Republic, as the Cisalpine Republic was henceforward called. Elba and Piedmont were annexed to France. Military interference of the French in Switzerland, which was torn with civil dissensions. The Act of Mediation restored the independence of the separate cantons, but the country remained still so far a single state that it was represented by a Landemon and a Diet. As regards the internal relations of Germany, the Peace of Lunéville was executed according to a plan of indemnification established by France and Russia by the enactment of the delegates of the Empire. 1803, February, Reichsdeputation Hauptschluss of the ecclesiastical estates There were left only one, the former Elector of Mainz, now electoral arch-chancellor, with a territory formed out of the remains of the archbishopric of Mainz on the right bank of the Rhine, the bishopric of Regensburg, and the cities of Regensburg and Wetzlar. 2, the masters of the Order of St. John and the Teutonic Order. 3, of the 48 free imperial cities, which still existed, only 6 were left. The 3 Hanseatic cities, Lübeck, Hamburg, Bremen, and Frankfurt, Augsburg, Nuremberg. All other ecclesiastical estates and imperial cities were devoted to indemnifications. The electoral bishoprics of Trier and Cologne were abolished. 4 new electorates, Hesse-Kassel, Baden, Württemberg, Salzburg. Principal indemnifications: 1, the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, Salzburg and Berchtesgaden. 2, Duke of Modena, Breisgau, in exchange for which Austria received the ecclesiastical foundations of Trient and Brixen. 3, Bavaria, bishoprics of Würzburg, Bamberg, Freising, Augsburg, the majority of the prelacies and imperial cities in Franconia and eastern Swabia, in return for which 4, Baden received that portion of the Palatinate lying on the right bank of the Rhine, Heidelberg, Mannheim. Baden also received the portion of the bishoprics of Constance, Basel, Strasbourg, Speyer, on the right bank of the Rhine, and many ecclesiastical foundations and imperial cities. 5, Württemberg, many abbeys, monasteries, and imperial cities, especially Reutlingen, Esslingen, Heilbronn, etc. Prussia, the bishoprics of Paderborn, Hildesheim, the part of Thuringia which had belonged to Mainz, Eichfeld, and Erfurt, a part of Münster, many abbeys, particularly Quedlinburg, and the imperial cities Mühlhausen, Nordhausen, Goslar. 7, Oldenburg, bishopric of Lübeck. 8, Hanover, bishopric of Osnabrück. 9, Hesse, Darmstadt, and Kassel, and Nassau divided the portions of the archbishoprics of Mainz, Trier, and Cologne, which remained upon the right bank of the Rhine. 10, Nassau, Orange, bishopric of Fulda, and abbey of Corvey. As a rule, the indemnified princes gained considerably in territory and subjects. 1803, new dissensions between France and England, caused by the refusal to surrender Malta and the quarrels of the journalists. The French occupied Hanover, where they nearly exhausted the resources of the state. The encampment of Bologna threatened England with an invasion. Conspiracy against the life of the first consul, discovered 1804 February. Pichegru met a mysterious death in prison. George Cadoudal was executed. Moreau fled to America. The Duke of Enghien, a Bourbon prince of the branch line of Condé, was taken by violence from the territory of Baden, condemned by a commission acting in accordance with the wishes and under the order of Napoleon. Footnote: that no misunderstandings took place, as is asserted by Thiers and others, throughout the whole shameful proceeding, that Napoleon I afterwards endeavored in all ways to conceal the truth, and that the guilt of this premeditated murder rests mainly upon himself, has been proved by Lanfrey, Histoire de Napoleon I, 3, 128 following. End of footnote. Without the observation of any of the forms of law, and shot at Vincennes on the night of March 20-21, on the 18th of May, the tribunate and senate proclaimed the consul Bonaparte, 1804-1814. 15. Napoleon I, hereditary emperor of the French. The succession was in the male line, the emperor having the privilege of adopting the children of his brothers, in default of which and of direct issue the crown was to go to Joseph and Louis Bonaparte. See the genealogical table on page 466. The election was ratified by a popular election by means of lists to which the people signed their names. 3,572,329 to 2,569. The emperor was consecrated at Paris by Pius VII, December 2, placing the crown upon his own head. Imitation of Pepin, and especially of Charles the Great, who, as Charlemagne, was transformed into a Frenchman and prototype of Napoleon. Establishment of a brilliant court, grand dignitaries of the empire, 18 marshals, new nobility and absolute monarchy of the purest type, abolition of the tribunate, 1807. 1805, Napoleon, King of Italy. His stepson Eugène Beauharnais, son of Josephine, Viceroy of Naples, the Ligurian Republic incorporated with France. 1805, Third Coalition against France, between England, Russia, Austria, and Sweden, Gustavus IV, for the purpose of restoring the balance of power in Europe. Spain allied with France. The camp at Boulogne broken up. The French armies under Davout, Soult, Ney advanced toward the Rhine. The main force of the Austrians in Italy under Archduke Charles opposed to Messina. In Germany under Archduke Ferdinand and Mack, Napoleon commanded in person in Germany. Relying on the support of most of the South German states, he advanced to meet the Austrians who had invaded Bavaria. On the upper Danube he concentrated his forces, 200,000 men, reinforced by Bernadotte, who on his way from Hanover had marched through the neutral territory of Ansbach in Prussia, and by troops from Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, Hesse, Nassau. After the Austrians, 80,000 men, had been defeated in several engagements, and the main army was surrounded by the French. Max surrendered in Ulm, 1805, October 17, with the whole Austrian army, 30,000 men, prisoners of war. On the sea, England opened the war brilliantly with the victory of Nelson at Trafalgar, 1805, October 21, over the French and Spanish fleet. Death of Nelson. England expects every man to do his duty. This victory broke the naval power of France. The French marched upon Vienna, which was taken by Murat without resistance. Archduke Charles, who had driven back Messina, returned to Germany. A Russian army under Kutuzov, a second under the Emperor Alexander, came to the assistance of Austria. In the Battle of Austerlitz, 1805, December 2, the Battle of the Three Emperors, Napoleon defeated the united forces of Austria and Russia. Truce with Austria, retreat of the Russians. December 15, treaty concluded by Prussia, which was on the point of joining the coalition with Napoleon at Schönbrunn. Haugwitz, Prussia ceded to France the remaining part of Cleve, Wesel, on the left bank of the Rhine, Ansbach and Neuchâtel, and was promised Hanover in exchange. December 26, Peace of Pressburg between France and Austria. 1. France received Piedmont, Parma, and Piacenza. 2. Austria ceded to the Kingdom of Italy all that she had received of Venetian territory at the Peace of Campo Formio, also Venetian Istria and Dalmatia, and recognized Napoleon as King of Italy. 3. Austria ceded to Bavaria, Tyrol, Vorarlberg, the bishoprics Brixen and Trient, Burgau, Eichstätt, Passau, Lindau, besides which Bavaria received the free city of Augsburg. 4. Austria ceded to Württemberg and Baden what remained of the western Austrian lands. 5. Bavaria and Württemberg were recognized as kingdoms. 6. Austria received as indemnification Salzburg, Berchtesgaden, and the estates of the Teutonic Order, which were secularized. The Elector of Salzburg received Würzburg from Bavaria as indemnification. Russia remained hostile. 1805 December, the Bourbons in Naples were dethroned by a proclamation issued by Napoleon from Schönbrunn. La dynastie de Naples a cessé de régner. 1806 Joseph, Napoleon's elder brother, King of Naples. The court of Naples withdrew to Palermo. Sicily was beyond Napoleon's reach, as the English controlled the sea. Joachim Murat, brother-in-law of Napoleon, created Grand Duke of Berg, Marshal Berthier, Prince of Neuchâtel, Louis Bonaparte, Napoleon's third brother, King of Holland, the former Batavian Republic. 1806, July 12, establishment of the Confederation of the Rhine. Napoleon, Protector. Prince Primate, formerly Electoral Arch-Chancellor, the Kings of Bavaria and Württemberg, the Grand Dukes of Baden, Hesse, Darmstadt, and Berg, Duke of Nassau, etc. Afterwards all the German princes joined the Confederation except Austria, Prussia, Brunswick, and the Electorate of Hesse. Many princes holding immediately of the empire mediatized. The free city of Nuremberg assigned to Bavaria, Frankfurt to the Prince Primus, Grand Duke of Frankfurt, Emperor Francis, who had already assumed the title of Emperor of his hereditary Austrian estates, 1804, abdicated the crown of the Holy Roman Empire, 1806, August 6, end of the old German Empire. 1806 to 1835, Francis I, Emperor of Austria. 1806 to 1807, Fourth War with Prussia and Russia. Grounds of the Prussian Declaration of War, erection of the Confederacy of the Rhine, annexation of Wesel, seizure of Essen and Verden, garrisoning of half of Germany with French troops, Napoleon's offer to England to take away from Prussia the territory of Hanover, which had just been forced upon her. The Prussians were, moreover, embittered against the French by the high-handed execution of Palm, a bookseller of Nuremberg, who had published some strictures upon Napoleon. Dangerous situation of Prussia at the outbreak of war. The complete separation of the military and civil orders had brought it about that the safety of the state rested on a half-trained army composed in part of foreigners, on a superannuated general, and on subordinate commanders who, full of arrogant pride in the ancient military fame of Prussia, regarded the French with contempt. No allies except Saxony and distant Russia, dissension between Prussia and England, want of decision in the cabinet and in the conduct of the war. 1806, concentration of the Prussian army in Thuringia under the old Duke of Brunswick, defeat of the Prussian advance at Saalfeld, October 10, Prince Louis Ferdinand died. In the double battle of Jena and Auerstadt, 1806, October 14, the main army was completely defeated. Dissolution of the army. The reserve under the Prince of Württemberg was defeated and scattered at Hall, October 17. Napoleon in Berlin, October 27. The Prince of Hohenlohe, with 12,000 men, was forced to surrender at Prenzlau, October 28. Blücher, after a brave defense in Lübeck, was obliged to surrender his whole corps at Ratkau as prisoners of war, November 7. Incredibly hasty surrender of the fortresses Erfurt, Spandau, Setten, Krusten, Magdeburg, Hameln, only Kolberg, Gneisenau, Schill, Nettelbeck, and Graudenz, Corbière defended themselves resolutely. The Duke of Brunswick died November 10 at Ottensen, and the neutral Elector of Hesse were driven out of the country. Coarse behavior of Napoleon toward the royal family, Queen Louisa, robbery of the museums and picture galleries. From his headquarters in Berlin, Napoleon proclaimed November 21 the senseless paper blockade of Great Britain and the closure of the continent to British trade, a policy summed up in the title Continental System. Berlin Decree. The troops of France, Bavaria, and Württemberg invaded Silesia. The Poles summoned to revolt. Separate peace and alliance of Napoleon with the Elector of Saxony, December 11, who joined the Confederacy of the Rhine as King of Saxony. Occupation of Hanover and the Hanseatic cities. 1807, fall of Breslau, followed by that of the most of the Silesian fortresses. After several bloody engagements in the neighborhood of Pultusk, Prussians and Russians fought against the French without decisive result in the murderous battle of Eylau, 1807, February 7-8, where the Prussians repulsed the right wing of the French under Davout. Winter quarters. Frederick William III went to Memel. May 26, Danzig captured after a brave defense. Kauch Ruth. After several engagements, Napoleon was victorious in the Battle of Friedland, June 14, over the Russians. Königsberg and the country as far as the Niemen occupied by Napoleon. Truce with Russia, June 21, with Prussia, June 25. Meeting of Napoleon, Alexander, and Frederick William on the Niemen. 1807, Peace of Tilsit, July 7, A, between France and Russia. July 9, B, between France and Prussia. A1. Russia recognized the Duchy of Warsaw, which was formed out of South Prussia, parts of West Prussia, and New East Prussia under the King of Saxony. 2. Danzig restored to the condition of a free city. 3. A part of New East Prussia, Bialystok, ceded to Russia. 4. Russia recognized Joseph Bonaparte as King of Naples, Louis Bonaparte as King of Holland, Jerome Bonaparte as King of Westphalia, a new kingdom yet to be created. Russia, moreover, recognized the Confederation of the Rhine and accepted the mediation of Napoleon in concluding peace with the Turks, while Napoleon accepted the like good offices from Alexander in regard to England. In a secret article, Alexander agreed to an alliance with France against England in case the latter refused to accept the proffered peace. B1. Prussia ceded A to Napoleon for free disposal all lands between the Rhine and Elbe. B to Saxony the circle of Cottbus. C all lands taken from Poland since 1772 for the creation of a Duchy of Warsaw, also the city and territory of Danzig. 2. Prussia recognized the sovereignty of the three brothers of Napoleon. 3. All Prussian harbors and lands were closed to British ships and British trade until the conclusion of a peace with England. 4. Prussia was to maintain a standing army of not more than 42,000 men. In regard to the restoration and evacuation of the Prussian provinces and fortresses, it was settled by the Treaty of Königsberg, July 12, that Prussia should first pay all arrears of war indemnities. These indemnifications, fixed at 19 million francs by the Prussian calculations, were set at 120 millions by the French, which sum was raised to 140 millions in 1808. After 120 millions had been paid, the fortresses were evacuated, excepting Stettin, Kustrin, and Glogau. Until this occurred, the Prussian state, reduced as it was from 89,120 to 46,032 square miles, was obliged to support 150,000 French troops. 1807 August, foundation of the Kingdom of Westphalia, capital, castle, by a decree of Napoleon, who reserved for himself half of the domains. High-handed proceeding of the English against Denmark, which had been summoned to join the continental system. An English fleet bombarded 1807 September Copenhagen and carried off the Danish fleet. Alliance of Denmark with France. Russia declared war upon England. Stralsund and Rügen occupied by the French. Portugal, which refused to join the continental system, occupied by a French army under Junot, Duke of Albrant. November 1807. The royal family fled to Brazil. Milan Decree, December 17, 1807. Spain invaded by 100,000 Frenchmen under the pretext of guarding the coast against the English. Charles IV, 1788 to 1808, abdicated in favor of his son Ferdinand. March 1808, in consequence of an outbreak which had occurred against his favorite, the Prince of the Peace. Godoy, father and son, with Godoy, were enticed by Napoleon to Bayonne and compelled to renounce the throne. May, Napoleon's brother Joseph became King of Spain, Murat taking the throne of Naples instead of Joseph. General uprising of the Spaniards. End of section 85. Section 86 of an outline of universal history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 14, An Outline of Universal History by Karl Ploetz, translated by William H. Tillinghast, Section 86, third period, from the beginning of the First French Revolution to the Congress of Vienna, 1789 to 1815. Fourth part, 1808 to 1814. War between Napoleon and Great Britain in Spain and Portugal. Peninsular War. The English landed in Portugal and forced Junot to surrender Sintra, after which he was obliged to evacuate the country. Sir Arthur Wellesley. The French were soon driven back to the Ebro. Napoleon, secured against Austria by a closer alliance with the Emperor Alexander, since the assembly of princes at Erfurt, where 4 kings, 34 princes, and other German rulers who had done him homage hastened in person to Spain with 250,000 men, advanced to Madrid, and with Soult drove the English from Spain. Battle of Corunna, January 16, 1809. Death of Sir John Moore. After the departure of Napoleon, hostilities continued in Spain. Guerrilla warfare. The English returned. Heroic defense of Saragossa, Palafox, which surrendered in February 1809. The English general, Sir Arthur Wellesley, born 1769, officer in East India 1797 to 1805, MP 1806, Viscount Wellington 1809, Duke of Wellington 1814, Prime Minister 1827 to 1830, died 1852, September 18. After his victory over Joseph at Talavera, July 28, 1809, was created Viscount Wellington and made Commander-in-Chief of all English troops in the Spanish Peninsula. Soult, Duke of Dalmatia, at first victorious against the Spanish and Portuguese, was obliged to evacuate Oporto again. In Prussia, meanwhile, the state was reorganized after the dismissal of Bames and Zastrow by Charles, Baron of and in Stein, born 1757 at Nassau, since 1780 in Prussian civil service. 1796, Over-President of the Chamber of Westphalia. 1804, Minister of Finance, died 1831, and Hardenberg. Regulations for the cities, liberation of industry, abolition of hereditary serfdom, reformation of the administration of the public finances, reorganization of the army on the basis of universal military service by Gneisenau, Grollmann, Boyen, Clausewitz, Scharnhorst, born 1755, in Hanover, son of a peasant, officer in the service of Hanover, 1801, lieutenant colonel in Prussia, taken prisoner at Rathkow with Blücher, major general at Eylau, died 1813. Foundation of the University at Berlin, 1810, by Humboldt, Altenstein, Niebuhr, Schleiermacher. Fichte's Addresses to the German Nation, Tugendbund, Gymnastics, Jan Eam Arndt. Preparations for the liberation of Germany and Europe from the French yoke. Futile attempt of Austria to accomplish this liberation alone by making use of Napoleon's entanglement in the Spanish War. 1808, July to November, English expedition to Walcheren. 1809, Fifth War with Austria. Archduke Charles, commander of the Austrian army of Bavaria, and Archduke John, commander of the Austrian forces which was sent to Italy, summoned the German people to take part in the struggle against the French supremacy. Tyrol alone heeded the summons and took up arms. Andreas Hofer Speckbacher. Napoleon engaged Archduke Charles in Bavaria with German troops drove him over the Danube to Bohemia after 5 days fighting, April 19 through 23, at Abensberg, Landshut, Eckmühl, and Regensburg, and captured Vienna for the second time. May 13. Napoleon crossed the island of Lobau to the left bank of the Danube, where in the bloody battle at Aspern and Essling on the Marchfeld, 1809, May 21 to 22. He was for the first time defeated by Archduke Charles, and Nahhas died, forced to recross the Danube, Messina, where he united with the Viceroy Eugene, who had pursued Archduke John from northern Italy to Hungary and defeated him at Raab. With 180,000 men, Napoleon crossed the Danube anew, defeated Archduke Charles in the murderous Battle of Wagram, 1809, July 5 to 6, and pursued him toward Moravia. Truce of Znaim, October 14, Peace of Vienna between France and Austria, signed in the palace at Schönbrunn. 1. Austria ceded a territory of 32,000 square miles, containing 3.5 million inhabitants, viz. A. Salzburg and Berchtesgaden, the Innviertel and half of the Hausruckviertel to Bavaria, B. West Galicia to the Duchy of Warsaw, C. One district in East Galicia, Tarnopol to Russia, D. The lands beyond the Save, the circle of Villach, Istria, Hungarian, Dalmatia, and Ragusa, to the Emperor Napoleon, who created from these cessions and the Ionian Islands, which Russia had surrendered to him in 1807, the new state of the Illyrian provinces under Marmont, Duke of Ragusa, as governor. 2. Austria joined the continental system and broke off all connection with England. The Tyrolese, left to themselves, continued the war with heroic courage, but were in the end subdued. Hofer captured and shot by the French at Mantua, 1810, southern Tyrol, annexed to the Kingdom of Italy. Bold attempt of Schill, a Prussian major, to precipitate the war of liberation. With 600 hussars, he left Berlin in the spring of 1809 and summoned the people of Germany to take up arms. The news of Napoleon's victories on the Danube frustrated the scheme. Schill fell fighting bravely at Stralsund, May 31. 11 of his officers were court-martialed and shot in Wesel. The captured soldiers were condemned to hard labor by order of Napoleon, carried to France, and after a half-year's imprisonment in the Bagneux, or prison for galley slaves, enrolled among the French coast guards. 1809, bold expedition of the Duke of Brunswick across northern Germany. He succeeded in transporting himself and the Black Legion to England. Gustavus IV of Sweden, a bitter opponent of the Revolution and of Napoleon, but ignorant of the true interests of his country, had been since 1808 involved in war with Russia, which had conquered Finland. He fell at last by a military revolution, the victim of his obstinacy. The capital, Stockholm, being threatened by the passage of the Russians under Barclay de Tolly over the frozen Gulf of Bothnia, by the capture of Tornia and that of the islands of Åland, a mutiny broke out in the Swedish army. The king was arrested on March 13, 1809, by Generals Klingspor and Adler-Kreutz, obliged to abdicate and dismissed from the kingdom with his family. The crown was given to the uncle of the king, Charles XIII, 1809 to 1818, passing over his son. In the Peace of Friedrichshamm, with Russia. September 17, 1809, Sweden surrendered to Russia the Principality of Finland as far as the river Dornia, together with the islands of Åland. By the mediation of Russia, Sweden concluded the Peace of Paris with France, January 6, 1810, whereby Sweden joined the continental system and obtained the restoration of Swedish Pomerania. After the sudden death of Prince Christian August of Holstein-Augustenburg, whom Charles XIII had adopted and appointed heir to the throne, the French Marshal Bernadotte, Prince of Pontecorvo, was elected Crown Prince of Sweden. Rome had been occupied by the French in 1808, Pope Pius VII steadfastly refusing to enter into an offensive and defensive alliance with France and to close his seaports against England. Napoleon, after the infliction of unheard of violence for a year, proclaimed from Schönbrunn, May 1809, that the Papal States and the city of Rome were incorporated with France. Pius VII excommunicated Napoleon in June, whereupon he was arrested and taken over Mount Cenis to Grenoble and thence to Savona. As he still refused to yield to Napoleon's demands, Pius VII was placed on prisoner's allowance and lived for 3 years almost entirely upon alms. 1812, taken to Fontainebleau. In Turkey, after the deposition of Selim III, war broke out again with Russia, 1809 to 1812. After the bloody battle at Rustchuk, the Russians retired across the Danube, and the Turkish army, which pursued them, was captured. 1811. 1812, May 28, Peace of Bucharest. The Pruth was made the boundary between Russia and Turkey. 1810, April, Napoleon divorced from Josephine, married Maria Louisa, daughter of Francis I of Austria. Abdication and flight, July, of Louis Bonaparte, King of Holland, who had refused to ruin his country by joining the continental system. Annexation of Holland as the alluvial deposit of French rivers to the French Empire. Annexation of the canton of Wallis, and soon after of Oldenburg, a large part of the kingdom of Westphalia, the Grand Duchy of Berg, East Friesland, the Hanseatic cities, so that the French Empire, which now comprised 130 departments, extended on the east as far as the Trave. In Spain, strenuous exertions against Napoleon. French, Italian, and Polish troops, along with those of the Confederacy of the Rhine, overran the peninsula. Conquest of Andalusia by Victor and Mortier. Unsuccessful siege of Cadiz, whither the central junto had fled from Seville. A special session of the Cortes, called at Cadiz, assumed the sovereignty and drew up a constitution, completed 1812. In Portugal, struggle between Wellington and Messina. Siege and capture of Ciudad Rodrigo by the latter, July 10, 1810. Retreat of Wellington to the lines of Torres Vedras, October 9. Winter quarters, 1811, March. Masterly retreat of Messina. Siege of Almeida and Badajoz by the English. Defeat and retreat of Messina from Portugal. Soult, hastening to the relief of Badajoz, was defeated in the bloody battle of Albuera, 1811, May 16. The English returned to Portugal. 1812, capture of Ciudad Rodrigo, January 19, and Badajoz, April 6. 1812, July 22, Battle of Salamanca, victory of Wellington, capture of Madrid, loss of southern Spain to the French. 1811, March, birth of a son to Napoleon, who received the pompous title of King of Rome. Napoleon I at the summit of his power. In the naval warfare and in the colonies, France, like Holland, had met nothing but losses. Cayenne, Martinique, Senegal, Saint Domingo were lost in 1809. Guadeloupe, Ile Bourbon, and Ile de France in 1810, Java with Batavia, 1811. 1812 to 1814, war between England and the United States of North America in consequence of commercial dissensions concluded by the Treaty of Ghent, December 24, 1814. 1812, 6th, war with Russia. Cause: Napoleon's claim to rule the continent of Europe, the refusal of Russia to carry out strictly the absurd continental system which Napoleon himself evaded by saleable licenses and which had ruined Russian commerce, roused the anger of the tyrant. The addition of West Galicia to the Duchy of Warsaw by the Peace of Vienna had caused Alexander anxiety lest the restoration of Poland should be contemplated. The deposition of the Duke of Oldenburg, his near relative, offended him deeply. Alliance of Napoleon with Austria, which furnished 30,000 men for the Russian expedition, and Prussia, from which he obtained 20,000 men. Denmark, favored by its position, succeeded in maintaining neutrality during the war with Russia. Sweden, Bernadotte, which had been forced by the violent reproaches of Napoleon concerning disregard of the continental system to declare war upon England, 1810, seized the opportunity of the Russian war to shake off her dependence upon France and open for herself the prospect of obtaining Norway as a recompense for Finland. Occupation of Swedish Pomerania and Rügen by the French, January 1812. Treaty of St. Petersburg between Sweden and Russia, April. Russia promised Sweden the annexation of Norway with indemnification for Denmark. Sweden promised Russia to make a diversion in northern Germany in union with a Russian auxiliary force. England concluded peace with Russia and Sweden at Örebro, June. The French army of invasion included Frenchmen, Italians, Swiss, Dutch, Poles, and contingents from all the German princes of the Confederacy of the Rhine. In fact, the smaller part only of the army was French. The total number, according to Thiers, was 420,000 men, but reinforcements afterwards swelled it to 553,000. The Austrians under Schwarzenberg on the right wing and Prussians under York on the left wing formed separate armies, the latter being under the command of MacDonald. 1812 June, passage of the Niemen by the Great Army, occupation of Wilna. Poland was not restored. The Russians under Barclay de Tolly retreated. The main army reached Smolensk without a battle, though suffering from skirmishes and lack of provisions, while the Prussians besieged Riga and the Austrians penetrated Bohemia. Storm and destruction of Smolensk, August 1718. The Russian general Kutuzov, obtaining the command-in-chief, fought the bloody battle at Borodino and Moshaizk. 1812 September 7, on the Moskowa, in which both parties suffered enormous losses, French 32,000, Russian 47,000, but the Russians were forced to withdraw, retreat in admirable order through Moscow. September 14. Occupation of the city, which the inhabitants had abandoned by the French, whose main army had already shrunk to 95,000 men. Napoleon in the Kremlin. September 15 to 19. Burning of Moscow, Rostopchin. Sack of the city in the midst of ashes and ruins. Napoleon proffered a truce, which the Russians rejected by an answer whose delivery was purposely delayed. After remaining 5 weeks in Moscow, Napoleon commenced his retreat from Moscow, October 19, at first in a southwesterly direction, afterwards towards Smolensk. The march was disturbed by the Russian main army under Kutuzov and by countless swarms of Cossacks. Desperate contest of separate corps of the army at Jaroslavets, October 24, and Vyazma, November 3. November 6, commencement of the cold weather, terrible suffering from hunger and frost, continuous engagements, especially at Krasnoye, Ney, bravest of the brave, and Borisov. November 26 to 28, terrible passage of the Berezina. Ney and U did not, with 8,500 men, forced a passage against 25,000. From this point, the disorganization of the remaining fragments of the army was complete, and the retreat became a wild flight. December 3, Bulletin number 29 of Malodexno. Napoleon left the army and hastened to Paris, where he arrived December 18. The army continued its retreat, pursued by the Russians, until December 13, when the remaining troops, 100,000, crossed the Niemen. The Russians made 100,000 prisoners, according to their reports. In any case, this expedition cost the lives of at least 300,000 able-bodied young men on the side of the French and their allies. December 30, York concluded a treaty of neutrality with the Russian general Diebitsch in the mill of Pashrun, near Tarragon. 1813 and 1814, the Great War of Liberation of the Allies against Napoleon. 1813, February 3, appeal of Frederick William III, issued from Breslau, directing the formation of volunteer corps, whereupon all the young men capable of service flew to arms. February 28, alliance of Kalisz between Russia and Prussia. 1. Offensive and defensive alliance. Enumeration of the auxiliary armies to be furnished by either side. 2. Restoration of the Prussian monarchy according to old political relations. 3. Invitation extended to Austria and England to join the alliance. 1813, March 3, treaty between England and Sweden. England paid 1,000,000 rix dollars in subsidies and promised not to oppose the union of Norway with Sweden. Sweden furnished the allies an army of 30,000 men under command of the Crown Prince Bernadotte. The inactive and suspicious conduct of this general afterwards entirely disabled the Northern army. March 17, appeal of Frederick William III, to my people and to my army. Establishment of the Landwehr and the Landsturm, Iron Cross. March, outbreak in Hamburg. Tettenborn occupied the city. The Dukes of Mecklenburg withdrew from the Confederacy of the Rhine. Great preparations on both sides. The Elbe was the boundary between the combatants. Danzig, Stettin, Kruestrin, Gloku, Modlin, and Samask being, however, in the hands of the French. March 27, occupation of Dresden by Russians and Prussians under Wittgenstein and Blücher after the withdrawal of Marshal Davout. Flight of the King of Saxony. The French army and the contingents of the Confederacy of the Rhine concentrated in Franconia, Thuringia, and on the Elbe. Napoleon, after the end of April, was at the head of 180,000 men in Germany. He was unexpectedly attacked by the armies of the Allies, numbering 85,000 men, and forced to fight the Battle of Großkirchen or Lutzen, May 2. Victory remained with the French in spite of their losses. The Allies withdrew through Dresden to Lusatia. Scharnhorst, severely wounded, died in Prague. Napoleon in Dresden, in close alliance with the King of Saxony, who had returned from Prague. 1813, May 18, landing of the Crown Prince Bernadotte with Swedish troops in Pomerania. May 20 and 21, battles of Bautzen and Wurtschen. Napoleon attacked the Allies at Bautzen, forced them to retreat across the Spree, and completed the victory at Wurtschen with great loss to himself. Duroc died. The Allies retreated to Silesia. May 30, Hamburg occupied by Davout after the withdrawal of the Russians and terribly maltreated. The combatants, exhausted, waited for reinforcements and strove to secure the alliance of Austria. June 4 to July 26, armistice of Poitzwitz, afterwards prolonged until August 10. June 15, England concluded a subsidy treaty with Prussia and Russia at Reichenbach. July 5 to August 11, Congress at Prague. Austria played the part of mediator. After futile negotiations, Metternich, Caulaincourt, William von Humboldt, the Congress was dissolved, and Austria declared war upon France. 1813, August 12. The Allies, supported by English subsidies, placed three main armies in the field. 1. The great Bohemian army under Schwarzenberg, Kleist, Wittgenstein, with which were the three monarchs Alexander, Francis, Frederick William. 2. The Silesian army under Blücher, York, Sacken, Langeron. 3. The northern army under the Crown Prince of Sweden, Bernadotte, Bülow, Tauentzien, Winzengerode. Napoleon opened hostilities with an attack upon Blücher, who retired behind the Katzbach. Meanwhile, Schwarzenberg advanced against Dresden from Bohemia. Napoleon hastened thither, leaving MacDonald to oppose Blücher. Before an action occurred at either of these points, Oudinot and Rainier, whose attack upon Berlin was to be supported by Davout from Hamburg, were defeated by Bülow in the Battle of Grossbeeren. August 23, while the Crown Prince of Saxony looked on inactive. This victory saved Berlin from capture and sack. Directly afterwards, MacDonald's army was defeated in the Battle of the Katzbach near Waldstadt. August 26, by Blücher, a part being captured. Blücher created Prince of Waldstadt. Meanwhile, the attack of the Bohemian army upon Dresden failed. Napoleon won his last great victory on German soil in the Battle of Dresden, August 26 and 27. Moreau, on the side of the Allies, was severely wounded by a cannonball, died September 2. August 27, victorious engagement at Hagelberg, Landwehr of the Electoral Mark. Vandamme, in the attempt to intercept the retreat of the Bohemian army, was defeated in the battle at Kulm and Nollendorf, August 30, near Teplitz, by Ostermann and Kleist, and captured with 10,000 men. Ney, who was to occupy Berlin, was defeated in the Battle of Dennowitz, September 6, by Bülow and Tauentzien. Austria, having already arranged the preliminaries of an alliance with Russia and Prussia during the armistice, a formal alliance was concluded at Teplitz, September 9. 1. Firm union, a mutual guarantee for their respective territories. 2. Each party to assist the others with at least 60,000 men. 3. No separate peace or armistice to be concluded. Secret articles provided for the restoration of the Austrian and Prussian monarchies to the condition of 1805. 1813, September 17, Napoleon, repulsed by Schwarzenberg at Nollendorf, York, forced a passage across the Elbe for the army of Silesia by the Battle of Wartenberg. October 3, against Bertrand, the northern army also crossed the Elbe. October 8, Treaty of Ried between Austria and Bavaria, which withdrew from the Confederacy of the Rhine and joined the alliance against Napoleon. In return, the King of Bavaria was secured in all the possessions which he held at the date of the treaty. As the three main armies of the Allies were attempting to unite in Napoleon's rear, the latter left Dresden in order to escape being cut off from France and concentrated his troops at Leipzig. 1813, October 16, 1819, Battle of Leipzig, Battle of the Nations. October 16, on the first day, 1. Indecisive battle between Napoleon and the army of Bohemia under Schwarzenberg at Wachau, south of Leipzig. 2. Victory of Blücher at Mockern, north of Leipzig, over Marmont. October 17, on the next day, the main armies desisted from fighting. Napoleon sent offers of peace to Francis I, which were rejected on account of the extravagance of his demands. Toward evening, union of the four armies of the Allies, The Grand Army, the Northern Army, with which the army of Silesia had already united by an extraordinary march of Blücher, and finally the Russian reserve, 100,000, under Bennigsen. The armies of the Allies, forming a large half circle, largely outnumbered the French, 300,000 men against 130,000. October 18, on the third day, general attack of the Allies, ending after 9 hours fighting in a complete victory. Struggle for Probstheide. In the evening, the French army was driven back to the gates of Leipzig. The corps of Saxony and Württemberg went over to the Allies. October 19, storm of Leipzig and capture of the King of Saxony. After suffering a loss of more than 30,000 men, the defeated army of Napoleon commenced the retreat. The destruction of the bridge over the Elster, before the whole army had crossed, caused the drowning of many troops in the Elster, among them Prince Poniatowski, nephew of the last king of Poland. On the retreat, engagement on the Unstrut between Napoleon and York's advance guard, and at Hanau, October 30-31, with an Austro-Bavarian army under Rieda. The French were victorious. Immediate consequences of the Battle of Leipzig: flight of King Jerome from Kassel, end of the Kingdom of Westphalia and of the Grand Duchies of Frankfurt and Berg, restoration of the old rulers in Kassel, Brunswick, Hanover, Oldenburg, the central administrative bureau for Germany under Baron von Stein, which had been created at the beginning of the war for the government of those districts which should be occupied by the troops of the Allies, found its sphere of action limited almost entirely to Saxony. 1813 November. Napoleon crossed the Rhine at Mainz. Württemberg, Hesse, Darmstadt, Baden, and the remaining members of the Confederacy of the Rhine joined the Allies. The cities occupied by the French fell into the hands of the Allies, one after another. Dresden, November 11; Stettin, November 21; Lubeck, December 5; Samos, Modlin, Torgau, December 26; Danzig, December 30; Wittenberg, January 12, 1814, by Tauentzien; Kustrin, March 7; Glogau, Magdeburg, Hamburg, Davout, Erfurt, Würzburg, Wessel, Mainz maintained themselves until the peace. Uprising in Holland, November 15. Expulsion of the French officials. A part of the Northern Army under Bülow entered Holland, while the Crown Prince of Sweden, with the main body of the Northern Army, separated completely from the Allies, invaded Holstein in a short winter campaign, forced Denmark to conclude the Peace of Kiel. 1814, January 14. 1. Denmark renounced the possession of Norway in favor of Sweden, which guaranteed to the Norwegians the possession of their liberties and rights. 2. Sweden ceded to Denmark western Pomerania and Rügen. At the same time, peace between Denmark and England, the latter restoring all conquests except Heligoland, afterwards peace with Russia and Prussia. Meantime, the French, after they had already in 1812 lost the southern part of the country and Madrid itself for a time, were driven almost entirely out of Spain in 1813. After the French power had been weakened by the departure of Soult with a large number of troops for Germany, February 1813, Wellington repulsed Soult's successor, Jourdan, and King Joseph, and defeated them in the Battle of Vittoria. 1813, June 21. Joseph fled to France. Siege of Pampeluna by the Spaniards. Soult, returning with reinforcements to the relief of Pampeluna, was defeated in the Pyrenees, July 28-29, and withdrew behind the Bidassoa. At the same time, Marshal Suchet was driven out of Valencia into Barcelona. After the conquest of Pampeluna, October 31, by the Spaniards, Wellington crossed the Bidassoa, defeated Soult on French soil, and compelled him to retreat to Bayonne. Napoleon endeavored to secure peace with Spain by a treaty with the imprisoned King Ferdinand, whom he liberated from his confinement at Valenciennes, and thus to protect France against invasion from the side of the Pyrenees. But the attempt was a failure. The Cortes did not ratify the treaty on the ground that the king had not been a free agent, and that they were unwilling to conclude a peace which did not include the English. 1813, the Allies, on November 8, laid before Napoleon a proposal which secured to France the Alps and Rhine for boundaries, but as Napoleon did not earnestly entertain it, December 1, they adopted the resolution to prosecute the war vigorously and to pass the Rhine. Napoleon obtained from the Senate a new levy of 300,000 men. The corps legislatif, in which words of blame were at last heard, was prorogued sine die. Passage of the Allies across the Rhine, 1813, December 21 to 25. The main army under Schwarzenberg, Reed, etc., crossed the Upper Rhine and traversed Switzerland, Basel, whose treaty of neutrality with Napoleon was disregarded. 1814, January 1, Blücher, with the army of Silesia, crossed the Middle Rhine at Mannheim, Kaub, and Koblenz. The total strength of the Allies on their entrance into French territory was not quite 200,000 men. The main army advanced through Burgundy, Blücher through Lorraine toward Champagne. To prevent their juncture, Napoleon attacked Blücher at Brienne and drove him back January 29. Blücher, however, united with a part of the main army, Crown Prince of Württemberg, and defeated the emperor in the Battle of La Rothière, February 1, and drove him across the Aube. The impossibility of provisioning the united armies led to their separation. The Grand Army was to advance upon Paris by way of the Seine, while the army of Silesia followed the Marne toward the same goal. No sooner did Napoleon hear of this separation than, with astonishing boldness, leaving a very small body of troops behind to engage the army under Schwarzenberg, he hurled himself suddenly upon the separate divisions of the army of Silesia, defeated them in 4 battles. February 10 to 15, at Champaubert, Sacken, Montmirail, York driven across the Marne, Château Thierry, and Vauchamp, and forced Blücher back to Étauges. Then, turning like a flash upon the main army, he defeated it in the engagement at Nahhas, February 17, Wittgenstein and Reed, and in the engagement at Montereau, February 18. Crown Prince of Württemberg. Napoleon thus obliged the main army to retreat to Troyes, after which the two armies were for a short time again united on the Aube. Meanwhile, ambassadors of the Allies had met the envoy of Napoleon, Caulaincourt, in a congress at Châtillon, February 5 to March 19, on the Seine, where Napoleon was offered the possession of France with the boundaries of 1792, but the negotiations came to naught by reason of his haughty and dubious conduct. March 1, closer union between the allied powers at Chaumont. The deposition of Napoleon resolved upon, the two armies separated again. The main army under Schwarzenberg defeated Oudinot and MacDonald in the Battle of Bar-sur-Arbe, February 27. Blücher reached Meaux, was forced to retire across the Marne and Oise, and joined the Army of the North under Bülow and Wintzingerode. The united armies defeated Napoleon in the Battle of Laon, 1814, March 9-10. Napoleon now turned against the main army, which defeated him in the Battle of Arques-sur-Aube, March 2021. Meanwhile, Wellington had been driving back Soult with equal success. Occupation of Bordeaux, March 12, where the royal banner of the Bourbons was first raised. Napoleon formed the desperate plan of throwing himself in the rear of the Allies in Lorraine, summoning the garrisons of the fortresses to his aid, and calling the entire population to arms. The Allies, however, with equal boldness, advanced upon Paris and defeated the marshals Marmont and Mortier in the Battle of La Fère-Champenoise, March 25. Marmont and Mortier threw themselves into the capital. The regent, Maria Louisa, fled to Blois after a brave defense, and after the storm of Montmartre, March 30, they capitulated under condition of free departure and left Paris to its fate. March 31, entrance of the Allies into Paris. where the Senate, through the influence of Talleyrand, declared that Napoleon and his family had forfeited the throne. Napoleon, hastening to the relief of his capital, came a few hours too late, his marshals having refused to follow him in a foolhardy assault upon Paris. He abdicated the throne in favor of his son, April 6, at Fontainebleau, and when this reservation was rejected unconditionally, April 11, Napoleon made a futile attempt to poison himself. Footnote: according to Thiers, Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire, volume 18. The truth of this attempted suicide is very doubtful. Compare V. Helfert, Napoleon I, Ferret von Fontainebleau, Nacht, Elba, 1874. End of footnote. He received from the Allies the island of Elba as a sovereign principality and an annual income of 2 million francs to be paid by France. His wife received the duchies of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastella with sovereign power. Both retained the imperial title. 1814, Wellington defeated Soult in the Battle of Toulouse. April 10. May 4, arrival of Napoleon at Elba. Return of the Bourbons. Louis XVI's brother, the Count of Provence, first appointed his younger brother, the Count of Artois, as vice-regent, lieutenant du Royaume, and then returned to France as Louis XVIII, 1814 to 1824. Where he promulgated a constitution which was an imitation of the English constitution, but with many limitations. Charte d'Atelier, Chamber of Peers, and Chamber of Deputies without the initiative. He concluded with the Allies the first Peace of Paris, May 30. 1. France retained in the main the boundaries of 1792, which embraced 3,280 square miles, more than those of 1790. Avignon, the Venaissin, parts of Savoy, of the German Empire, and of Belgium. 2. France recognized the independence of the states of the Netherlands, according to their future enlargement, as well as of all German and Italian states, and of Switzerland. 3. England restored the French colonies, excepting Tobago, Saint Lucia, and Ile-de-France. England retained Malta. 4. The Allies remitted all sums which they might have claimed for supplies, advances, etc. 5. France promised England to abolish the slave trade. After the Peace of Paris, Pius VII returned to Rome, the King of Sardinia, Victor Emmanuel, to Turin, the King of Spain, Ferdinand VII, to Madrid. In Spain, the rejection of the ultra-liberal constitution proposed by the Cortes of 1812 was followed by the immediate outbreak of a cruel contest of arbitrary power against the Liberal party. Visit of Alexander and Frederick William III in London, June 7 to 22, 1814, accompanied by their victorious generals. Blucher, enthusiastic reception by the English nation for the purpose of restoring and regulating the European relations, and particularly those of Germany, after the overthrow of the military supremacy of the French Empire. The Congress of Vienna was assembled 1814, September to 1815, June. The emperors of Austria and Russia, the kings of Prussia, Denmark, Bavaria, and Württemberg, and a great number of German princes were present in person. Chief negotiators, Austria, Metternich; Prussia, Hardenberg and W.V. Humboldt; Russia, Nesselrode and Rasumovsky; Great Britain, Wellington and Castlereagh; France, Talleyrand and Dahlberg; Baron von Stein, Prince of Ligne. The 5 powers which had concluded the Peace of Paris, and which, to avoid quarrels about rank, were henceforward named in the order of the French alphabet, Autriche, France, Grand Bretagne, Prusse, Russie, formed a closer union at the Congress of Vienna, hence afterwards called the Pentarchy of the Great Powers. For special cases this union was joined by Spain, Portugal, Sweden. These 8 powers, after long negotiations, and after the disputes over the Saxon and the Polish questions, had for a moment threatened to lead to war, Russia and Prussia against Austria, France, and England, and after Napoleon's return from Elba, signed the Act of the Congress of Vienna. Principal articles. 1. Restoration of the Austrian and Prussian monarchies. A. Austria received, besides her ancient domain of Milan, Venice, which had been conferred upon her by the Treaty of Campo Formio. These were now called the Lombardo-Venetian Kingdom, the Illyrian provinces, the kingdoms of Illyria and Dalmatia, Salzburg, Tyrol, from Bavaria and Galicia. B. Prussia received a part of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, Posen, with Danzig, Swedish Hither Pomerania, with Rügen in return for Lauenburg, which was ceded to Denmark, its old possessions in Westphalia, somewhat enlarged, as well as Neuchâtel and the Grand Duchy of the Lower Rhine, and the greater part of Saxony as an indemnification for the loss of some former possessions, as Ansbach and Baereuth, ceded to Bavaria, East Friesland to Hanover, the Polish possessions to Russia. 2. Formation of a kingdom of the Netherlands, comprising the former Republic of Holland, Austrian Belgium, under the former hereditary stadtholder as King William I. 3. Creation of a German confederacy to take the place of the old empire, comprising 39 at its dissolution in 1866, only 34 sovereign states, including the 4 free cities. All other princes who were formerly sovereign were mediatized. Act of Confederation, signed June 8, 1815, supplemented by the final Act of Vienna, May 15, 1820. 4. Russia received the greater part of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw as the Kingdom of Poland. Krakow became a free state under the protection of Russia, Austria, and Prussia. 5. England retained Malta, Heligoland, a portion of the French and Dutch colonies, and the protectorate over the Republic of the 7 Ionian Islands, the latter by Treaty of 1815, November 5, which was made an integral part of the Peace of Vienna. These islands were given to Greece by the treaties of November 14, 1863 to November 29, 1864. 6. Sweden retained Norway, which had been ceded to her at the Peace of Kiel, with a constitution of its own. Denmark was indemnified with Lauenburg. 7. The 19 cantons of Switzerland were increased to 22 by the accession of Geneva, Wallis, and Neuchâtel, at once canton and a principality. 8. Restoration of the old dynasties in Spain, in Sardinia, which received Genoa, in Tuscany, Modena, the Papal States. The Bourbons were not reinstated in Naples until 1815, as Murat had secured possession of that state for the present by his desertion of Napoleon. News of the discontent in France with the government of the Bourbons and of the discord in the bosom of the Congress of Vienna, as well as the invitations of his adherents, encouraged the deposed emperor to return to France. 1815. Landing of Napoleon at Cannes. March 1, with 1,500 men. Forced march upon Paris. All troops sent against him, even Ney, with his corps, went over to him. March 13. Proclamation of the ban against Napoleon by the monarchs of Austria, Great Britain, Prussia, Russia, France, Spain, Portugal, and Sweden. King Louis XVIII fled to Ghent. March 20. Napoleon entered Paris. The 100 Days, March 20 to June 29, 1815. Austria, Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia concluded a new alliance at Vienna against Napoleon. March 25, whereby each power engaged to furnish an army of 180,000 men. All European nations were invited to join the alliance. One after another, all the states joined it except Sweden, which was occupied in crushing with military power the resistance of Norway to the personal union. The sum of the contingents furnished against Napoleon amounted to over 1,000,000 men. May, Napoleon found himself obliged to make some apparent concessions to the Liberal party in France. Champ de Mai, Acte additionnel. In Belgium, concentration of a Prussian army under Blücher and an English-German under Wellington against Napoleon. Murat, who had declared for Napoleon, defeated by the Austrians at Tolentino. May 3, Naples captured. May 22, Murat fled to France. Reinstallation of Ferdinand as King of Naples. June 14, Napoleon crossed the boundary of Belgium. Engagement at Charleroi. The advance guard of the Prussians under Ziethen forced back. June 15, Napoleon defeated Blücher in the Battle of Ligny. June 16, after a brave resistance, Blücher in personal danger and drove him back. Blücher marched upon Wavre, Ney defeated by the Prince of Orange in the Battle of Quatre Bras. June 16, the Duke of Brunswick fell. Meantime, concentration of the army of Wellington, consisting of British, Hanoverians, Dutch, and troops from Brunswick and Nassau. Upon this force Napoleon hurled himself with superior numbers. 1815, June 18, Battle of Waterloo and Belle Alliance, called by Napoleon the Battle of Mont Saint-Jean. Napoleon thought he had ensured the prevention of the juncture of the Prussians under Blücher with the English under Wellington by directing Grouchy to engage the former. By afternoon, Wellington's army, though still unyielding, had suffered so heavily that the day was only saved by the arrival of the Prussians under Blücher. Complete defeat of the French, whose army, pursued by Gneisenau, was entirely scattered. Meanwhile, Grouchy, on whose help Napoleon had relied, was engaged at Wavre against Thielman, whose corps he, by some unexplained error, took for the whole Prussian army. June 22, abdication of Napoleon in favor of his son. July 1, arrival of the Allies before Paris. July 7, second capture of Paris. Entrance of Blücher in Wellington. Return of Louis XVIII. Arrival of the two emperors and of the King of Prussia. Meantime, Napoleon fled to Rochefort, where, after futile attempts to escape to America, he surrendered himself to the British Admiral Hotham on the ship of the line Bellerophon, who conveyed him to England. Thence, by a unanimous resolve of the Allies, he was transported as prisoner of war to St. Helena, where he arrived in October, died May 5, 1821. September 26, foundation of the Holy Alliance, upon the suggestion of Alexander, comprising at first Russia, Austria, Prussia, theoretically an intimate union on a basis of morality and religion, but practically soon degenerating into an alliance for the protection of absolute monarchy. Ney made his escape, but was captured, condemned, and executed on December 7, 1815. Murat made a reckless attempt to recover his throne by landing in Calabria. He was captured, court-martialed, and shot October 13, 1815. November 20, Second Peace of Paris. 1. France surrendered the 4 fortresses Philippeville, Marienburg, also Bouillon, to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Saarlouis and Saarbrücken to Prussia, Landau, which became a fortress of the German Confederation, with the surrounding region as far as the Lothair, to Bavaria. France ceded to Sardinia that part of Savoy which she had retained in the first Peace of Paris. She was therefore brought back, generally speaking, to the boundaries of 1790, instead of to those of 1792, which she had retained in the first peace. 2. Demolition of Hoonengens, a fortress below Basel. 3. 17 fortresses on the north and east borders of France were to be garrisoned for 5 years at the utmost by troops of the Allies at the expense of France. 4. France paid 700 million francs for the expenses of war. Besides this, the art treasures which the French had carried away from various cities, partly by treaties, and which had been left in Paris under the first peace, were now reclaimed. The desire of German patriots that at least a portion of the ancient appanages of the old empire, Lorraine, Alsace, and Strasbourg, should be taken from France, which would thus be deprived of a point of attack against Germany, was not gratified. End of Section 86.